Leonardo, I wish you a smooth journey. Renner, please say goodbye to His Majesty the King for me. Take care, Evil Eye. Until we meet again. Leonardo nodded. Evil Eye didn't say anything more. After straightening her mask, she turned and left the terrace. On the terrace, only Leonardo and Renner remained. The two stood up and stood side by the railing, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Neither spoke, but a tacit understanding and tenderness that needed no words filled the air. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window lattice. Leonardo had changed into a proper travel outfit, losing some of yesterday's court nobility, and gaining a bit more capability, and the image of an experienced traveler. On the square outside the palace, Renner, dressed in simple and elegant clothes, came personally to see him off. You must take good care of yourself on the road and stay safe. Here are some things you might need. Renner handed the prepared storage bag into his hands. Leonardo took the storage bag, feeling its warmth. He stepped forward, hugged Renner gently, and left a soft kiss on her forehead. Wait for my return. Leonardo took one last deep look at her, turned, and boarded the carriage that had been prepared. The attendant raised the whip, and the crisp sound of the whip broke the silence of the morning. The carriage slowly drove away from the palace, heading towards the distance. Leonardo pulled back the curtain and looked back. He saw Renner's figure getting smaller and smaller in the morning light until it disappeared from view. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the scenery flying past the carriage window. The prosperity of the royal capital was gradually replaced by fields and forests. Thanks to Haishing for the Great God certification, I will add a chapter later, chapter 83. The trouble caused by a single sentence, my dear sister, the way you were so intimate and boundaryless when saying goodbye to Leonardo earlier is truly damaging to our royal image. Returning to the palace, before even entering her bedchamber, Renner heard her older brother, Prince Barbaro, gossiping on the side of the hallway. Her mood, which had already been dampened by Leonardo's departure, soured even further upon hearing that remark. She gave Prince Barbaro a cold look. The Mun was still harboring resentment over failing to marry the two daughters of the Boorobo family and seize their inheritance. If this had been 2 or 3 years ago, facing this brother with succession rights, Renner would have feigned repentance to avoid escalating matters. But now, her strength had reached the peak of the awakened LV-42, so she naturally had no need to yield to the weak. Brother, you seem overly concerned with my private affairs. Or is it that you are still frustrated about failing to annex the Boorobo family's assets? The Golden Princess's sharp words caused the mockery on Prince Barbaro's face to freeze. He clearly hadn't expected Renner to retort. How dared she? He was her brother, the crown prince appointed by their father, the future king of Ainz. Who gave this third princess, destined for marriage outside the kingdom, the courage to speak to him like that? Feeling his dignity slighted, Prince Barbaro's face turned livid. He took a step forward, attempting to use his muscular build to intimidate her. Watch your tongue, sister. His voice was low, laced with suppressed anger. Don't forget your status. A princess should behave like a princess, not like some street shrew hurling insults at her own brother. After speaking, Prince Barbaro puffed out his chest, trying to display his masculine virility. A street shrew. Renner let out a soft scoff, feeling that her brother was like a gorilla posturing with his might. Compared to those vermin who collude with shadows and attempt to erode the foundations of the kingdom, my few harsh words are probably quite mild. The gorilla's face froze once more. Prince Barbaro took a long moment to confirm he hadn't misheard. What nonsense are you spouting? He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice spiked, and a flash of panic crossed his eyes. Why was Renner's tongue so sharp today? Had she found some dirt on him? Moreover, listening to her, it seemed she knew about his secret cooperation with 8 Fingers. Prince Barbaro instinctively looked left and right. Fortunately, there was no one in the hallway at the moment, and the news hadn't spread. Nonsense. Renner pressed forward a step, releasing the aura of an awakened, which made Prince Barbaro's breathing hitch. Brother, some things are worth doing, but not necessarily worth saying, don't you think? Prince Barbaro was cowed by Renner's aura, and shocked that he hadn't understood what she was saying just now. For a moment he was speechless. He looked at this sister who was both familiar and strange. The little girl, who used to lower her head in his presence, was now like a true queen. Anger, shock, and a trace of inexplicable fear intertwined in the crown prince's heart, making him want to retreat. In any case, you just wait. Prince Barbaro left a harsh threat, no longer able to maintain the composure of a crown prince. He turned around awkwardly and hurried away, his robes fluttering behind him in a disheveled manner. He had to go back immediately, had to find out exactly how much Renner knew, had to protect his position. Watching Prince Barbaro's fleeing back, a cold curve appeared on the corner of Renner's mouth. Can some things really be escaped? Daring to humiliate her and Leonardo, he should be prepared to be ruined. As the weak, one should have the self-awareness of the weak. Jumping out in front of her from time to time was simply disgusting. Renner straightened her plain dress. Turning around, she did not return to her bedchamber, but headed straight for the residence of the second prince, Prince Zanuck. Compared to the ambitious yet foolish and incompetent Prince Barbaro, Prince Zanuck had his wits about him, knew how to endure, and his character was relatively decent. If Prince Barbaro were to be ruined, the one who would benefit the most would naturally be the second prince. Therefore, without affecting Leonardo's plans, cooperating with Prince Zanuck was acceptable. The second prince's side palace was far less luxurious and ostentatious than Prince Barbaro's, appearing more bookish and composed. After announcing herself, Renner was quickly led to Prince Zanuck's study. "My dear sister, what wind blew you here?" Prince Zanuck was sitting at his desk, dealing with some government affairs. His tone was calm, revealing little emotion. Unlike Prince Barbaro's aggressive temperament, his smile carried a hint of laziness and calculation. Because of Count Beta, the second prince's attitude toward Renner was far from the disgust seen in the original work. Rather, he had some intention of using the Golden Princess's hand to get closer to the Rodel family. Renner nodded slightly and walked to the desk to sit down. "There are some things I wish to discuss with second brother, regarding the successor." "I guess you just had an unpleasant encounter with big brother." Prince Zanuck summoned a servant and handed over a cup of amber-colored tea, the fragrance of which was mixed with a faint scent of lemon. Renner took the teacup, her fingertips gently rubbing the rim. "Rather than unpleasant, I would say that big brother's behavior just now forced me to make a choice." She took a crystal from her sleeve. After injecting magic, an image appeared in the air of Prince Barbaro secretly talking with several men in black. 8 Fingers pays him 2,000 gold coins every month in exchange for the patrol routes of the royal guards and intelligence on anti-smuggling operations. Prince Zanuck's teacup paused at his lips, and he blew gently, causing ripples on the surface of the tea. This evidence is probably not enough to make him lose his qualification as successor. After all, you know how much father dotes on big brother. Renner gently blew the steam off the tea. "Second brother is right. I am naturally aware of father's favoritism. With just this income of 2,000 gold coins, he might only receive a reprimand, which is inconsequential." She paused and dispersed the crystal image. "Therefore, this is just the beginning. I have more evidence of his collusion with 8 Fingers, enough to ruin him completely, leaving him no chance of turning things around." Prince Zanuck put down his teacup, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His lazy smile diminished, replaced by a touch of gravity. Renner had evidence that could ruin Prince Barbaro if she had such hidden things, then what about his own? Did that mean Renner also held his own secrets? How did she get her intelligence? Was there an intelligence network near the capital that he didn't know about? "My dear sister, you seem to have changed a lot." He looked at the girl in front of him, he had underestimated her. Renner lowered her eyes, putting on a slightly tired and helpless posture, and her voice softened a little. "Second brother, you and I both know that big brother's ambition does not match his ability. He associates with 8 Fingers. If this continues, it will not only destroy himself but also shake the foundations of the kingdom." Renner raised her eyes and looked at Prince Zanuck sincerely. I hope the kingdom can have a truly qualified successor. Second brother, your composure, wisdom, and loyalty to the kingdom are all things that big brother lacks. These words were half true and half false. There was consideration for the future of the kingdom, but also her own calculations. She needed a relatively controllable and capable monarch, so she could act more freely in the future. And in the future, it would be easier to assist Leonardo. Prince Zanuck was silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the table rhythmically, making a regular thumping sound. He was weighing the options. Renner's proposal was undoubtedly full of temptation, but it also came with huge risks. The person who could help him get to the top could also pull him down. What do you want me to do? Prince Zanuck spoke, his voice low. The position of Crown Prince was too important to him, even if it meant taking a risk, he had to try. It's simple. I will present all the evidence to father at the most opportune moment. Before that, I need second brother to accumulate strength, and prepare to take over the position of Crown Prince. A few minutes later, Renner returned to her bedchamber. Her conversation with Prince Zanuck went quite smoothly. This second brother was as cautious as ever, but under the lure of sufficient benefits, he still leaned toward her side. Walking to the window, Renner looked at the rising morning sun outside. The current state of the kingdom was the complete opposite. The Baharith Empire was like a waking lion, constantly expanding its territory, while the monarch of the Holy Kingdom slept day and night, just to constantly improve himself and prevent the Lich King next door. Only the Riestai's kingdom was still marking time, like a setting sun that would sooner or later head toward destruction. Prince Barbaro was just a clown. The real cancer was Eight Fingers, an organization entrenched in the shadows of the kingdom, like gangrene attached to bones, corroding the foundations of the kingdom. For the sake of everything she cherished, including Leonardo's future plans, this organization had to be uprooted, once and for all. Renner took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and quickly entered a sleep state. 10 seconds later, she took out a pitch-black horn from her bosom. Horn of the Night, summon 6 elite interferers proficient in assassination, tracking, poisoning, and lurking to fight. 10 fate points. The Golden Princess brought the horn to her lips and blew it gently. Woo woo woo. As the low sound of the horn rang out, the light in the room dimmed slightly. Immediately after, 6 blurry black shadows slowly revealed their forms through the teleportation coordinates of Shangri-La. The aura of the 6 figures was restrained to the extreme. If not seen with one's own eyes, even standing next to them, it would be difficult to perceive their existence. These were the elite interferers summoned by the Horn of the Night, each possessing level 40 strength, top-tier hunters in the dark. They knelt on one knee, their movements uniform. Summoner, the kamikaze squad awaits your command. Renner took a map from her bosom, which detailed some known strongholds of the Eight Fingers organization, and handed the map to the leader of the 6. This is some of the intelligence I have provided. You can conduct investigations based on these clues, find the headquarters of Eight Fingers, and eliminate their senior leadership. The leader took the map, examined it carefully, and nodded solemnly. Summoner, the kamikaze squad will certainly live up to the trust. Renner nodded with satisfaction. I will give you 3 days. 3 days later, I want to hear the news of Eight Fingers' destruction. Understood. The 6 interferers replied in unison. Subsequently, their figures merged like ink into water, turning into faint shadows again, silently disappearing into various corners of the bedchamber. The whole process was dazzlingly fast, as if everything just now was just an illusion. The bedchamber returned to silence, leaving only Renner standing by the window. The morning sun had fully risen, and sunlight descended upon the earth. The Golden Princess walked to the window, pushed open a crack in the window, and the warm breeze blew through her hair. Before long, the underground world of the royal capital would change again. How interesting. How I wish Leonardo could also see the destruction of Eight Fingers. I have removed the cancer in the kingdom's underground and found a puppet monarch for him to inherit the kingdom. Would Leonardo be happy with this? For a young girl in love, the throne was not important. A stupid brother was even less important, and even her own father could not compare to her beloved. It was just a pity that the person she liked was too outstanding, and he himself was a bit of a playboy. It resulted in women swirling around him, and she had no way to make him refuse to interact with other women, as that would only make Leonardo loathe her. Since she was not in a dominant position, she would just submit to him. Be the childhood sweetheart little wife who understood Leonardo best. That way, no matter what, her beloved would always have a place for her in his heart. Dodgy, Clementine, Lilith, and Angelina. This won't do. These 4 women are with Leonardo every day, they have too many advantages. Locke's can be won over, Evil Eye can also join in. If that's the case, it will be 3 palaces and 1,000,000, even Leonardo wouldn't be able to refuse that. Following graduation from the academy, and after giving her first kiss yesterday, Renner's thoughts had become much bolder. In any case, Leonardo's first actual combat must include her, even if she has to line up behind others. I always feel a sense of being a clown. 84 Chapter 84, 8 Fingers Destroyed. Chapter 84, The Fall of 8 Fingers. As usual, Hilma Signius, one of the high-ranking executives of 8 Fingers and the Minister of Narcotics, left work early and returned to her luxurious villa, which spanned 300 to 400 square meters. Hailing from the lowest rungs of the royal capital, Hilma had initially operated under the belief that if one didn't make quick decisions and act decisively, they would be eaten up like bait. Having climbed the ranks from a high-class prostitute by selling favors, her talent was naturally exceptional. As soon as she entered the villa, Hilma felt a stifling pressure in the air, and the happy expression on her face instantly stiffened. Someone had broken into her home. Although she didn't see anyone, her body's warning system couldn't be faked. It was an instinct honed by years of survival. Was it an assassin? Who would want to kill a high-class prostitute? Or perhaps an outsider adventurer? Or maybe a fellow high-ranking executive of 8 Fingers? Hilma thought of many things in an instant. Running outside right now was definitely not an option. As a weak woman, she couldn't compete with an assassin in terms of endurance. Therefore, there were only 3 paths left: call for help, confront the assassin directly to negotiate a compromise, or wait for an opening to launch a sneak attack. You noticed, didn't you? What good vigilance. Is that a woman's intuition? Yue watched Hilma pause for 2.5 seconds before adjusting her state and continuing forward. Knowing that their presence had been exposed, she simply revealed herself. 6 elite interferers surrounded the drug-dealing lady. Well, now there were only 2 paths to choose from. You all aren't from around here, are you? Looking at the assassin who appeared, she eyed Yue's pointed ears. Hilma breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If they hadn't killed her immediately, then everything was negotiable. Let's talk this over properly. Take whatever you want. I am just a weak woman, please do not hurt me. I heard from a homosexual pervert that you are also one of the high-ranking executives of 8 Fingers. You should be able to convene a high-level meeting, right? Yue exchanged a glance with her companion. One of the elite interferers disappeared for a few seconds before reappearing, carrying a sleeping figure. Hilma recognized at a glance that the person was none other than one of her companions, the minister of the slave trade department of 8 Fingers, the homosexual and pedophile. Damn it, it seems she was the first one to be sold out. Convene a high-level meeting. Were they planning to wipe out 8 Fingers in one fell swoop? How arrogant. Although Hilma couldn't gauge the strength of Yue and her group, 8 Fingers had dominated the kingdom's underworld for over a decade precisely because of the interests and power they held. The members of the security division, 6 Arms, were all individuals with strength comparable to adamantite rank adventurers. Unless they were picked off one by one, Hilma couldn't imagine how they could lose. Why yes, I can. Although she was unhappy about being sold out, it was fine if she sold out others. Faced with the choice between her life and her companions, Hilma decisively chose the former. Anyway, none of them were good people. If they were going to rot, they might as well rot together. If they couldn't handle the elite interferers, then they would all be finished. Being wiped out together was better than a few surviving in disgrace. Convening a high-level meeting usually required 3 or more high-ranking executives. Once the message was released, the high-ranking executives who received it had to respond, otherwise, they might be branded as fleeing traitors. Therefore, usually, all members would attend the meeting. When Ainz wasn't paying attention, Hilma used a communication crystal to send a signal, revealing that this meeting was a trap. In this way, the meeting would surely be filled with ambushes, and it remained to be seen who would capture whom. Damn elf assassin, despicable outlanders. Hilma's mind raced, beginning to fantasize about how to sell these elite interferers for a good price after capturing them. Very good, start summoning them now. Ainz, eager to complete her mission, didn't care what little tricks Hilma could pull, they were just the struggles of the week. If not for the fact that they didn't know the locations of the other high-ranking executives, these two scourges would have been wiped out by them long ago. Hilma forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Of course, I will contact them right away. The drug-dealing lady walked back to her bedroom trembling, picked up the communication crystal on the table, and began to contact the other high-ranking executives one by one, following the emergency contact method within 8 fingers. It's me, Hilma. There is an urgent matter that requires a high-level meeting. Yes, a top-level emergency meeting. Please be sure to be on time. After Hilma finished contacting them, she put down the communication crystal. She turned around, the panicked expression on her face having subsided quite a bit, replaced by a complex look. I have finished notifying them. Will arrive tomorrow. Ainz nodded slightly and signaled for an interferer to step forward, bind Hilma and Enpetifu with ropes, and place a silence charm on their mouths. Before the meeting starts, I'll have to trouble you. The cold voice carried no emotion. Hilma snorted coldly in her heart. When the meeting starts tomorrow, you'll be the ones crying. Gamble Noah, Security 0, Ooal, Oscar. All the high-ranking executives who received the message confirmed, after contacting each other, that 2 executives had been kidnapped. The leader of 6 Arms, 0, felt quite speechless about this. It was one thing not to bring guards, but to immediately comply with the other party's request and convene a high-level meeting after being captured. Were teammates just meant to be sold out? If he could, 0 really didn't want to deal with these insect-like teammates, but unfortunately, his brain wasn't enough to manage the other departments. He could only send more men to rescue Hilma, and the other one. Even if these 2 guys were going to die, they had to hand over their work first, otherwise, it wouldn't do if their subordinates filed false accounts. Because the situation was serious, the mobilization efficiency of 8 fingers was quite high. That very evening, they gathered over 200 thugs and surrounded the villa where Hilma was located. Except for the undead who had already jumped ship and defected to the Lich King, everyone else in 6 Arms was in position. With this force, unless it was Count Beta, who was rumored to have wiped out the hills with 1,000 cavalry, 0 couldn't imagine who could resist them. Even an adamantite rank adventurer team, or the kingdom's head warrior Gazef, wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of 5 well-coordinated members of 6 Arms. Over 200 thugs were enough to subdue any enemy. The moonlight outside the villa was obscured by dark clouds, and over 200 thugs silently surrounded the entire area. 0 and several high-ranking executives stood at the forefront of the team, with other members of 6 Arms scattered around. Remember, keep them alive. Gamble Noah ordered in a low voice, pressing his arm forward. I want to know who dares to touch our people. 20 death warriors were the first to scale the wall and enter. These people were all personal guards cultivated by 8 fingers, and each of them had at least a few lives on their hands. Inside the villa, Ainz's ears twitched slightly. Looks like they've all arrived. None of the drug dealers are good people, as expected. Hilma was still kneeling on the ground when she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. Ainz's dagger was already pressed against her artery. Before the drug-dealing lady could beg for mercy, the dual-wielded blades had already slashed her artery, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. This minister of narcotics, who had struggled from the bottom and finally climbed to the upper echelons of the kingdom, had ended her sinful life right there. The 20 death warriors who scaled the wall were like stones falling into a lake. They stirred up a small ripple, and that was the end of it. A few minutes later, seeing no movement inside, Zero became somewhat impatient. Why is there still no news from those trash who sneaked in? Forget it. Kill the men and the women. Bring them back to line up. This was the stature of a boss. He was at least a General Yuan. Boss, I'm a germaphobe. Can I be first in line? Lontong, you and the women go in front of the brothers. Charge in. Thinking about the ability to have their way after the battle, and competing for the top spot in the wheel battle, over 190 thugs howled and surged toward the villa like a tide. Those breaking the door broke the door, those scaling the wall scaled the wall. The villa's door collapsed with a crash under the violent impact, and wood splinters flew everywhere. Zero charged into the living room first. The resistance he expected did not appear. The villa was terrifyingly quiet, with only the many death warriors lying in pools of blood, as well as Hilma and Enpetifu, who had already had their throats slit. Did they kill the hostages because they were annoyed and embarrassed? The entire courtyard and villa were surrounded by his men. The assassins certainly couldn't escape. It was understandable that they would kill the hostages when cornered like a dog. But where are the people? Zero frowned and looked around. A faint sound of breaking air came from above. He instinctively raised his hand to block, and with a crisp ding sound, a poisoned arrow was deflected by his bracer. Damn, that's strong. I almost didn't block it. The target is tough, everyone. Before Zero could issue a warning, screams erupted one after another among the crowd. Enemy attack. Take cover, Gamble Minister Noah's shout came to an abrupt end. A silver thread as thin as a hair had appeared on his throat, and blood gushed down his neck. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating this one-sided massacre. 6 black shadows wove through the crowd like death gods. Every flash was accompanied by the loss of life, and even Zero could only barely keep up with the speed of the attackers. I can't see them at all. It's over, I've hit a hard nut. I have to find a chance to run. Zero watched his companions and thugs around him fall one by one, while he hadn't even seen the faces of the enemies. Fear flooded him like a tide. His instinct, honed by years of living on the edge, told him that the best choice now was. He didn't feel any sadness for Hilma's death for even a second. The next one attempting to run away was the strongest combatant of 8 Fingers the Fighting Demon, Zero. Cherishing his life greatly, Zero exploded with 200% of his speed, turning like a cheetah to rush toward the wall, but felt his whole body become light the moment he leaped. Looking down, phantom pain arrived before the actual pain. His upper body had already jumped up, while his body below the waist fell to the ground after jumping halfway. In an instant, 5 fighting demons were born. The Golden Princess sends her regards. The cold female voice became the last words Zero heard in his life. So it was the boomerang thrown 3 years ago that had struck him. This damn 8 Fingers, it should have ended sooner. The skirmish outside the villa lasted less than 5 minutes, and all 190+ Death Squad members were wiped out. Everyone who tried to escape was either cut in half or turned into a beehive by multiple shadow arrows. When Moon Shadow walked out of the main gate carrying Hilma's head, there were no living things left in the courtyard. The 6 elite interferers didn't even have a single drop of blood on them. They exchanged silent glances and then vanished into the night. The next morning, panic erupted in the kingdom's central plaza. The heads of the high-ranking members of 8 Fingers had all been impaled on iron poles by the elite interferers, like lollipops. Fear and speculation spread among the commoners and the nobility. People whispered to each other, speculating about who the mastermind behind this could be, daring to challenge the kingdom's order so boldly. The news quickly reached the depths of the royal palace. Beyond the shock, the king felt more a weariness of relief. 8 Fingers had close relationships with many nobles and deep roots, making them a cancer that the kingdom could never remove. Now that the upper echelons had been wiped out, the lower-level members would be easy to deal with. However, King Blanca III didn't stay happy for long. Prince Zanuck timely presented evidence proving beyond a doubt that Prince Barbaro had colluded with Eight Fingers, with every single piece of evidence being shocking. Fearing that death would befall his eldest son, King Blanca III immediately restricted his movements. Prince Barbaro, once considered a top candidate for the throne, fell from the clouds into the mud overnight. Deposition and imprisonment. A series of actions were taken swiftly and decisively. The kingdom's succession, after a brief vacuum, logically fell to the always steady Prince Zanuck. The coronation ceremony was simple and solemn. Prince Zanuck stood beneath the throne, accepting the king's investiture and the nobles' homage. His face still held no expression, but deep within his eyes hid a trace of complexity. There was a desire for power, expectations for the future, and more than anything, awe towards Renner. Everything happened too fast. She had approached him the day before, and the next morning he received news that the high-ranking members of Eight Fingers had been completely wiped out. The power held by his third sister was truly beyond imagination. When Prince Zanuck was being invested, the Golden Princess stood among the crowd, a faint smile playing on her lips. The first step was a success. By removing the cancer that was Eight Fingers and supporting her obedient second brother, the giant ship of the kingdom finally seemed to be slowly turning in the direction she desired. However, the kingdom's deep-seated problems were severe, and changing them would not be the work of a single day. To observe the public sentiment and for her future plans, Renner decided to take a short tour around the royal capital. She only brought a dozen guards, had the elite interferers follow in secret, changed into relatively simple attire, and left the royal capital. The carriage traveled along a country road, flanked by emerald green fields and scattered villages. Renner lifted the curtain and looked at the scenery outside the window. Having traveled only a little over 10 kilometers from the royal capital, when they reached the outskirts of a small village called Luofeng village, a burst of noisy commotion interrupted Renner's thoughts. "Let me go. You bunch of bandits." A crisp but stubborn female voice rang out. "Hee, little beauty, follow our young master, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury, 100 times better than in this poor mountain ditch." A raspy voice responded with a lecherous laugh. Renner frowned slightly and signaled for the carriage to stop. She took her guards and walked toward the sound. In the open space at the village entrance, several guards dressed in ornate clothing, clearly servants of some noble, were pulling at a young village girl. The village girl's appearance was not a downfall of castle and country, but she was very cute, giving one the feeling of wanting to bully her upon seeing her. At this moment, although her face was tear-stained, her eyes were exceptionally firm, and she was struggling with all her might. Nearby, a little girl with yellow hair was crying her heart out, only to be roughly pushed away by other guards. A cold glint flashed in Renner's eyes. She had intended to order the immediate capture of these wicked servants, but the scene that followed held Renner in a daze for a few seconds. Just as the guard leader reached out to grab the village girl's chest, a flash of ferocity suddenly appeared in her eyes. From somewhere unknown, she pulled out a uniquely shaped weapon that shimmered with a cold metallic light, a golden desert eagle. A gunshot shattered the commotion at the scene. The sinister grin on the guard leader's face froze. A blood hole appeared between his eyebrows, and he fell straight down with a look of utter disbelief on his face. The other guards were stunned by this sudden turn of events, and were unable to react for a moment. The village girl knew she should be called Kalina. The young girl gripped the golden desert eagle, her arm trembling slightly. It was clearly her first time killing someone, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, with no trace of fear. "Get lost. If you don't leave, he will be your fate." The gunshot and the gruesome sight of the leader's head exploding, and him falling to the ground terrified the wicked servants. After throwing out a threat, they scrambled away in a panic, not even bothering to retrieve their companion's corpse, leaving it there to hang. Seeing the wicked men flee, Kalina finally breathed a sigh of relief. The golden desert eagle hung limply from her hand. She stumbled, and was tightly hugged by the little girl who rushed up. Renner walked out from not far away, her gaze landing complexly on Kalina, and the weapon in her hand. Was this girl, too, one chosen by fate? What good fortune, yet how utterly weak. To possess such power and yet still endure the bullying of the weak, only exploding at the very last moment. The guard captain stepped forward and asked for instructions. Your Highness, should we? Renner raised her hand to stop him, her voice calm. She walked straight toward Kalina. Seeing the attire of Renner's group, especially Renner herself, Kalina immediately recognized her as the kingdom's famous Golden Princess, and looked at her very nervously. What to do, what to do? The Golden Princess saw me kill someone. Will I be arrested and thrown in jail? My sister is still so young. Nia cannot be without me. Facing the nervous young girl, Renner smiled slightly. The smile was like a spring breeze, dissolving the tense atmosphere. Do not be afraid. I will not hold you accountable for the crime of killing. Kalina was stunned. Not holding her accountable. Was that for real? Could it be that the Golden Princess saw the scene of them forcibly abducting a common woman, and thus understood her counterattack? You really won't hold me accountable. Of course. This was the fate these guys deserved. Renner nodded, but her tone suddenly turned cold. However, in the kingdom, killing a noble's servant, especially someone from a noble's estate, is a serious crime regardless of the reason. According to the law, you and your family will all be implicated. Hearing that her sister had committed a crime, Nia, who was by her side, was scared out of her wits and fell to her knees with a thud. Noble sister, spare us. My sister was forced into this by these bad people. Kalina's face also turned deathly pale, but she forced herself not to kneel, just looking at Renner stubbornly. I will take responsibility for my own actions, this has nothing to do with my sister. Renner nodded with appreciation, she liked this resilience. You have indeed committed a serious crime, but I can give you a chance to atone for your crimes and protect your family. A glimmer of hope flashed in Kalina's eyes. What chance? Become my maid, become someone by my side, and I can keep you and your family safe and sound. Are you willing? Kalina was stunned. She hadn't expected the other party to make such a request. Become a noble's maid. This didn't seem any different from being dragged away by those people earlier, both meant she would lose her freedom, and her fate would be controlled by others from then on. She subconsciously looked at the golden desert eagle in her hand. This was equipment she had obtained from a dream trial. Because her own strength was weak, she had only reached the 7th level so far. With only this bit of power in her hand, she seemed unable to resist the power of the kingdom's nobility. Renner saw through Kalina's thoughts and continued, I know you have your concerns. How about this? I will give you 2 days to consider. During these 2 days, you can handle all matters with your family. She paused, took out 2 glittering gold coins from the purse she carried, and handed them to Kalina. This is your salary for the next month, paid in advance. Use it to settle your sister, or come with us, that works too. 2 days later, I will send someone here to pick you up. 2 gold coins. For an ordinary family, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Kalina looked at the gold coins in her hand, then at the mysterious and powerful girl in front of her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She didn't seem to have much choice. Moreover, the other party didn't seem surprised by the weapon in her hand, appearing quite indifferent. This made her even more certain that if she were to make an enemy of her, she would likely lose very badly. I need to think about it, Kalina said with difficulty. Very well. 2 days later, I will await your reply. The Golden Princess's tone was calm, yet it always carried an invisible pressure. After saying this, Renner did not stay any longer, turned around with her guards, boarded the carriage, and slowly drove away. Inside the carriage, Renner closed her eyes, but the corners of her mouth could not help but turn up. What an unexpected harvest. This girl named Kalina, and that golden desert eagle, she must be related to the Tower of Fate. Taking her as a maid would be a unique gift, a gift sufficient to make Leonardo feel pleasantly surprised. She could almost see it already, in the near future, when Leonardo saw Kalina with her, as well as Locu's and Evil Eye, what kind of excited expression would appear on his face? Outside Luofeng village. Kalina held the 2 gold coins, watching the carriage drive away, then looked down at the golden desert eagle in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. Facing the first choice of her life, what should she do? In 2 days, she must make a decision that would affect the rest of her life. Chapter 85, WTF, Sora is still chasing me. Regarding the news that all high-level cadres of the Eight Fingers organization had been wiped out just 1 day after he left the royal capital, Leonardo was also surprised by Renner's decisiveness. Among all the girls, the Golden Princess was the youngest, and coupled with the excessive reliance she had shown in recent years, Leonardo had almost forgotten that Renner was also a ruthless character. Although after several years of living together at the academy, the Golden Princess would not turn into the kingdom-destroying witch who betrayed the kingdom, as in the original work, there were still slight signs of Yandere tendencies appearing in her. If it weren't for the overwhelming gap in strength, plus the favorability gained from the Tower of Fate minigame, Leonardo had no doubt that Renner would try every possible means to keep him by her side. Although she wouldn't treat him like she treated Climb in the original work like a milky puppy, she would definitely become very overbearing, the kind with tea art mixed in. But now, Renner had been conditioned, although her personality hadn't changed much, that paranoia and possessiveness had transformed into doting affection for Leonardo. A tsundere princess, but only the dear part, not the tsun part. After a journey of 3 days and 2 nights, the carriage finally entered the territory of Ooal. Leonardo lifted the carriage curtain, and familiar scenery came into view. Vast fields rippled with golden wheat waves under the sunlight, and in the distance were rolling green hills, with the air permeated with the fragrance of soil and grass. There was none of the oppression of the royal capital here, only a grounded, home-like atmosphere. The carriage passed through the town of Ooal and several outposts, finally stopping in front of an imposing manor. His father, Viscount Cadian, had already received the news, and was currently standing at the door with his mother, Martha, waiting. Seeing his eldest son, Leonardo, step down from the carriage, the usually stern face of Viscount Cadian could not help but bloom with joy and pride, and his mother, Martha, was so moved that she wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Leonardo stepped forward quickly and bowed. "Father, Mother, I'm back. It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Viscount Cadian reached out and patted Leonardo's shoulder, his touch filled with excitement. "It was a bumpy road, you've worked hard." His gaze swept up and down over his eldest son. In the years they hadn't seen each other, Leonardo's figure had become even more upright, his height only a few centimeters shorter than his father's. He was a youth, but also a man capable of standing on his own. "My little lion has grown up, and his body is stronger too. Did everything go smoothly in the royal capital? Did you bully anyone?" As the person who understood Leonardo best when he was a child, Martha naturally knew that her son wouldn't be bullied at the academy. Instead, she worried about whether he might bully others. She pushed her husband aside and took Leonardo's hand. "Come inside quickly, the sun outside is harsh, it's not good for your skin. The journey was long, my little lion must be exhausted. I had the kitchen stew your favorite mushroom soup, and there are freshly baked wheat cakes." As she spoke, she scrutinized Leonardo carefully. "My good son, you're growing more handsome. It's a pity I missed 6 years of companionship, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. I probably can't pick up my little lion anymore." A warm current surged through Leonardo's heart. This was the feeling of home, pure and warm. It was completely different from the comparison and competitiveness of the academy. The group walked into the manor, passing through the well-manicured courtyard and paths blooming with flowers, and entered the spacious and bright hall. The furnishings in the castle hall were still, as he remembered, simple and elegant. The fire in the fireplace burned quietly, and several maids were busy at the dining table preparing food. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, the aroma overflowing. Martha personally served Leonardo a bowl of mushroom soup, her smile exceptionally gentle. "Drink some soup to warm your stomach first. You've been traveling through dust and wind, don't starve yourself." Leonardo smiled and took it. Looking at his mother's plump figure and her face, which had clearly been carefully made up, he took 2 exquisite wooden boxes from his storage ring, and handed them to his parents. "Father, Mother, these are the gifts I prepared for you." Viscount Cadian and Martha exchanged glances, their faces filled with gratification while also showing curiosity. Martha smiled and said, "You coming back safely is the best gift for us. Why bring anything else?" Although she said that, she and her husband opened the wooden boxes together with anticipation to see the gifts their good son had prepared for them. The wooden box was lined with soft velvet, and inside lay 20 fruits that were golden all over, emitting a faint, warm luster. A fresh fragrance permeated the air, refreshing to anyone who smelled it. "What kind of fruit is this?" Viscount Cadian's pupils constricted. He considered himself knowledgeable, yet he had never seen such a strange fruit. The aura emitted by the golden fruit made every cell in his body seem to groan. Eat this fruit." This was a craving stemming from life itself. As mortals, his parents couldn't resist such temptation, yet the 2 of them still modestly declined a few times. "This thing is too precious." "It's not precious, I have hundreds more." Leonardo did not explain the function of the golden fruit to his parents, as that would increase their psychological burden. Upon hearing that his son had hundreds more fruits, Viscount Cadian saw that Leonardo didn't look like he was bragging, and was convinced that while the fruit in his hands was precious, it wasn't exactly one of a kind or impossible to find in the world. He accepted it with peace of mind. Martha was filled with gratification. Her little lion could bring out such treasures, and she felt honored. As for the source, Martha never asked, because she trusted her child. "Quick, taste it. How does the soup taste?" His mother's attention quickly returned to the dining table, and she enthusiastically greeted Leonardo, piling food onto her son's plate. Leonardo scooped a spoonful of mushroom soup. The perfect aroma mixed with the milky flavor melted in his mouth. The familiar taste hit his taste buds. It was his mother's unique craft, the taste of Mom. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. The soup Mother makes is still the best. If you like it, drink more." Martha smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Just then, a crisp voice came from the stairs. Humph, ha hey, someone actually remembers to come back. I thought my stupid little brother had forgotten that he still has a home in the Erodale territory." Leonardo looked up. His elder sister, Irene, was wearing a pale yellow dress, her arms crossed in front of her chest, standing prettily at the doorway. After 6 years, Irene had shed the innocence of her girlhood, and added a touch of mature charm. Her long hair reached her waist, and her skin was fair. "Sister, why did you only come now?" Leonardo put down his spoon, a gentle smile on his face. Irene huffed, walked over quickly, and sat in the empty seat beside him. Her gaze swept over Leonardo, her eyes complex full of scrutiny and reproach, but mostly a sense of closeness and reliance. After Irene sat down, a maid hurriedly set her bowl and chopsticks. "When I was at the academy, I at least wrote letters home. Someone went to the royal capital for 6 years, and the news from him was pitifully scarce. I thought you had long forgotten about us country folk." "Sister, you're joking." Leonardo knew his sister was blaming him for not reporting his safety home for a long time, so he just shook his head helplessly. "The academy's affairs are busy, and there isn't much free time. Some things are not convenient to detail in letters." This naturally referred to Dodgy and her group. Because in the eyes of his family, he had only been gone for 1 year, Dodgy and her group were not suitable to appear in front of his 3 relatives, lest his XP be exposed. Seeing her daughter arrive, the atmosphere became even livelier. Martha hurriedly picked up a piece of roasted meat for Irene. All right, Irene, your brother is back now, isn't he? Quick, try this, your favorite honey-glazed roasted ribs." Irene took it, but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, she looked at Leonardo, her eyes sparkling. Is this how you're going to brush it off? By the way, you brought such good gifts for father and mother, what about mine?" Leonardo had long been prepared. He took another small wooden box from his storage ring, and handed it to Irene. Naturally, I wouldn't leave out my sister's gift. These are some hair accessories and spices popular in the royal capital, and a travelogue recording the strange tales of the 13 heroes. I remember you love listening to stories the most. Irene's eyes lit up, and she opened the wooden box impatiently. Inside were several hairpins inlaid with tiny gemstones, shimmering with light, a small bottle of essential oil emitting a faint floral fragrance, and a thick, beautifully covered book. And a god's potion labeled as an alchemical potion. Irene picked up a hairpin and looked at it against the light. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, but she still didn't spare him with her words. These things are barely acceptable to my eyes. Watching the joy on his daughter's face that she couldn't hide, Viscount Cadian also set his mind at ease and picked up his wine glass, taking a sip of ale. His gaze swept over his laughing family and finally landed on Irene. The smile on his face faded a bit, carrying a hint of worry. Irene, you're not young anymore. Viscount Cadian spoke slowly, breaking the warm atmosphere at the dining table. Now that Leonardo is back, there are some matters we should discuss as a family. The smile on Irene's face stiffened, she seemed to have a premonition of something. She put down the hairpin, picked up her knife and fork, and her tone was a bit stiff. What does father want to say? What else could it be? Cadian sighed, one hand pressing against his brow. Regarding your marriage, several eldest sons of barons and viscounts from neighboring territories, and even the second son of a marquis, have sent us intentions for a marriage alliance. I have had their family background and character investigated. These young men are all quite good. I won't marry. Irene interrupted her father almost immediately, her voice suddenly rising, and her face darkened. Father, how many times have I said it? Those mediocre people are simply not worthy of me. I have no interest in them whatsoever. Mediocre. That excuse again. Cadian's brows furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure as he put down his knife and fork. Irene, don't be so willful anymore. Those noble youths, which one of them hasn't received a good education? They are all going to inherit territories, or hold positions in the royal capital in the future. How are they mediocre? You've already rejected them over a dozen times. If this continues, the entire noble circle of the kingdom will know that our Irodel family's daughter has eyes higher than the top, and no one will dare to marry you. This is not good for our family's reputation, the future of the territory, or your brother's future prospects. Reputation? Irene sneered, her gaze unconsciously glancing at Leonardo beside her, a flash of complexity in her eyes. She didn't care about the first two, but if it concerned Leonardo's future, she did indeed need time to consider. However, her brother himself was already very outstanding. Where does his future need his sister's marriage to be solved? Therefore, Irene's answer was Father, is your so-called reputation and future just marrying me off in exchange for a so-called political alliance? Does our house of Irodel still need to rely on marriage to consolidate our status? She paused, her voice ringing with strength. Not to mention Count Beta, ever since my brother showed his extraordinary talent, our territory's strength has grown day by day, and the royal capital has treated us with great courtesy. Those forces that used to look down on us, which one isn't scrambling to curry favor now? Why should we still demean ourselves to marry into families that are inferior to us? How did you become so unreasonable, child? Viscount Cadian was choked speechless by his daughter, his face turning ashen. He could ignore other matters, but when it came to his children's marriages, every parent worried endlessly, and he was no exception. Marriage is not child's play. Do you think you are still a child? Others at this age are already parents of 2 or 3 children. I think your brother Leonardo is more sensible than you. Leonardo, who had been eating silently, saw his father bring the topic to him, put down his knife and fork, and spoke gently. Father, sister, please both calm down. He looked at Viscount Cadian and understood his anxiety. Men should marry when they grow up, and women should marry when they come of age. In this other world where one comes of age at 16, few people remain at home at 18. In 2 more years, she would be an old maid. Father, I think sister has a point. Nowadays, our Ooal territory is truly not what it used to be. It is no longer the small territory that needs to rely on others. Marriage is certainly a means to consolidate relationships, but it is not the only one. A forced melon is not sweet. If sister really has no feelings for those people, a forced marriage will only be counterproductive. Then, he turned to Irene, his tone gentle and laced with seriousness. Sister, father is also doing this for your own good. Marriage is a major life event that really needs careful consideration. If you say those people are mediocre, perhaps it is because your standards are high. However, they are not the only excellent men in this world, and they are not all nobles. You don't need to rush, take your time, and you will eventually meet the right person. Leonardo actually felt that with his current strength and future development, the family's safety and status were already secure, and his sister's marriage truly did not need to be bound by politics anymore. Whatever she likes to do, whatever kind of life she wants to live, her wishes should be respected. Viscount Cadian listened to Leonardo's words and was silent for a moment. He knew his eldest son was telling the truth. The Ooal territory now truly had the confidence to say such things. He looked at his daughter's stubborn face, then at his son's calm and confident appearance, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Fine, fine. Since both of you say so, what else can I say? Irene, your marriage, your mother, and I will no longer interfere. Take care of yourself. Martha quickly smoothed things over and served food to the 3 of them. All right, let's eat, the food is getting cold. The children have grown up, it's a good thing to have their own ideas. Irene, don't keep a straight face. Try this, it's a pastry from the royal capital that your brother brought back just for you. The disturbance subsided just like that, but the atmosphere at the dining table could never return to its initial ease. Irene kept her head down, eating silently. No one saw the imperceptible trace of stubbornness and deep attachment that flashed in her lowered eyelids. She thought to herself, who says there isn't a suitable person? My foolish little brother. In this world, you are the only one I feel is not mediocre, Leonardo. The dinner party ended in a somewhat dull atmosphere. Leonardo said goodnight to his parents and sister, then returned to his room, which he had been away from for a long time. The room's furnishings had basically not changed, and there was no dust, clearly showing that someone cleaned it regularly. He washed up simply and was about to rest, but heard very light footsteps outside the door. The aura belonged to his sister, Irene. Who is outside? What do you need? Leonardo did not understand why his sister would come over so late. It's me, Irene. His sister's hesitant voice came from outside the door. Leonardo frowned slightly, got up, and opened the door to see Irene standing outside wearing a simple white nightgown. Her long hair was loose, and under the dim light of the corridor, her skin appeared as white as snow, looking incredibly delicate and moving. But her eyes carried a complex emotion that Leonardo was very familiar with. It was the same suppressed, long-bottled emotion that was about to burst, just like Lilith's. Damn, something's not right. Sister, it's so late, is something the matter? Leonardo turned sideways to let her in, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Irene walked into the room, and gently closed the door behind her. She didn't speak, but turned around and stared intently at Leonardo, her gaze burning, as if she wanted to devour him whole. After a long time, she slowly opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Leonardo. I missed you so much. These 6 years you were in the royal capital, did you occasionally think of me? It's over. Why is there this fate sky business? My gal game doesn't have such incest routes. Is there any expert who can teach me what to do in this situation? Leonardo's heart tightened, and he tried to make his tone sound peaceful. Of course I did. You are my sister, how could I not think of you and our parents? Sister. Irene repeated the word in a low voice, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, just sister. She took a step forward, getting closer to Leonardo, the faint fragrance on her body mixing with the scent of a young girl wafting toward him. Leonardo subconsciously took a step back. Irene's eyes dimmed for a moment but immediately became even more fervent. Leonardo, do you know? For these 6 years, I have thought of you every single moment. I rejected those suitors not just because they were mediocre but also because in your sister's heart, no one can compare to you. You are so excellent, so dazzling, compared to you, they are simply dust. Sister, what are you talking about? Leonardo's face darkened, he finally understood to what extent his sister's brother complex had reached. I am not talking nonsense. Irene's emotions were somewhat agitated, and her voice rose a few notches. I just like you. Not the kind of liking a sister has for a brother. It is the liking a woman has for a man. I want to be with you forever, and stay by your side forever. Those marriages, those noble sons, none of them can think of taking me away from the person I like. As she said this, she actually reached out, shedding her equipment, wanting to touch her dear little brother's cheek. Leonardo quickly stopped her actions, his eyes sharp as knives, and scolded sternly. Are you clear-headed? I am your little brother, there can only be sibling affection between us. How could you have such an absurd thought? His scolding was like a bucket of ice water, causing Irene's agitated emotions to instantly freeze. She stared blankly at Leonardo, her eyes filled with confusion. Little brother, can it only be little brother? Can a little brother not be a lover? She muttered to herself, tears falling uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. I know this is wrong, but I can't control it. I just like you. It started when we were little, I watched you grow up. Looking at his sister's tear-streaked face, Leonardo felt some pity, but he knew he must not soften his heart at this moment. This twisted emotion must be corrected in time. This kind of incest in fate's sky is unacceptable. He took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly. Irene, I know you may be suppressed and have an excessive reliance on me, but this is not an excuse for you to make a mistake. We are blood-related relatives, and this kind of affection cannot be desecrated. You are my sister, I will always protect and respect you, but there can never be a relationship beyond that of siblings between us. He stepped forward, looked directly into Irene's eyes, and said seriously. You should have a life of your own, to find someone who truly loves you and whom you also like, rather than wrongly placing your gaze on me. I hope you can correct your mindset as soon as possible, and put this emotion back in its proper place. Otherwise, not only will I be disappointed, but father and mother will also be heartbroken. Leonardo's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely into Irene's heart. Looking at the clear gaze and firm determination in her brother's eyes, she finally understood that her feelings were an impossible dream from the very beginning. But my heart hurts so much. Little brother is mine, you are the one I watched grow up, damn it. Tears flowed even more fiercely. Irene covered her face, her shoulders trembling violently, sobbing without letting herself cry out loud. Leonardo watched her painful appearance and sighed in his heart, but did not step forward to comfort her again. Some mistakes must be faced and corrected by her alone. It's late, sister, go back and rest. Think carefully about what I said. Leonardo's voice returned to calm, with a hint of detachment. Irene did not speak, but covered her face, stumbled as she turned, opened the door, and rushed out as if fleeing, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Leonardo looked at the open door and the faint, lingering fragrance of orchids in the air, his brows furrowed tightly. This matter probably won't end so easily, Sister Irene's mindset really needs to be guided properly. He rubbed his temples, feeling that this return home didn't seem as easy as he had imagined. Regarding the subsequent arrangements for Sister Irene, one, shelved, will almost not appear later, occasionally showing up for plot twists. 2. After the establishment of the First Human Empire, because Leonardo does not care about politics, she becomes the regent, remaining single for a long time. 3. Strength increases to country-destroying level, becoming the president of the Otherworld Exploration Guild. 4. Obtains 1 soul, 2 bodies through items, entering German-style quasi-incest. 5. After multiple verbal refusals, becomes a dark Yandere, turning into a pure love Yuri character. 86. The Legend of the Eighth Round Table. Chapter 86, Continental Turmoil. Legend of the Round Table Knights. Ever since she was rejected that night, Irene had not spoken to Leonardo for a long time. Her father, Viscount Cadian, vaguely sensed something but dared not dwell on it. Among the nobility, especially those of the Riesteaz kingdom, there was no shortage of eccentric individuals, and their private lives were often chaotic. It was rare to find a model noble like Viscount Cadian. Even Marquis Raven, a man who cared deeply about his heirs, kept many mistresses behind the scenes. Some individual nobles even played the groom every night, exercising the right of first night within their own territories. A taboo romance between siblings was not considered particularly shocking among the nobility. After all, there were even more outrageous things like attacking birth points or turtle fathers. Viscount Cadian remained silent, and so did Martha. Before anything was laid out in the open, they subconsciously wanted to avoid this issue. A week passed by uneventfully. On the surface, the castle returned to its former tranquility. Irene no longer visited late at night, nor did she stare directly at Leonardo with burning eyes. She returned to being the dignified and proper eldest daughter of the Viscount's household, maintaining a polite distance from her little brother. Viscount Cadian and his wife breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the children's twisted emotions had dissipated into nothingness. Martha even said to her husband in private, "See, I told you the children would handle it themselves." Irene just couldn't think straight for a moment. Now that Leonardo is back, her anxious heart has finally settled. Although Viscount Cadian still had vague concerns, seeing Leonardo spending his days either reviewing territory records in the study or instructing guards at the training grounds with a normal expression, and seeing Irene return to her usual quiet demeanor, he suppressed that unease deep in his heart. After all, in the world of the nobility, many things were better left unsaid, and maintaining a facade of harmony was crucial. Yet, for Leonardo, this tranquility was like the dead silence before a storm, causing him unprecedented distress. Others might not know, but he knew all too well. His sister Irene had not truly let go. Instead, she had become stubborn and driven that burning affection underground, making it more secretive and even more. At first, it was the subtle touches at the dinner table. Her fingertips would inadvertently brush against the back of his hand when passing bread, or her sleeves would lightly sweep across his arm while pouring his wine. Each time, Leonardo would calmly avoid her, furrow his brows slightly, and cast a warning glance. Irene would always respond with a gentle, slightly mischievous smile, always taking advantage of their close relationship to get a feel. Gradually, this teasing became more explicit. At the dinner table, she would always gently touch his leg with her jade-like foot. That subtle sensation was like a playful kitten crawling on his skin, making Leonardo feel completely uncomfortable. Verbal criticism was now useless to Irene. She was like a trapped beast caught in an obsession, stubbornly running towards the direction she had determined, completely unable to hear outside advice. Leonardo felt helpless about this. He could face thousands of troops on the battlefield without changing his expression, maneuver calmly through complex politics, and handle numerous beauties with ease, but when faced with his sister's almost paranoid affection, he was somewhat at a loss. Leonardo had tried to have serious conversations with her, but Irene would always put on a gentle smile and a submissive posture, only to continue her little tricks after turning away. Even when he used the sheep talisman to weave dreams of a prince charming for her, under the paranoia of her subconscious, that expectation for a prince charming quickly transferred onto Leonardo. Now the condition had deepened. This playful tranquility lasted for about a month. After finishing the Warhammer Genderbent timeline and the photo album of the Imperial Regent Guilliman in his study, Leonardo was preparing to return to his bedroom when he found a folded note tucked under the door crack. He picked up the note and unfolded it. The familiar, delicate handwriting came into view, but the content made his brow twitch. "Leonardo, I know you are still angry with me. But please believe me, my feelings for you have never changed, and they never will. This is the truth I want to tell you. Do you remember the gift you gave me a month ago? I drank that bottle of alchemical potion, and the effect was beyond imagination. This let me know that my little brother is really good at hiding himself. There is no such powerful potion in this world, and the golden fruit you gave our parents I stole one to eat, which only confirmed to me that you are extraordinary. Don't think about using other lies to fool me. I watched you grow up since you were a child, I can tell immediately if you're lying. Oh no, his good intentions had caused a disaster. Leonardo's pupils contracted sharply. He had given Irene the god's potion hoping she would have a healthy body and powerful combat strength, but he never expected. This girl had put all her focus on him. She even felt that he was different from others and mysterious, which only made her feel more convinced that they had a chance to be together, causing her motivation to skyrocket. Rest assured, my little brother. Although I don't know why you want to hide yourself, your sister is willing to keep your secret. Also, Leonardo, that potion awakened a power in me, a superpower beyond imagination. The handwriting on the note became messy, revealing the excitement and fanaticism in Irene's heart as she wrote this. Now I can resonate with people. I know this sounds incredible, but I can feel it, I can make you understand my feelings. Leonardo, give me one more chance, okay? Just one chance for resonance, and you will know my heart. We are a match made in heaven. If you really cannot accept me as your wife, the following words made Leonardo shudder. Then I don't care about the title. I can be your lover, be your secret harbor. As long as I can stay by your side, watch over you, and accompany you, I am willing to do anything. The last few words were almost distorted. Leonardo could almost see Irene's appearance, full of anticipation and paranoid fanaticism, as she wrote them. His fingers gripping the note turned white, his knuckles cracking. He had always thought his sister was just trapped in some emotional misunderstanding, and that with proper guidance, she would return to the right path. But now it seemed she had completely gone astray, even willing to use superpowers to achieve her goal. Leonardo slammed the door open and strode towards Irene's room. A resolution had to be made between them. Irene's door was unlocked, as if she had expected him to come. She was sitting in front of the vanity mirror, wearing only her undergarments, facing the mirror with a sickly flush and anticipation on her face. Seeing Leonardo storm in angrily, she showed no panic, revealing a sickly smile. Leonardo, you're here. You saw my note, right? You believe me, my ability is real, it can. The moment Leonardo entered the room, Irene activated her emotional resonance ability. It was an invisible yet highly penetrating power, like a burning warm current that instantly enveloped Leonardo. The originally furious Leonardo was enveloped by this fanatical emotion, his expression gradually falling silent. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a torrent of emotion that was pure to the extreme and burning hot, aggressively rushing into Leonardo's consciousness. What kind of love was that? Like the rising sun, warm enough to melt ice and snow, yet carrying the paranoia and fanaticism of a volcanic eruption. There was not a shred of impurity, no worldly calculations, only a heart willing to burn itself and sacrifice everything for him. Her joy, her pain, her expectations. He could clearly feel every bit of Irene's attachment and every longing for him. She wanted to offer everything she had to him, without reservation. Under the impact of this emotion, even someone as strong as Leonardo felt a moment of being moved. His originally firm steps became hesitant. Looking at the expectant Irene in front of him, his lips moved slightly, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Leonardo turned around and left Irene's room with somewhat flustered steps. His heart was filled with contradiction and struggle. That feeling of being moved was like an invisible hand, gently plucking his heartstrings, leaving him unable to be calm. He knew well that this affection was not tolerated by worldly standards, yet Irene's pure and fanatical love made it difficult for him to let go. Two little figures were fighting in his ears. Angel Leonardo tugged at his own ears, loudly scolding himself for the heart-fluttering moment just now. This was against morality, an absolutely impermissible taboo. Demon Leonardo used his trident to stab the angel Leonardo away, declaring arrogantly, So-called taboo romance is just something to restrain mortals. In the future, I am destined to be the Lord of humanity, and no one can restrain me except myself. Therefore, I only need to follow the choice of my heart, follow that heart-fluttering feeling, and accept it calmly. The two little figures fought in his ears, his head buzzing. In the end, Leonardo was just a man who thinks he can juggle multiple women, believing that with his strength, he could maneuver among many women with ease and accept their love calmly. However, Irene's paranoid love made him retreat. Should he obey ethics or follow the palpitations of his heart? Just like that, Leonardo sat in his room for the whole night. When the sunlight spilled onto his face, Leonardo, still unable to make a choice, decided to leave this place filled with turmoil. He would go outside to calm down and think carefully about the feelings between him and Irene. For everyone's sake, he had to leave temporarily. Doing so would be good for his parents, for the siblings, and for everyone. Thus, another month passed, and Leonardo requested permission to travel from his father, Viscount Cadian. "Father, I have been at the academy for many years. Although I have a general understanding of the kingdom's situation, I still lack a deep understanding of our kingdom's local customs. I hope to have the opportunity to travel again, to walk through every corner of the kingdom, and broaden my horizons." Viscount Cadian looked at his son, a flash of gratification in his eyes. Leonardo's maturity and stability had always been his pride. Although he had only recently graduated from the academy, his own abilities were far stronger than those of adult noble heirs. He pondered for a moment and nodded. "Your idea is very good. Young people should indeed go out more. However, how long do you plan to be away for this journey?" "I'm not sure, but I'll definitely be back before the coming-of-age ceremony," Leonardo replied, sounding somewhat indifferent. Starting from the capital, then heading south to take a look, then turning east, and finally returning north. He intentionally exaggerated the duration, hoping to give Irene enough time to calm down, and hoping that distance might loosen her obsessive heart. Although he knew it was impossible, it was better to escape for now. Viscount Cadian agreed with this. He urged Leonardo to be careful along the way and stay safe, promising to help him arrange the pre-departure matters as soon as possible. When the news that Leonardo was going on a journey reached Irene's ears, she was in the garden pruning roses. The moment she heard the news, the shears in her hand fell to the ground, and her face turned deathly pale instantly. Leonardo was leaving. Her little brother was going to leave her again. Was it because of her? Was it to avoid her? Countless thoughts churned in her mind, making her nearly unable to stand steady. Irene did not go to confront Leonardo, nor did she try to make him stay as she had before. She simply became silent. In the few days while Leonardo prepared to depart, Irene did not even appear before him of her own accord. Leonardo felt a trace of unease about this, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief. He would rather Irene react this way than see her burning, twisted gaze again, along with a hint of attraction he himself dared not admit. On the morning of his departure, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Leonardo left the castle with a few guards. He did not go to say goodbye to Irene, fearing she would subject him to another round of emotional resonance about love. As the carriage slowly drove away from the castle, Leonardo pulled back the curtain. He looked back at the familiar building, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know if his decision was right, nor did he know what would be waiting for him when he returned in 2 or 3 years, or perhaps longer. But at least for now, for someone with whom communication was impossible, a temporary distance might allow both of them to calm down. On the very night Leonardo left, in the dead of night, Viscount Cadian and Martha were already fast asleep. A slender figure avoided the patrolling guards and skillfully arrived outside Leonardo's room. It was none other than Irene. She used a hairpin she carried with her to easily pick the lock of the door, slipped into the room, and took a deep, obsessed breath of the air. The furnishings in the room remained the same, but the master had already gone on a long journey. Irene walked to the bedside and looked at the empty bed. The longing and possessiveness in her eyes were almost overflowing. She slowly removed her unnecessary equipment, revealing her exquisite body, then lay down and buried her face in the pillow Leonardo had once used. Feeling the almost non-existent lingering warmth. "Leonardo, my little brother," Irene muttered to herself, her voice carrying a suppressed sob. The pain of rejection, the panic of being abandoned, and that burning emotion that could not be spoken aloud, all erupted at this moment. Irene's body trembled, and she placed her hands to her mouth to cast a non-chanting spell. She could not control herself. The casting time for the non-chanting water magic was very long. When everything settled, the surroundings were in a mess, but there was not a shred of shame in Irene's eyes. Instead, they were filled with a morbid satisfaction and an even firmer determination. "No matter what, we will be together. Separator." Setting aside Leonardo's troubles, recently in the central region, especially in the areas where the 6 great nations were located, legends about the Round Table Knights were constantly evolving and spreading further and further. Under the leadership of the Knight Commander Artoria, the Round Table Knights wove between the 6 great demi-human nations, constantly rescuing the local humans kept in captivity, killing one man-eating demi-human noble after another, and leaving with style after causing chaos. Because they were a small-scale knighthood, the tracks of the Round Table Knights were difficult to confirm. Basically, the demi-human armies responsible for guarding the regions only reacted after the attacks occurred. At first, in the central region, the 6 great demi-human nations did not take this roving human knighthood seriously. In their eyes, this was just a group of ignorant human resistance fighters, no different from those lowly breeds of the past, incapable of making any waves. As time passed, more and more noble territories were wiped out by the Round Table Knights, from remote viscounts and counts to some powerful counts holding significant authority. Even a prince of a small nation had his head severed by a single sword strike from Artoria during a banquet of human flesh, and the entire small capital was slaughtered. This made the 6 great demi-human nations finally realize that they were facing an unprecedented threat. Those who were once food and slaves, after obtaining power from beyond the world, began to reject the definition that the human race was food and slaves for demi-humans, and their resistance grew stronger and stronger. The indiscriminate slaughter of nobles caused panic to spread, especially among those demi-human nobles who once took pleasure in torturing humans. They scrambled to strengthen their own guards, even going so far as to mobilize troops to protect their estates. What's more, over 30 demi-human nobles had already united to form an army of 100,000, intending to wipe out the Round Table Knights in one fell swoop. On a rainy afternoon, a human traitor who had been bribed leaked the whereabouts of the Round Table Knights to the demi-human coalition army. They were resting in the Howling Valley, located at the intersection of the Troll Kingdom and the Minotaur Kingdom. The terrain there was treacherous and easy to defend but hard to attack, making it an excellent hiding place. Upon receiving the news, the 6 great demi-human nations reacted almost simultaneously. Their long-suppressed anger and fear instantly transformed into a thunderous military operation. A massive coalition army composed of 100,000 demi-human soldiers gathered from all directions towards the Howling Valley. Inside the Howling Valley, the knighthood had just finished a sweep of a troll noble, and was wiping weapons by the campfire, enjoying simple food during a brief rest. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood and the aroma of roasted meat. "Commander, urgent intelligence." Kaneki Ken, wearing a mask over his chin, walked quickly to Artoria and knelt on one knee. "Our scouts report that a large number of demi-human troops are gathering here, and the number is likely over 100,000. Artoria, who was wiping her holy sword, raised her emerald green eyes. There was not a trace of panic on her face. The surrounding knights also stopped what they were doing and focused their gaze on their leader. Although they were facing an enemy 1,000 times their number, there was no fear in their eyes. Artoria slowly stood up and sheathed the holy sword. "They have finally come." Saber's voice was calm, not at all flustered by the news of the approaching army, or rather, she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Long-term guerrilla warfare and raids, while striking at the demi-humans' arrogance, have never changed their attitude towards humans. It is time to teach them a profound lesson, a deterrent they will never forget. She turned around and swept her gaze over everyone. These humans from another world mostly possessed the virtues of the Round Table Knights. My knights, it is an honor to fight alongside you all. Artoria's voice rose sharply, a pre-battle rallying cry. Our enemies are numerous, they attempt to overwhelm us with human wave tactics, but they are wrong. They have forgotten what we are fighting for. We are fighting for human freedom, for human dignity, for those trampled lives, and for the future of humanity. Today, we do not retreat, we do not hide. Saber drew the sword of promised victory, pointing the blade straight at the sky. We will be here to let them witness what the true path of a knight is. What true power is. The knights stood up, drew their swords, and raised them high above their heads. For freedom, for the Round Table, for all of humanity. In just one day, the demi-human coalition army had approached the entrance of the valley. The black mass of people surged like a tide, and various siege weapons had been set up, ready to deal a devastating blow to the interior of the valley. Cruel smiles appeared on the faces of the demi-human commanders, as if they had already seen the scene of the Round Table knights being torn to shreds. The massive army of 100,000 demi-humans, like marching army ants, could tear apart any enemy standing in their way. It was at this moment that Artoria moved. She stood at the highest point of the valley, and dazzling golden light began to radiate from her entire body. The light grew brighter and brighter, like a second sun rising in the valley, blindingly bright, making all the demi-humans feel a fear that stemmed from their very souls. By my name, I swear, Saber's voice reached everyone's ears clearly. This sword bears the promises of the past, guards the hopes of the present, and paves the way for the future. Excalibur. With her shout, the holy sword, the sword of promised victory, wrapped in a massive pillar of golden light, slashed down fiercely at the demi-human army. A golden light, condensed with brilliant radiance and immense power, erupted from the blade. It carried an unrivaled momentum as it crushed towards the enemies in front. Wherever the golden torrent passed, everything turned into nothingness. Sturdy siege weapons shattered like paper, and the charging demi-human soldiers were completely evaporated and dissipated into the air before they could even let out a scream. The earth was plowed into a massive chasm tens of kilometers long. The golden torrent pierced through the entire demi-human army, extending to the distant horizon, and finally dissipated into the clouds. Dust and smoke filled the air, blotting out the sky. That originally massive and murderous army of 100,000, in the face of this move, was like snow meeting the scorching sun instantly dissolved. Outside the valley, only a scene of ruined scorched earth and a massive chasm remained, along with a very few demi-human soldiers who had luckily survived, and were already scared out of their wits. One Excalibur beam, clearing the whole map. Inside the valley, everyone stared dumbfounded at this heaven-destroying and earth-shattering scene before them. Then, a fanaticism and excitement from the depths of their hearts swept over them. Long live the commander. Long live humanity. Chapter 87. The Holy Court emerges 1 month later. The high-ranking officials of the 6 major central nations, upon receiving the news, were all plunged into silence. What does it mean to have the heroic spirit born from 100 battles, and to break 10,000 armies with a single sword? Our forces were completely wiped out, while not a single member of the Round Table Knights was harmed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That was an army of 100,000 demi-humans, including many demi-human generals who had stepped into the hero realm. Forget being wiped out, even if they were 100,000 pigs, it would take half a day to slaughter them all. With that much time, wouldn't the demi-human coalition army have run away? However, after subsequent reports from scouts confirmed the authenticity of the news, the wishful thinking of the high-ranking officials of the 6 major demi-human nations was shattered. The encirclement, which was supposed to be a sure victory, resulted in the coalition of 100,000 demi-humans leaving not even their bones behind. The name, Round Table Knights, became an inescapable nightmare for all demi-humans overnight. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the king of the Troll Kingdom, Yu, could not eat for 3 consecutive days. He smashed the priceless vessels in his palace to pieces, his roars shaking the entire palace. Trash, you are all a bunch of trash. The coalition of 100,000 couldn't even take a single blow. Even if they had scattered, they could have taken a few more hits. Was the coalition commander raised on excrement? Damn it, damn it, damn it all. There were no problems for the past 200 years, but the Round Table Knights had to appear during my reign. Is heaven trying to destroy me? After smashing all the treasures he could reach, the Troll King slumped onto his cold throne, his eyes hollow. For the first time, he doubted whether those two-legged sheep, whom they viewed as walking rations, were truly just fish on a chopping block. Breaking 10,000 armies with a single sword. This is power only possessed by gods. Could it be that another existence beyond reason, like the 6 great gods, is about to appear among humanity? Fear began to gnaw at his heart. Although as a troll, Ooal's nature was inherently warlike, when the gap became large enough, even he, as the Troll King, could not help but feel fear. After the battle at the Howling Valley, Ooal decided to lay low, ignoring the harassment from the Round Table Knights, and letting those annihilated troll nobles fend for themselves. As for the problem of the two-legged sheep pastures, Ooal also didn't know what to do. Letting them all go was impossible, and mass slaughter was also unlikely. He simply handed everything over to his subordinates to handle. If the Round Table Knights came to settle scores later, they couldn't come looking for him. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Minotaur Kingdom, the arguments had long since ceased, replaced by a deathly silence. The elders tapped their thick fingers unconsciously on the stone table, the air filled with anxiety and unease. Should we continue to suppress them with force? A hoarse voice rang out, carrying a hint of uncertainty. With what shall we suppress them? The opponent is in existence close to a god. Do we send another 100,000 troops to fill that chasm? Then what do we do now? Choose to ignore the Round Table Knights, or raise the social status of the human slaves. Another elder was filled with worry, having been frightened by Artoria's destructive power, and as a dove, he proactively showed weakness. Raise the status of humans. That would shake the foundations of the kingdom. How could those lowly slaves be worthy of sitting on equal footing with us? Among the surrounding countries, we treat humans the best. Other countries view them as food. If we raise the social status of humans further, what will others think of us? Someone even put forward a suggestion that they hadn't dared to think of before. Perhaps we should try to make contact with them. Make contact with them? That's easy to say, but how do you intend to make contact? I heard that the members of the Round Table Knights all escaped from the rearing farms of demi-human nations. Every member has a blood feud with demi-humans, the kind that only ends in death. Among the 12 seats, every Round Table Knight is a powerhouse who has stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Even if they don't have thousands of demi-human souls in their hands, they have hundreds. How the hell are you going to make contact with them? The idea of proactively making contact would have been seen as cowardice and betrayal not long ago, but now, with the Minotaurs in danger, they instead treated this idea as a straw to clutch at, pondering how to grasp their future. The 6 major central nations are currently in constant friction. Some time ago, the Minotaur Kingdom was at war with the Beastmen Federation, destroying 4 of their powerful centaur golems. Now that they had finally managed to rest for a while, the Round Table Knights appeared a human force even more troublesome than the Beastmen Federation. They were truly in a dilemma. Almost all the high-ranking Minotaurs did not want to go head-to-head with the Round Table Knights. Setting aside the win rate, a weakened Minotaur kingdom, after a victory, would certainly be invaded by surrounding countries. Rather than having other demi-human nations reap the benefits, it would be better to liberate some of the human slaves in the Minotaur Kingdom's territory in exchange for the Round Table Knights reducing their destruction within the kingdom. The 2 major central nations were like this, and other countries were even worse off. With the examples of the 6 great gods and the 8 greed kings before them, no one knew which category the Round Table Knights belonged to. The former is fine, it's just a matter of paying attention to the number of humans within the country, restraining the custom of eating humans, and at most, giving a few pastures to the other party. If it's the latter, then they are in for a world of pain. A single chaos caused by the 8 greed kings turned the world upside down. If another one came, the status of the 6 major central nations would be in jeopardy, and national extinction would not be impossible. It was precisely when the 6 major nations were plunged into chaos and confusion. The Howling Valley welcomed an old acquaintance. The Platinum Dragon Lord, who had been studying holy attribute tier magic in a base in the central region, had his avatar appear at the edge of the huge chasm torn by the holy sword. After several months of painstaking research, he had already developed multiple 9th-tier holy magic spells, radiant purification, multiple holy light split missiles, and polar day field. At the same time, because of the lesson learned from the platinum armor, the Platinum Dragon Lord once again forged several vest/avatar bodies for himself. Although their quality and effectiveness were not as good as the platinum armor, they could barely exert 10% of his power. Although they were inferior to the platinum armor in terms of combat power, they were inclined towards reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, which was actually more useful in dealing with the filth of the Dragon Emperor. What astonishing power! Standing before the huge chasm, the Platinum Dragon Lord could not help but sigh that the rumored leader of the Round Table Knights Artoria was quite astonishing in strength. The energy fluctuations remaining in the air, even after a month, still made him feel palpitations. That was a pure, vast, holy radiance carrying destructive power. It is certain that Artoria is definitely not a local. The centennial aftershocks, have they finally arrived? First the Lich King, then the Round Table Knights. How many players will this round of aftershocks bring? And what kind of changes will they bring to this world? The dragon race is already weakened, can it still survive this century? Breaking 10,000 armies with a single sword. Such a large-scale destruction area, this is another quite powerful world-class item. The Platinum Dragon Lord's avatar gazed at the chasm, his eyes complex. Killing an army of 100,000 demi-humans with one move and permanently changing the terrain, such powerful destructive force could only be matched by his own greatest trump card, the Origin Explosion. Without a doubt, this is another formidable enemy. The shadow of the Lich King has not yet dissipated, and now there is another leader of the Round Table Knights holding a world-class item. This world is truly becoming more and more lively. Father, you have really left me with a big problem. The Platinum Dragon Lord's thoughts drifted into the distance. The glory of the dragon race had long since become a thing of the past. Now, they must be careful of other players who have descended. Every newly appearing player force could be the final straw that destroys the dragon race. If not for the previously appeared Lich King belonging to an undead faction that hates the living, the Platinum Dragon Lord could not sit by and watch it grow, otherwise, he would not have used force to test it. Just like the 6 great gods and the 13 heroes captain, it would be best if he could outlast the players. Even if he couldn't, sneaking in to find an opportunity to strike would also be fine. In terms of combat power, the Platinum Dragon Lord could not guarantee that his strength could completely crush the descended players, but in terms of endurance, he could outlast as many players as came. Unless the opponent is an undead like the God of Death or the Lich King. After listing the Round Table Knights as a key target for attention, the Platinum Avatar withdrew from the Howling Valley. A month's time is neither long nor short. The deeds of the Round Table Knights, like a prairie fire, spread wildly across the entire continent, with the 6 major central nations as the center. Have you heard? A human female war god has appeared in the central region. More than that. One sword, it only took one sword. She evaporated an army of 100,000 demi-humans, not even leaving behind bone dregs. I heard that she can eat the food portion of 100 people a day, is over 3 meters tall, and has a green face and fangs. Nonsense. My cousin's younger brother's second sister-in-law's next-door uncle was a logistics worker who participated in the encirclement of the Round Table Knights. I heard that the leader of the Round Table Knights has wings on her back, a halo above her head, and a pair of golden eyes burning fiercely. Just a bunch of boasters and people who over-mythologize. In this world, besides the Dragon Lords, how could humans be so powerful? I think that Artoria is just a 1.6-meter-tall brat who was pushed up and mythologized. The story was constantly embellished as it spread, with both good and bad versions, but regardless, Artoria's image became increasingly deified. Some said she was a descendant of the 6 great gods, some said she was a newly descended god, and even more said she was a guardian born from the world's will to protect humanity. Regardless of the truth, Artoria's name had already become synonymous with the same level as the 6 great gods, the 8 greed kings, and the 13 heroes, and her deterrent power even surpassed that of the dragon lords. After all, since the dragon race began to hide, dragon lords rarely appeared before the world, but Artoria was very active, entering and leaving the 6 major central nations. As long as you dare to eat humans, I guarantee I'll cut you down. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. 10 million, 20 million. As the rumors spread, Artoria's strength also rose in a straight line, firmly sitting at the top of the world's combat power pyramid, becoming the well-deserved T0 of the version. Coupled with the holy sword and scabbard in her hand, even if the Platinum Dragon Lord or the Deep Darkness Dragon Lord used their world-class items, they would still only end up being rubbed against the ground. Thus, the world should also welcome a new era, a golden age where human heroes emerge in large numbers and heteromorphs are terminated. Divider line. Taub Forest. Ever since Leonardo established Base No. 1 here, the original balance of the Great Forest had been broken long ago. The eastern giant, Gu, known by the title Troll No. 1 Batter, after being soundly beaten by the Dark Knights, became a laborer along with his subordinates, the ogres, enjoying the benefits of working 697. The western demon snake, Ruraris, because he knew many secrets of the forest, was kept as a development talent. He was responsible for acting as a supervisor, as well as capturing goblins and clearing out wandering monsters around Base No. In contrast, the Sage of the Forest, who was also one of the 3 rulers of the Taub Forest, was kept as a pet by the Dark Knights because of his likable appearance and personality. He even obtained the name Hamsuk from Leonardo via the Den Den Mushi, cementing his status as the group's pet. As for the Sleeping Magic Tree, the Dragon Lord of Destruction, after being located by over a dozen Zakutu units, its underground spreading roots were blocked and a section of wood was cut off every day. In this way, the speed at which the Dragon Lord of Destruction absorbed the vitality of the Taub Forest could never keep up with the rate of consumption, and it would probably never wake up in this lifetime. If the 4 heavenly kings of the forest were like this, let alone other demi-human tribes. The Lizardman tribe from the original work was soloed by 2 Dark Knights, and became one of the many laborers for the expansion of Base No. Individual powerful lizard men would be assigned a few kilometers outside of Base No. 1 to disperse human adventurers who entered the Taub Forest to gather herbs or hunt monsters. This day, Hamsuk, as usual, returned from hunting alone, his tail wrapped around an antlered deer. My lords, I have returned. I hunted an antlered deer today, everyone can have a good. Seeing the exposed defensive structures of Base No. 1 from afar, Hamsuk trotted all the way. Before he could share his joy, he realized something was wrong after getting closer. The many Dark Knights who usually worked underground had all appeared at the entrance of Base No. 1 today, and Gu and the group of lizard men had been driven to a place outside the base. Rarely, there was no work of hauling boulders. What is everyone? Be quiet. Our master is inspecting the progress of the base. Do not offend the master, or I will only be able to collect your corpse. Upon hearing this, Hamsuk shivered, not daring to breathe loudly. He slowly lowered the carcass wrapped in his tail, and moved to the side. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It was at this moment that the sky above the originally clear Taub Forest changed color without warning, and the wind howled angrily. Thick clouds rolled and gathered, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. What happened? Quiet, this is our master displaying divine power. The magical beasts in the forest were restless and uneasy, emitting low roars, while the weak ones were trembling with fear, hiding deep in their dens, not daring to come out. Some human villages living on the edge of the forest, as well as a few demi-human scouts, looked up at the sky in terror. They saw, amidst the rolling dark clouds, a point of brilliant golden light slowly brightening. Subsequently, the golden light grew more and more intense, and an unimaginably huge floating courtyard, like a mirage, slowly emerged from the depths of the clouds. This was Athena's sky courtyard. The sky courtyard was located at an altitude of 1,000 meters, its main body constructed from huge, jade-white stone, carved with intricate and ancient patterns, shining with a faint spiritual light. 12 saint palaces surrounded the main temple of Athena, like a flowing ribbon of light, and also like interlocking rings, forming a single entity. However, the most eye-catching thing was that near the 12 saint palaces of the sky courtyard, there stood a huge constellation statue, each holding a different weapon. These were the 12 LV-90 constellation colossi, their auras like 12 invisible pillars of heaven, supporting the entire sky courtyard. In addition, within the vast sky courtyard, there were 800 LV-50 bronze guards and 50 LV-70 silver guardians gifted for free by the system. I have a respiratory infection these past 2 days, and am not in good condition, so I'll just write this much for now. The next 2 chapters will quickly transition to adulthood, and have a direct confrontation with the Great Tomb of Nazareth. 88 Chapter 88, Drawing a Big Pie in the Sky. Chapter 88, Drawing a Big Pie. The emergence of the sky courtyard, although not as grand in scale as the Lich King where the birth of the undead king was known for 1,000 miles around, still had a far-reaching impact. The nearest Baharuth Empire and the Kingdom of Ainz were the first to react, sending adventurers and scouts to observe the holy court that had appeared out of thin air. As for the results, they were completely useless. The sky courtyard was located 1,000 meters in the air. Ordinary adventurers could not get close to it at all. Observing it from directly beneath the holy court, or from a distance on the ground, made little difference. Furthermore, the holy light generated by the courtyard automatically blocked external magical detection, so it was impossible to obtain information using intelligence magic. Regarding the holy court that had appeared out of thin air, Jerknev took the initiative to approach Alpha this time. After confirming from him that the holy court was also a part of the mastermind's plan, the bloody emperor smiled with relief. First, secretly controlling the empire, manipulating the birth of the Lich King, and now another sky courtyard. Even if someone told him now that the neighboring Round Table Knights were related to the mastermind, Jerknev would believe it without a doubt. The original resentment he felt about being a puppet monarch vanished instantly. Undoubtedly, the mastermind controlling the empire was in existence on the level of the 6 great gods. Being a puppet pawn for this mastermind could, in a sense, be considered a stroke of luck. That he would leave his name in history among the human race in the future was a certainty. Coupled with the recent conquest of the city-state alliance of Katana, his reputation among the empire's citizens had skyrocketed. Jerknev's heart was filled with excitement, and he was immensely grateful for Leonardo's secret support. After finding out through subtle inquiries that the mastermind liked beautiful women, the Bloody Emperor had originally planned to hold a national beauty pageant to select beauties for the men behind him. But after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate. What was his status and position? As a puppet monarch, a pawn, by what right could he select a wife for Leonardo? Therefore, Jerknev had a flash of inspiration. The national beauty pageant would proceed as planned, but the purpose would be to offer beauties to the holy court to serve as a maid corps. In this way, not only could he please Leonardo, but the many officials of the empire had no objections. They even strongly supported it, planting their own most outstanding daughters to be selected, just to gain the attention of the Lord of the Holy Court. Seeing the neighboring Baharuth Empire doing this, the nobles of the kingdom, while despising them, also held a beauty pageant, hoping to gain the favor of the Holy Court. They had to fawn over it, there was no other way. Mainly because the Holy Court was too close to them. Its architecture was incredibly magnificent and sacred. Even in the fortress city of Irantal, one could see the holy court in the distance just by looking up. They couldn't fight it, and they had no intelligence whatsoever. The entrance was so spectacular that the kingdom's nobles could only follow the Baharuth Empire's lead, and choose to offer a maid corps of beauties to the holy court. As the saying goes, the sun might not remember who applauded, but it remembers very clearly who didn't. No matter what, as long as he wasn't the only one who was unlucky, it would be fine. As for the slain theocracy, upon receiving the news, their reaction was the most intense. That sky courtyard floating above the Taub forest was, in the eyes of the pontiffs of the 6 great gods, no different from another existence on the same level as the Lich King. The shadow of the undead has not yet dissipated, and now this holy court of unknown origin has been added. The balance of the world has been completely broken, we must prepare for the worst. At the slain theocracy's Supreme Council meeting, the solemn-faced pontiff of darkness pounded the table heavily. The Lich King represents death and decay, while this holy court, though its displayed power appears sacred, is of an unknown nature. Is it hostile toward humanity? Both are like two sharp swords hanging over our heads, ready to fall at any moment. We cannot sit and wait for death. According to the report from the Scripture of Windflower, the Round Table Knights that appeared in the central region, led by Artoria, who is confirmed to be a human leader on the same level as the 6 great gods, can be cooperated with. This is truly the greatest fortune in misfortune. The 6 gods favor humanity. After several hundred years, another human guardian has appeared. Because they were unsure which faction the Holy Court belonged to, the slain theocracy only cautiously observed from the sidelines, while simultaneously strengthening infiltration in the central region, striving to make contact with the rumored leader of the Round Table Knights, Artoria. As for the Platinum Dragon Lord, the entire dragon was completely numb. The Lich King hadn't been resolved, the Round Table Knights had popped up and turned the central region upside down, and now here came the Sky Courtyard. It felt like this centennial aftershock was exceptionally long. Regarding the Holy Court that had appeared out of thin air, the Platinum Dragon Lord's avatar took a look from afar, only to be directly pierced by an unknown attack and go offline once again. The armor avatar, possessing 1/10 of the main body's strength, didn't even know what kind of attack it had received. Thus, as the main body, he would likely be unable to react to such an attack either. There was nothing he could do, it was another behemoth. The current world was truly a dance of demons. Hee, I must survive until the end. The capital of the slain theocracy, the Temple of Shaker Sandex. As usual, Zeshi Zetsumei was playing with a Rubik's Cube alone in the corridor outside the treasury, relieving the boredom of her guard duty. As the slain theocracy's strongest undefeated existence, Zeshi Zetsumei had stayed here for over 100 years. Before the appearance of Artoria, she was hailed by the slain theocracy as the guardian of humanity. But now, with the leader of the Round Table Knights, who possess combat power comparable to the 6 great gods, having emerged, it naturally had nothing to do with her anymore. The title of Guardian of Humanity was something Zeshi Zetsumei had voluntarily relinquished, which also lightened the burden on her shoulders a little. Zeshi Zetsumei had seen the intelligence from the Scripture of Windflower, and admitted that she was no match for Artoria. A single sword breaking 10,000 armies, what a powerful person. She really wanted to spar with her, but unfortunately her status. In this life, she probably wouldn't have the chance to spar with this powerhouse. Click, click, click. Click, click. Playing with the Rubik's Cube in her hands, Zeshi Zetsumei suddenly raised her head, looked towards the treasury, and a smile curled on her lips. A guest has arrived, and it's a thief at that. Inside the slain theocracy's treasury, Leonardo walked and stopped, and after pocketing the world-class item Downfall of Castle and Country, he $0 shopped several more powerful artifacts. After doing all this, he deliberately leaked his aura, letting Zeshi Zetsumei, who was watching the door, come to investigate. This time, besides borrowing Downfall of Castle and Country, he also intended to abduct this elf girl. At least Astrologer Thousand Leagues had already been teleported by him to the Sky Courtyard, where she would be well disciplined by his little partner, Lilith. Well. Due to a moment of carelessness, a mouse like you actually snuck in. You nearly caused a huge disaster. The door of the treasury slowly opened. Zeshi Zetsumei's voice carried a hint of lazy teasing, as if she were mocking a cat that had wandered into forbidden territory, rather than a thief who had infiltrated the slain theocracy's treasury. Her heterochromatic eyes black and white sized up Leonardo, who had his back to her, with great interest. She held a cross-spear scythe guidance of Sharon that was taller than she was. This was a weapon used by one of the 6 great gods, the god of death Sershana. It contained multiple spells and was considered a very powerful artifact, one of the 5 pillar artifacts of the slain theocracy. Leonardo turned around with a relaxed smile on his face. He toyed with an artifact he had just acquired, and in a teasing manner, put it into his storage ring right in front of Zeshizetsumei. Oh my, I've been discovered. His tone was exaggerated, but he showed no signs of panic. However, to be personally greeted by the slain theocracy's strongest Zeshizetsumei, it is my honor. I don't feel honored in the slightest. Stealing equipment right in front of me, you arrogant bastard. Zeshizetsumei tilted her head, her black and white hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. She held her weapon across her chest. Trespassing in the sacred treasury, stealing holy artifacts, it's a capital offense. Capital offense? Leonardo shrugged, and right in front of her, pocketed a few more magic-amplifying gemstones. She was so angry she laughed. How is this any different from a thief blatantly stuffing bank cash into a bag right in front of the police? The smile on Zeshizetsumei's lips deepened, but it now held a hint of cold murderous intent. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I will grant your wish. Before the words had even faded, Zeshizetsumei's figure had already closed in. The massive cross-spear scythe in her hand cut through the air, creating a sharp whistle, the spear tip and scythe blade aiming directly for Leonardo's throat. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even the Godkin captain would not have had a chance to react before being easily slain by Zeshizetsumei. Leonardo just slightly tilted his body and brushed his hair with his left hand. The sharp scythe blade grazed past his hem, not even tearing a single thread of fabric. The speed is not bad, but it's still lacking something. Zeshizetsumei raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Although she hadn't used her full strength, ordinary powerhouses couldn't possibly dodge it so easily. The men before her seemed more interesting than she had anticipated. Interesting? She whispered. Her figure flashed again. This time, her attacks were even fiercer. The cross-spear scythe carved hundreds of afterimages in the air, each strike capable of killing the Godkin captain. Facing such dense attacks, Leonardo remained at ease. His movements were very casual. He dodged every attack with flair, and even had the leisure to offer a few comments. The angle of this move is not bad, but the control of force is not delicate enough, and the speed is slow too. Come on, keep going. This move is a bit interesting, but the flaw is too obvious. Zeshizetsumei's offensive grew faster and faster. A fighting spirit gradually ignited in her eyes. She hadn't encountered an opponent who could make her take things seriously for a long time. Several hundred moves passed in the blink of an eye. In the gaps between her attacks, a strange emotion quietly sprouted in Zeshizetsumei's heart. Powerful, such a powerful man. If she could unite with him, what kind of heaven-favored child would their offspring be? Would they have a chance to surpass Artoria, or even surpass the 6 great gods? Once this thought arose, it became unstoppable, like a prairie fire. She licked her somewhat dry lips, a flash of scorching light in her eyes, and her voice became much gentler. Outsider, you have the qualifications to make me get serious. At that moment, the aura on Zeshizetsumei's body surged violently. A pressure far more terrifying than before swept out, and the floor of the corridor even began to crack. She no longer held back, releasing her power, which was enough to crush the vast majority of existences, without reservation. She wanted to defeat him, to conquer him with absolute strength. Finally going to get serious. I'll be looking forward to it. Leonardo's smile remained unchanged. Zeshizetsumei let out a low shout, and her figure turned into an afterimage again. This time, her speed and power were more than double what they were before. Ability Super Boost Gale Super Dash Break Super Slash Super Penetration. Take this. The spear scythe, carrying the terrifying force to tear everything apart, slammed toward Leonardo. The moment it was about to hit his body, Leonardo moved. He didn't even use any weapons, he just casually raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and tapped forward lightly. Space Devour Energy Deprivation. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling light, only the faint, barely audible sound of a bubble popping. Leonardo's fingertip tapped against the guidance of Sharon from a distance. His space-devouring superpower, honed through countless exercises, precisely devoured the energy within it. The confidence on Zeshizetsumiai's face gradually solidified. She felt her heavy blow, which had condensed for martial arts, instantly disintegrated and dissolved by an irresistible energy, not even causing a ripple. Sigh, silly child, you just haven't seen the world. Original martial art, arm deprivation, impact. Seeing Zeshizetsumiai looking dazed, Leonardo launched a very ungentlemanly sneak attack. A force surged from his fingertips, along Zeshizetsumiai's arm, and swept through her entire body. The girl only felt a numbness in her left hand. She could no longer hold guidance of Sharon, which flew out of her hand, and embedded itself deep into the wall in the distance. With the powerful impact, Zeshizetsumiai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew backward, slamming heavily into the wall of the corridor with a dull thud. What made Zeshizetsumiai feel even more ashamed and furious was that under the impact of that force, her clothes shattered inch by inch, turning into rags flying all over the sky, revealing her flawless, sacred body. How is it possible? Just one strike. Zeshizetsumiai was stunned, having never expected such a result. Defeated so thoroughly, so shamefully. Leonardo looked at the naked, half-elf beauty before him, her eyes dazed yet carrying a hint of stubbornness. The smile on his lips deepened, and he reached out a hand, being very much the gentleman. Ignoring Zeshizetsumiai's embarrassment as she instantly blushed and tried to cover herself, he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and fed the girl a bottle of red potion. The beauty felt warm and soft to the touch, her skin as delicate as fine mutton-fat jade. It seems I have won. Leonardo's voice carried a hint of teasing. Watching the wounds of the beauty in his arms heal rapidly, he whispered in Zeshizetsumiai's ear. So, according to the agreement. Or rather, according to the rights of the victor, you are coming with me. Zeshizetsumiai stared at him blankly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Humiliation, unwillingness, shock, anger, and a trace of infatuation that she herself was unwilling to admit. This man was unimaginably powerful. Deep in her heart, the thought of uniting with a strong man and bearing powerful offspring was growing wildly at this moment. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Leonardo gave her no more opportunity to think. With a slight tightening of his arm, he pulled her close. As a white light appeared, their figures vanished from the spot simultaneously, leaving behind only the mess on the ground, scattered fragments of clothing, and the lonely guidance of Sharon stuck in the wall. 1 minute later, hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. The pontiffs of the 6 great gods arrived with members of the Black Scripture. When they saw the scene inside the treasury, everyone froze in place, as if under a paralysis spell. The floor was cracked and Zeshizetsumiai's weapon, Guidance of Sharon, was stuck in the wall, along with dozens of familiar clothing fragments belonging to Zeshizetsumiai. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. The pontiffs of the 6 great gods felt a chill shoot from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Their vision went black, and they nearly fainted. The slain theocracy's strongest combat power, their final trump card, that undefeated existence, had actually been abducted. And looking at this situation, it seemed to be the same treatment as Zeshizetsumiai's mother, Fien. Daring not to think any further, the pontiffs of the 6 great gods turned pale as paper, and several of the elders swayed unsteadily. It was over. This time, the slain theocracy was truly finished. Drawing a big pie, after finishing with the Bone King, it will be the other 3 in the Isekai Quartet. I hope you all get to eat it. Chapter 89, Steaming, almost forgot to update. Where is this? Astrologer Thousand Leagues, or rather, Silsi, opened her eyes groggily. She felt a wave of dizziness, and before her eyes was a mist, several figures were vaguely visible. Silsi raised her left hand to rub her head, causing a sound of water splashing, and her groggy state gradually cleared. Aha, Silsi, you're finally awake. I told you Leonardo had a good sense of proportion. A head bonk doesn't hurt the brain, the force was just right. Angelina, you lost the bet this time. Tonight, it's your turn to be responsible for warming everyone's bed. This voice, it's holy chant Lilith. Does that mean I've already died? Silsey rubbed her eyes and looked at the figures slowly approaching through the mist. Lilith, with her wet golden hair, swam to her side without regard for her image and grabbed her front armor. Eek, what are you doing? Wait, aren't we already dead? How come? The milk dragon was caught off guard and ambushed by her former friend. Silsey immediately felt an unnamed fire rise. However, the real sensation coming from her body made her doubt whether she was dead or alive. When speaking to your senior, you should be a bit more polite. Also, what do you mean by we are already dead? It seems your brain isn't clear enough yet, let me help you. Slap 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 slap. Lilith, letting herself go, gave Silsey's C-cup front armor a wild beating. Although she didn't know what happened, Astrologer Thousand Leagues wouldn't let her past companion bully her. Thus, the two began to play in the hot spring. How is it? I told you this place is very relaxing. Beside the hot spring, Leonardo held Zeshizetsumiai, leaning very intimately close to her ear. The breath he exhaled made this half-elf girl, who had been abstinent for over 100 years, unable to stop blushing. You guy. Aunt Eileen Heronfushe Zeshizetsumiai did have some favor for this man who defeated her, but after being thrown into the hot spring by Leonardo and seeing the crowd of beauties around her Dodgy, Clementine, Angelina, Lilith. The half-elf girl subconsciously compared Leonardo to her perverted father, the elf king Disam Hogan. She hadn't intended to give him a good look. But Leonardo's massage technique, practiced for 2.5 years, was too good. After a gentle massage, Aunt Eileen's mood calmed down. Feeling the robust body behind her as warm as a small sun, her heart was thumping. At this moment, everyone was in the hot spring room of the Sky Courtyard's main sanctuary. Like the main building, the hot spring room was both simple and luxurious, full of the aesthetic beauty of ancient Greek-style architecture. The entire hot spring was enough to accommodate hundreds of people bathing together. Rather than a hot spring, it was more like a large bath. Because Leonardo wanted to personally train the new members today, Dodgy and Clementine were playing on the other side of the hot spring. Lilith and Angelina, because they knew Zeshizetsumiai and Astrologer Thousand Leagues, didn't stay too far from the three. Knowing that Silsey was kidnapped, Angelina complained that Leonardo, having grown older, had begun to lose his past gentleness and became rough like other men. Then she bet with Lilith that with Astrologer Thousand Leagues' weak body, she probably wouldn't wake up until tomorrow after the bath. As it turned out, Silsey woke up quite early, and Angelina, who lost her entertainment for the evening, and had to go warm the beds for everyone in advance. That's right, that kind of imperial top-tier Silk Simmons mattress where dozens of people can lie down and play landlord together, sleeping until dawn, feeling refreshed. Water vapor swirled, staining the bath with a hazy layer. Leonardo's palms, with just the right amount of force, wandered over Zeshizetsumiai's tense shoulders and neck. The half-elf girl's skin had a strange texture, possessing both the unique delicacy and smoothness of the elf race, and the firm muscles of a warrior who had trained for years. How is it? Aunt Eileen, my massage technique is great, right? Leonardo's low voice rang in her ear, carrying a trace of banter, and also the gentleness of a boy. Zeshizetsumiai bit her lower lip and didn't answer. Leonardo saw through the girl's embarrassment. He chuckled and didn't continue to press, instead shifting his attention to her long hair draped behind her shoulders. His fingers gently brushed aside a few strands of wet hair, revealing the delicate pointed ears she had always deliberately hidden. Fox ears, round ears, and now another pair of pointed ears. They are quite good-looking. They aren't those long, pointed ears, they fit my aesthetic. It's a plus. Zeshizetsumiai stiffened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, subconsciously wanting to hide her pointed ears. Due to her painful childhood experiences, Aunt Eileen had always felt very inferior about her half-elf bloodline. Her pointed ears were the most fragile part of her heart. Now being pointed out so bluntly, and even with an appreciative gaze, made her feel a panic, yet a strange throb quietly sprouted in the bottom of her heart. "Don't look." Zeshy Zetsumiai's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Leonardo didn't stop. Instead, he used his fingertips to gently rub her cool earlobes, which were very smooth and soft. Although not as good as Daji's dust-free constitution, it was still food-grade existence. As an old foodie, besides Daji's top-quality jade feet, Clementine, and Lilith's crazy thunder, Zeshy Zetsumiai's half-elf ears also had to be added to the recipe. Why hide them? Such beautiful ears are your unique charm, no need to care about others' eyes. After speaking, Leonardo opened his mouth slightly, and gently gnawed on her earlobe with his teeth. An irrepressible moan overflowed from the depths of Zeshy Zetsumiai's throat. Her whole body trembled, feeling a weak electric current rush through her limbs and bones. The feeling was strange and intense, causing her to lose all strength instantly, and she could only lean softly in Leonardo's arms. And for an old foodie, this was just the beginning. Leonardo didn't stop there. He first rubbed gently with his lips, then stuck out the tip of his tongue, and carefully licked the sensitive tip. Zeshy Zetsumiai's body suddenly tensed, then relaxed weakly. Her cheeks were so red they were almost dripping blood, and even her ear roots were stained with a crimson hue. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly due to shyness and passion. Her hands unconsciously grabbed the arm Leonardo had wrapped around her waist, her knuckles turning slightly white. "So half-elf ears are this sensitive?" Leonardo whispered wickedly, his fingers gently pinching her earlobe, continuing to tease the half-elf girl in front of him. "No wonder you always hide them. Just looking at them makes you very shy, right? Bastard." Aunt Eileen's voice was already trembling slightly. She had never thought she would be treated like this, let alone that she would not hate this feeling. Her heartbeat was unprecedentedly intense, and a strange heat and warmth surged from the depths of her body. She wanted to struggle, but Leonardo's technique was too skilled, and every touch stimulated her nerves. Plus, the other party's strength was far greater than her own, and she couldn't break free at all. In the end, Zeshy Zetsumiai could only close her eyes and resign herself to her fate, letting him do as he pleased with her ear tips. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Lilith, that's enough." Silsey struggled to poke her head out of the water, her short hair sticking to her cheeks, her chest aching with anger. "Oh, Silsey is angry." Lilith giggled and pinched her cheeks, feeling very comfortable, the usual suppression relieved quite a bit. "Whether you're dead or not, you're awake now, right?" Silsey puffed out her cheeks, suddenly smiled cunningly, and suddenly reached out to grab Lilith's shoulders, pressing her directly into the water. "Take this." Lilith was caught off guard by the sneak attack and choked on some water. After reacting, she immediately wrapped her arms around Silsey's waist, and the two tangled together in the water again, the splashing water causing Angelina in the distance to roll her eyes. "Really, these two?" She sighed, but her gaze couldn't help but turn toward Leonardo's direction. She saw Zeshy Zetsumiai had completely softened in his arms, her ears red as if they were about to drip blood. And Leonardo was kissing her ear tips with a satisfied face, his fingers still gently combing through her hair. Angelina curled her lips, refreshing her understanding of Zeshy Zetsumiai. This performance wasn't even as good as hers. TSK, another one tamed. Just as the hot spring room in the sky courtyard was full of playfulness and tenderness, the distant slain theocracy was shrouded in unprecedented panic and chaos. Losing Zeshy Zetsumiai, the slain theocracy was like losing its strongest shield, exposed to a potentially huge threat. Who exactly kidnapped Zeshy Zetsumiai? The Platinum Dragon Lord, the Lich King, or some other existence unknown to the slain theocracy? And the other party also took away the world-class item downfall of castle and country that was very important to the slain theocracy. Not to mention other artifacts and legendary items. After this wave, the slain theocracy was directly severely injured, and what worried the six great gods the most was that astrologer Thousand Leagues of the Black Scripture had also gone missing at the same time. From the start of the battle to the end, it was only 2 or 3 minutes, and Zeshizetsumei was actually kidnapped, along with Astrologer Thousand Leagues. The Pontiff of Darkness had a sallow complexion, and hadn't slept well for several days. Even worse, the enemy is still unknown. There is another important problem. Astrologer Thousand Leagues holds many of our core confidential intelligence. Her disappearance is a devastating blow to our intelligence network. Another Pontiff of Water, wearing clerical robes, added, his tone full of anxiety and worry, fearing that the slain theocracy would suffer a devastating blow from an unknown enemy at any moment. The other party can take away 2 people silently. Their strength is likely to have reached the level of the 6 great gods. Another existence at the level of the 6 great gods and 8 greed kings. Although they were prepared for the arrival of a new era, they didn't expect to receive such a serious blow at the start. After this lesson, the guards strengthened their patrols. The slain theocracy's army also entered the highest level of alert. Except for the Sunlight Scripture staying in the hilly area responsible for monitoring the Lich King, all other Scripture troops returned. After more than 10 minutes of intense debate, the 6 great gods reached a consensus. The whole country immediately activated the highest level of emergency plan. First, the whole country enters a wartime alert state, all troops assemble, and defensive fortifications are reinforced. Second, send the most elite messengers to the central continent at the fastest speed to request aid from the Round Table Knights, at least to solve the potential danger of the Lich King first. Third, half-activate the protective measures left by the Death God, ready to deal with the suddenly descending enemy at any time. The order was quickly conveyed, and the slain theocracy's war machine began to run slowly. Meanwhile, in the training ground of the Black Scripture, Zeshizetsumei's disappearance and Astrologer Thousand Leagues' departure were like 2 giant stones pressing on the hearts of every member. The Godkin captain stood before the window, looking at the distant sky covered by dark clouds, and remained silent for a long time. There was no expression on his face, but his clenched fists and slightly trembling body exposed his inner unrest. Not long ago, the 6 great gods talked to him. Zeshizetsumei is not here. Do you dare to act as the guardian of the slain theocracy? Why not dare? I, Kuro, only advance, never retreat. After the Lich King incident, the Godkin captain had grown a lot. Although Zeshizetsumei usually trained them ruthlessly, and was unforgiving, it was undeniable that she had always been their spiritual pillar, and the trump card of the slain theocracy. Now, this trump card was gone. Captain, what should we do now? A member spoke, his voice trembling slightly. The Godkin captain turned around, his gaze slowly scanning every member present, his gaze without the usual gentleness. All of you, raise your heads. His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of desolation. Even if the extra seat Zeshizetsumei is gone, and Astrologer Thousand Leagues is missing, we cannot be so decadent. He paused, seeing someone subconsciously clenching their fists. I know how you feel. But now is not the time to indulge in negative emotions. The slain theocracy is facing an unprecedented crisis, the enemy is lurking in the dark, and we, the Black Scripture, are the last barrier of the slain theocracy. We cannot fall, and we must never retreat. The Godkin captain's voice gradually raised, trying to downplay the sadness. Zeshizetsumei is very powerful, and is our pride, but it also made us rely on the strong. Now, it is time for us to stand up ourselves. From today on, we will take over the heavy responsibility of guarding, lead everyone to protect our faith, and protect our home. Ainz stood up and clenched his fists. The captain is right, we cannot let the slain theocracy down. That's right, we are the Black Scripture. Let those guys hiding in the dark see our power. Isn't it just taking on the duty of guarding? Why not dare? The impassioned emotions quickly spread in the hall. Among the members, fear was replaced by anger, and confusion was dispelled by determination. Rather than despair, it is better to burn passionately. Very good. The Godkin captain nodded heavily, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he got everyone to cheer up. That guy's disappearance was still too big a blow to the top brass of the slain theocracy. From now on, everyone's training will be doubled. Resources will lean towards actual combat. We must improve everyone's combat power in the shortest time. We must take over the intelligence network left by Astrologer Thousand Leagues as soon as possible, and find the enemy's trail at all costs. He walked to the center of the hall, regaining the youthful spirit. We will inherit Zeshi's at Sumiai's will, use our own hands to cut through the darkness, and welcome the light. For the slain theocracy. For the faith of the six gods. For the slain theocracy. For the faith of the six gods. 90 Chapter 90, Coming of Age Ceremony Chapter 90, Coming of Age Ceremony. Check-in successful today. Obtained purple item, Immortal Chin, Elixir of Longevity, and Eternal Youth * 100. The road to immortality is long. Tell me, can I reach the other side? Check-in successful today. Obtained white item, Most Impulsive Fantasy Top 10 Beauties Photojournal * 10. The 3D section cannot exist without Tifa, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem. Detected that the host has checked in for 5,000 consecutive days. Completed the check-in master achievement. Obtained achievement reward, significant increase in the quality of 10-day check-ins, prismatic item drop rate increased to 0. Check-in successful today. Obtained orange item, Inyang Dharma Body 2 minds, 1 soul, 2 bodies, double the experience, double the happiness, double the guarantee. Check-in successful today. Obtained gold item, Blessing of the Immortal Blessing of the Sun and Moon Heavenly God. I will not die before the night arrives, and I will be reborn after the night arrives. Check-in successful today. Obtained gold item, Talent a Limit Strengthening 80, Sledgehammer 80. Whose plus 16 enhanced weapon is this? If no one claims it, I'm taking it. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 4 years had gone by. In 1 month, Leonardo would welcome his coming-of-age ceremony, and officially become the heir to the Erodel territory. Over the past few years, Leonardo had made the following arrangements. 1 month after the Sky Courtyard appeared, he set up a dungeon 100 meters underground in the Katsa Plains, using the mechanic of killing monsters to drop equipment to attract adventurers from various countries to explore. The dungeon refreshed thousands of miscellaneous monsters daily, as well as clones of captured local monsters, crystallizing their data. The final boss was a level 75 black dragon, and the reward for clearing it was exile to another dimension. The dungeon was monitored throughout, and the terrain changed over time, so it was possible for novices to stumble into the final level. 2 In the same month, residents of Karne village and nearby villages were brought by kingdom soldiers to settle near Irantal, and their original residences were converted into outpost observation bases. 3 months later, a super-rare monster appeared on the natural dividing line between the kingdom and the empire, the Angelisia Mountains, the silver-winged disaster, the comet dragon, with a challenge level as high as 250+. Because of its cool appearance and frequent appearances, it spread among the surrounding adventurers, and many people camped in the wild for over 10 days just to catch a glimpse of the silver-winged disaster. Yes, that's right, the above 3 layouts were aimed at Ainz' alt account codenamed Mammon. Being targeted from the start, Ainz, who was always cautious and liked to play information warfare, would definitely turn into a mouse, hiding in Nazarick for a week or 2 before daring to go out to collect information. And because he was an undead, he had to create an alt account to go out and collect information. The birth of the adventurer alt account Mammon had become inevitable. The premise here refers to the situation where Ainz discovers that the enemies invading Nazarick are too powerful for the Floor Guardians to resist, forcing him to flee using a world-class item. The dungeon and the Comet Dragon were both setups for Mammon. Being able to clear the Great Underground Tomb in one go was best, but if the other party ran away, he still had to scheme against them in these aspects. 4 In the 6th month, the capital of the Troll Kingdom in the central part of the continent was slaughtered by the Round Table Knights. At Leonardo's suggestion, Artoria established the Kingdom of Britannia, replacing the original political position of the 6 troll nations. This was mainly because the culture of humans in other parts of the continent was too different from that of the humans in the northwest. It was necessary to establish a unified and powerful regime first to slowly change the life values and cultural identity of these local humans. Secondly, Leonardo wanted to try having a queen, and coupled with the regret in Artoria's heart, the two hit it off and hastily founded the current strongest human nation, the Kingdom of Britannia. As support, and also to clear out his inventory, Leonardo handed over his more than 100,000 dependents to Artoria to handle, serving as the cornerstone of the Kingdom of Britannia. On the first day of the country's founding, Artoria personally beheaded the Troll King in front of tens of thousands of human slaves, declaring the Declaration of Independence belonging to the humans of this different world. The Trolls, with a population of over 80 million, originally wanted to struggle, but in the face of the decapitation operation of the Round Table Knights, they could not organize any effective counterattack. Coupled with the fall of the capital and the annihilation of the king and the royal family, these trolls directly split into multiple regimes. While they were fighting internally, the ownership of the kingdom also began to polarize. The surrender faction and the resistance faction were split 40/60. With over 80 million troll residents, plus tens of millions of other miscellaneous demi-humans, wiping out the trolls was too radical and wasteful, and handling them was also a problem. Mainly worried that wiping out the trolls would cause other countries to panic and kill all human slaves when they were attacked. It was better to subdue a batch, promote a batch, and suppress a batch. These complicated problems were not difficult for Artoria, and she handled the follow-up and future development direction in just a few weeks. The surrounding 5 major powers were forced to recognize the existence of Britannia, and signed a population exchange agreement, closing the human farming grounds in their own regions in exchange for the friendship of the Kingdom of Britannia, and other material resources. 5. At the end of the year, the Sky City in the southern desert was visited by Leonardo. Several level 100 NPCs tried their best, but could not stop the outcome of the treasury being emptied. These data-living level 100 NPCs were limited by their character settings before crossing over and only held favorability towards individual creators among the 8 Greed Kings, and there were contradictions within them. Although they wouldn't fight directly, they were happy to see their companions suffer, but they would be united against outsiders to guard the remaining Sky City. Leonardo tried to use the world-class item Downfall of Castle and Country to control these level 100 NPCs, but found that he could only control 2 at most at the same time, anymore, and it wouldn't work. And the blue quality star new necklace only worked on characters below level 70. To control level 100 NPCs, he had to rely on purple quality related items. The gains from the trip to Sky City were as follows: 5 artifact grade items, 12 legendary grade, 72 relic grade, thousands of heritage grade, thousands of top tier, and the rest were omitted. It is said that most of the equipment was destroyed during the 8 Greed Kings era due to internal fighting. 2 level 100 NPC thugs. Leonardo planned to let them attack Nazarick together in a few years to consume the traps on the first few floors. 6. He tried to correct Irene's emotions many times, but the results were not ideal. If he pushed too hard, Irene would use emotional resonance, making his own thoughts lean a bit towards incest. The last time he went home was more than half a year ago. On the second night after Leonardo returned home, he was rendered speechless by Irene, who was hiding in the bed to warm it. He used a sheep talisman to knock her unconscious and carried the naked sister back to her room. The contact during the process left Leonardo silent for a long time. That damn feeling of his heart racing scared him. This was the closest he had ever been to the destined sky. After that, he stayed at home for 2 days, then used the excuse of going to the dungeon for an adventure to say goodbye to his hometown for a few months. During the process, he kept interacting with Kalka, Renner, and many other girls to alleviate the throbbing in his heart. 1 month is not long, nor is it short. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Leonardo's coming-of-age ceremony. The Viscount Cadian's mansion was decorated with a new look. The morning light was just breaking, and the golden sunlight played a festive halo over the spires of the castle, the fountains in the square, and even the colorful flags hanging on both sides of the street. The air was filled with the aroma of baked bread, the fragrance of flowers, and a kind of clamor and expectation belonging to the celebration. Leonardo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom, overlooking the crowd gathering below. He wore a well-cut black formal suit, which made his already tall and straight figure appear even more slender. The greenness of his youth had faded from his brows, replaced by a bit of sharpness. In 4 years, the boy had become a 2.25-meter-tall burly man. Fortunately, there were many humans over 2 m tall in this different world, so his physique was still within a reasonable range. Saber's former shy fantasy was about to become reality. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It was the aura of an acquaintance. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and Irene walked in. She had also dressed up carefully today, wearing a light blue long dress that outlined her graceful curves. Her golden long hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, setting off her skin as white as snow. Leonardo, are you ready? The guests are almost all here, and Father asked me to call you. Irene's voice was as gentle as ever, and the look in her eyes as she looked at him was still full of love, though she had restrained herself a lot today. Almost. Leonardo looked at his sister and couldn't help but sigh. Leonardo, after today, you will be a true adult. It won't be long before you have a wife of your own. Irene's voice carried a trace of melancholy, her gaze lingering on Leonardo, wanting to engrave the appearance of her dear brother at this moment deep into her heart. Leonardo avoided his sister's overly scorching gaze, straightened his bow tie, and said indifferently, Sister, today is the coming-of-age ceremony, saying these things is still too early. That's true. Irene responded in a low voice, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. Our Leonardo is now a well-known adamantite rank adventurer and a future viscount. Naturally, countless excellent women will be infatuated with you. She paused, her tone turning warm. She reached out, wanting to smooth out the non-existent wrinkles on her brother's suit like she did when they were young, but stopped in midair, finally just gently brushing her skirt. Let's go, don't keep Father and the guests waiting. Leonardo responded and took the lead. Irene followed behind him, watching his broad and straight back. In those emerald green eyes, there was only his figure. For years had passed in the blink of an eye, and little brother had grown up too. Come to think of it, the last time she held Leonardo's small hand was before she left for the academy. It felt like only yesterday. Her little brother was so cute back then, and now that Leonardo has grown up, he is so manly. It is truly delightful. Irene knew that her feelings were not tolerated by society, and she felt Leonardo's resistance keenly, but the stubborn love in her heart had long since taken deep root. Walking through the ornately decorated corridor, the clamor of the castle hall grew clearer. When the two appeared side by side at the top of the spiral staircase leading to the hall, the originally noisy hall instantly quieted down, and all eyes focused on them. Leonardo's father, Viscount Cadian, was standing in the center of the hall, and seeing them, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Leonardo, you have finally arrived. Viscount Cadian stepped forward, patted his shoulder, his eyes full of pride, his face glowing with energy and vitality. Leonardo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the guests who had come to attend the coming-of-age ceremony below. He saw nobles of all ranks from the territory, saw familiar collateral branches of the family, and also saw some unfamiliar faces from the royal capital. The air was filled with whispers, the crisp clinking of wine glasses, and the melodious music played by the band. Everyone, please listen to me. Viscount Cadian cleared his throat, walked to the podium that had been prepared, and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Distinguished guests, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of my son, Leonardo Irodel. Viscount Cadian's voice was resonant, and his body remained robust. Time always passes quickly. The child who was once babbling is now a tall and upright young man. My son, Leonardo, has not only passed the kingdom's highest-ranking adventurer certification, but has also demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom during his trials. From this day forward, he will officially become the heir to the Irodel territory, shouldering the future of the family and the territory. Clapping, clapping, clapping. Thunderous applause erupted, lasting for a long time. Leonardo straightened his back, accepting the attention of the crowd. He could feel the expectations from his father, the trust from the people of the territory, and he could also feel the gentle gaze from behind that had always followed him and never left. He turned his head slightly, meeting Irene's gaze. The pride and love in her eyes were almost overflowing. This made Leonardo's heart tighten, and he hurriedly turned his head back. Next was the core ritual of the coming-of-age ceremony, the eldest or highest-ranking member of the family pinning the family crest onto the noble youth who was about to come of age. The Ooal family crest was a silver eagle with wings spread, embedded on a deep blue background, representing patrolling and watching over. Viscount Cadian personally picked up the crest from the tray and walked in front of Leonardo with a solemn expression. Leonardo bowed his head slightly, allowing his father to touch his left chest and pin the family crest onto his formal attire. Leonardo Ooal, Viscount Cadian's voice carried a sense of solemnity. From this moment on, you will face the world as an adult and assume family responsibilities. May the glory of the Silver Eagle be with you, and may the bloodline of Ooal be even more glorious because of you. Yes, father. Leonardo's voice was steady and powerful. The ceremony was completed, and enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted in the hall again. Viscount Cadian signaled for Leonardo to come forward to accept the congratulations of the guests. Leonardo walked slowly down the spiral staircase, and was immediately surrounded by the crowd coming to congratulate him. The nobles raised their glasses one after another, offering flowery words of praise, while the young ladies cast lingering glances, boldly showing their affection to this young, promising, and handsome heir to the Viscount. Leonardo handled it with ease, wearing a proper smile on his face, responding one by one to the young women who crowded around him. Just then, several familiar voices came from the crowd. Leonardo, over here, over here. A crisp and lively voice rang out, filled with excitement. Leonardo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lokius wearing a fiery red outfit, looking vibrant and energetic, pulling two friends through the crowd toward him. Lokius was also carrying a beautifully wrapped small box in her hand. Beside her was Renner, elegant in temperament and wearing a simple, graceful long dress, still maintaining her usual indifferent demeanor. Trailing behind was Ooal, still in her unchanging outfit, wearing her white mask. Renner, Lokius, Ooal, you are here. Humph, of course I had to come. After all, it's such an important day for you, I couldn't miss it. Renner was led by Lokius all the way to Leonardo, looking up with her small face, and handed him an exquisite box. For you, a coming-of-age gift. Thank you. Leonardo took it, it felt quite heavy in his hand. Lokius also handed over the box in her hand. Open it and see, I guarantee you'll like it. And mine. Ooal also presented her gift, the packaging simple and elegant. Thank you for coming all this way, Leonardo said sincerely. This scene was seen by Irene standing on the spiral staircase. The wine glass in her hand was gripped tightly, the wine sloshing, and a trace of envy flashed in her emerald eyes. Excuse me, dear Miss Irene. A young noble stepped forward and bowed politely. May I have this dance? Irene managed a forced smile and politely declined. Sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell. She hurried away from the spiral staircase and walked toward the corner of the banquet hall, but her gaze remained locked on Leonardo and his friends. Feeling that intense gaze from behind, Leonardo looked at Irene in the corner and waved at her. Sister, come over and meet my friends. Irene took a deep breath, composed her expression, and walked toward them gracefully. She deliberately stood between Leonardo and Renner, lifting her chin slightly. Hello, I am Irene, Leonardo's sister. Renner keenly sensed Irene's intent, but she still maintained a polite smile. Long time no see, Miss Irene. Leonardo often mentions you, and I am grateful for your care all these years. Is that so? Irene turned her head to look at her little brother, her eyes filled with inquiry. What has he said? Leonardo cleared his throat, looking slightly awkward. saying that sister takes good care of me and such. Lockheed interjected without noticing anything. This girl had put all her talent into combat, and her emotional intelligence was completely negative. I remember Leonardo saying once when school started that he heard Sister Irene's homemade cookies are delicious. Oh, that you still remember. Irene looked at her little brother, her voice filled with a hint of nostalgia. Of course I remember, I'm a genius with a photographic memory, aren't I? Leonardo smiled, feeling a bit forced. However, lately, Sister has been fond of adding extra ingredients, and the taste feels like it's missing something compared to back then. Mentioning the events from not long ago, Irene's face suddenly turned red. She remembered the time she had tried to add love potions into the pastries. Fortunately, Leonardo didn't know at the time. But did he really not know? Leonardo knew everything, he just didn't want to point it out, and the effect of that little bit of love potion was not even as good as a Viagra. Evil Eye sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. She tugged at Leonardo's sleeve and said in a sweet, clear voice, "I want to try that cake." She pointed to the dessert table in the distance, extending her small hand. "I'll take you." Leonardo naturally took the small hand of Evil Eye and walked toward the dessert table, and Lockheed, that little foodie, immediately followed. Irene watched their retreating backs, her nails digging into her palms involuntarily. Her little brother, who always refused her cuddles, actually took someone else's hand. Why reject her? Is the relationship between blood relatives that important? But the two of them weren't born of the same father and mother, so it's not like they couldn't be together. Renner noticed Irene's reaction. She took a thoughtful sip of fruit wine, already having a guess in her heart. Sister seems very concerned about Leonardo. Irene withdrew her gaze and forced herself to smile. He is my only little brother, so naturally, I must take extra care of him. Only a little brother? Renner asked softly, her sky-blue eyes staring straight at Irene. Irene's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a wave of panic, but she quickly calmed down. She couldn't lose her composure in front of a younger generation. Of course, what else could it be? Renner didn't answer, she just smiled meaningfully, then bowed gracefully and bid her farewell. Please excuse me, Sister Irene. I see an old friend and need to go say hello. Irene stood alone in place, feeling that she did not belong here. The entire banquet hall was bustling, yet she felt like an outsider, watching Leonardo chatting and laughing with his friends while she could only watch from afar. The banquet continued until late at night. Leonardo was surrounded by guests coming to congratulate him, having almost no chance to catch his breath. When he finally managed to escape, the moon was already hanging high in the night sky. He walked toward the castle terrace, wanting to breathe some fresh air. He pushed open the glass door, only to find that Irene was already there, with her back to him, the moonlight outlining her slender silhouette. Leonardo called out softly. Irene did not turn around, her voice was a little hoarse. Are you satisfied with the banquet? My dear little brother. Leonardo walked to her side and leaned on the stone railing. It was perfect, thank you for your concern, sister. I saw that you and your friends were getting along very well, and I am genuinely happy about that. Irene turned her head, but her eyes were a bit red, looking as if she had cried not long ago. Chapter 91, The Entanglement of Emotions. Sister, are you crying? Seeing Irene's red eyes, Leonardo assumed she was heartbroken over some emotional dispute. No, I'm just too happy. Irene touched the corner of her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. This wasn't a lie. Sadness, joy, excitement, standing alone on the terrace just now, she had indeed shed tears of joy. It wasn't that Irene had let go, rather, she had confessed everything to her parents not long ago. Leonardo, my dear little brother, I must tell you this good news. Father doesn't mind us being together. Oh, wait, what? Caught off guard, Leonardo was stunned by his sister's thunderous declaration for 5 seconds before he managed to ask, his expression serious. Irene, are you sure you aren't drunk? Do you know what you're saying? How could father possibly agree to something like this? Irene shook her head, her eyes filled with a stubborn seriousness. I am very clear-headed, Leonardo, clearer than ever. I went to see father, just a short while ago, and I told him everything about my feelings for you. Leonardo was speechless for a moment. He couldn't imagine how his sister had mustered the courage to bring this matter up to their father. Confessing everything to their parents required immense courage. Father. He was shocked, very shocked. He was silent for a long time, so long that I thought he would fly into a rage, scold me, and then throw me out of the house. Irene's body trembled slightly. She had been truly nervous at that moment, but she had still made her choice. Between herself and her little brother, there needed to be a conclusion. But father didn't. He just looked at me and asked if my feelings for you were real. If it wasn't just a fleeting infatuation, or just the reliance and possessiveness I've had for my younger brother since childhood. This was very much in line with their father's character. Viscount Cadian was an excellent man with great cultivation. Coupled with his suspicions over the years, now that Irene had confessed everything, he hadn't been angry enough to lose his composure. I told him I was very certain. From the moment I realized this feeling wasn't just simple sibling affection, it has never changed. It might be irrational, and it might be unacceptable to the world, but I cannot deceive myself, nor can I control it. Irene's voice gradually steadied, carrying a sense of burning bridges, and a hint of joy. Then, father sighed. He said that you and I are not of the same mother, and from the perspective of the kingdom's laws and noble bloodlines, there are no insurmountable obstacles between us, but... Irene took a breath, her eyes locked tightly on Leonardo. But he hoped I would understand how difficult this path would be, and he hoped I would respect your wishes. He said if you also share the same feelings, he would not oppose it. What the? Leonardo was stunned, he stumbled back a step. Father. He really said that? That's impossible. Sister, you must have misunderstood father's meaning. Perhaps he just didn't want to upset you while you were so emotional. I did not misunderstand. That is exactly what he said. Irene raised her voice, tears welling up in her eyes. Leonardo, tell me, isn't this what we have always been worried about? Deep down in your heart, do you really have not even a shred of romantic feelings for me? All those years I took care of you, the tacit understanding between us, did you really just take it all as familial concern? She took a step forward, closing in on Leonardo, her eyes filled with expectation, pain, and questioning. You rejected my closeness because you thought we were siblings. But now that obstacle no longer exists. Father has agreed, yet you still want to reject me, why? Leonardo felt a headache coming on. Irene's words struck at the bottom line and perceptions he had always held onto. His father's attitude, Irene's confession, all of it plunged him into moral chaos. He looked at Irene, tears streaming down her face, his heart filled with a mixture of emotions. He admitted that, to him, Irene was one of the most important people in his life. Since he was young, she had taken care of him like a mother, protected him, guided him. He relied on her, trusted her, and even, in certain moments, he had also harbored some hazy, unusual feelings for this talented and beautiful sister, feelings he dared not even delve into himself. But he had always forcibly suppressed these emotions in the deepest part of his heart. Leonardo was a bit afraid. Losing his moral bottom line and indulging his desires might make him no longer himself. His personality might be a bit like Homelander, but he was still himself, with his own bottom line. If he indulged himself from then on, would he really not fall into depravity? Indulging in debauchery, physical lust, craving the flesh more than the soul, well, fine. Actually, it was just the moral education he received in his past life that didn't allow him to do such things. Moreover, the defects of inbreeding were common even in this world. He wasn't about to be with Irene for so long only for their offspring to have genetic defects. There was a way to ensure their offspring wouldn't have problems. This is too sudden. I need time, Time, how much longer? Irene interrupted him, tears streaming down uncontrollably. I have waited too long, Leonardo. From the time you grew up, from the moment other girls started appearing by your side, I have been waiting. Waiting for you to turn back and look at me. You said my cookies weren't as good as before, that's because my heart was in chaos. The secret ingredients I liked to add were feelings I dared not speak of. Do you really not know anything? Or do you know but have been pretending not to know? Leonardo looked at Irene's red eyes, a surge of guilt rising in his heart. He knew that no matter what, he could no longer evade things vaguely as he had before. I'm sorry for making you endure so much. Please wait 2 more days, and I will give you an answer in 2 days. The wind on the terrace was a bit chilly, stirring Irene's hair and blowing away the lingering noise of the banquet. Leonardo left. He did not go to find his father, because the other party had been observing from the shadows just now. Going to find him now would only add to his troubles. Irene did not respond to Leonardo's words. She could afford to wait 2 days, after all, she had made it through over 4 years of anticipation, so 2 more days didn't matter. Damn it, what is all this? Leonardo muttered to himself. Now he needed to find someone to talk to, needed to gain a different perspective from someone he trusted, even if just for a moment of solace. With this thought in mind, his figure flickered and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Relying on his familiarity with the mansion and his perception, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, he quickly found Renner, Locuse, and Evil Eye, who were talking softly with several female companions in the side hall. Seeing Leonardo approach with a grave expression and motion for them to step aside to talk, the 3 young ladies keenly sensed that something unusual was happening. They all rose one after another and followed him out of the bustling banquet hall. Leonardo did not take them to any private room, but instead used a group teleportation to bring the 3 of them directly to the sky courtyard. Although the 3 ladies were surprised by the change in environment, out of trust for Leonardo, they didn't say much, simply waiting quietly for their lover before them to pour out his troubles. Leonardo turned around, looking at the 3 young ladies before him, each with her own unique charm. Renner, Locuse, Evil Eye, they were all important people in his life, objects he could trust and confide in. He took a deep breath and recounted the conversation he had just had with Irene, as well as his father's shocking stance, telling them everything in detail. As he narrated, the expressions of Locuse and Evil Eye shifted from initial surprise to gradually becoming complex. As for Renner, she had already guessed it earlier, and now, hearing Leonardo lay everything out, she couldn't help but sigh at the charm of childhood sweethearts. This guy really does eat both the old and the young. So right now, I really don't know what to do. Leonardo smiled bitterly and sat down on the edge of the bed with the 3 of them to discuss this problem together. She has endured too much and I am afraid. I am afraid of breaking a certain balance, afraid that I will walk down a path of no return. His voice was filled with exhaustion, a side of him he rarely showed to outsiders. He had always been that calm, powerful Leonardo, but at this moment, he was just a young man troubled by emotional and moral dilemmas. Renner looked at his painful appearance, and the softest part of her heart was deeply touched. She stepped forward and gently held Leonardo's cold hand. The golden princess's palm was warm and soft, conveying silent support. Leonardo, don't think so much. Renner looked up, her clear eyes reflecting his figure. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. But I want you to know that suppressing your own heart will also bring pain. Sister Irene, she is very brave. Admittedly, speaking objectively. If Renner were in the same situation as Irene, she believed she wouldn't be able to confess to her parents. Instead, it might lead to further Yandere tendencies, developing the idea of keeping her little brother in captivity. Locuse also stepped forward and patted his shoulder. This kind of thing is indeed very tricky. But you are the genius, Leonardo, aren't you? You can always make the most correct choice. However, don't wrong yourself too much. Evil Eye stood quietly to the side. Human emotions, being transient, didn't mean much to her. The only thing she worried about was that after a few hundred years, she would be separated from everyone and be left alone once again. Therefore, this was also the reason why Evil Eye didn't mind that there were many women around Leonardo. Because compared to the entire civilization, a human life is too short. Even with the gift of the Tower of Fate, it would only extend the time of companionship by a few hundred or 1,000 years, which, compared to a vampire's immortality, was still too short. Leonardo had already occupied half of her body and mind, so, my lover. Do whatever you want to do, no matter what you do, I will support you. I hope we can have no regrets in each other's company. The understanding and support of the three flowed like a warm current, slowly into Leonardo's heart. He looked at the unconcealed concern and love in Renner's eyes, and a warmth welled up in his heart. In this chaotic and confused moment, this pure emotion seemed particularly precious. When feelings run deep, it is often hard to restrain oneself. Renner looked at Leonardo's face, so close at hand, and looked at the complex emotions in his eyes. An impulse surged in her heart. She stood slightly on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and with a slight tremor, gently kissed Leonardo's lips. She did it. Renner had easily done what Locus and Evil Eye had fantasized about for a long time, but had yet to achieve. This kiss was gentle and long, splitting through Leonardo's chaotic thoughts. The other two slow-witted girls were already stunned. Leonardo, feeling the softness and warmth on his lips, as well as the slight tremor of Renner's body, decisively engaged in a deep French kiss with her. However, this scene did not last long. The side door of the sanctuary bedroom was violently pushed open, and two figures rushed in. Leading them was Artoria, her golden hair shining exceptionally bright under the moonlight, her emerald eyes particularly sharp. Following closely behind was Dodgy, her fox eyes, always filled with charm, now flashing with excitement and greed. The two had clearly been eavesdropping outside for a long time. Seeing the scene inside the room, especially Leonardo's chest rising and falling slightly due to shock and passion, she licked her lips, a flash of slyness in her eyes. Oh my, it's really lively here, Dodgy giggled and walked straight towards Leonardo. Renner was startled by these sudden intruders and subconsciously wanted to hide behind Leonardo, but Artoria stepped forward, reaching out to block her by the waist. You stay away from my master. Your master? Renner was not to be outdone. Although her strength was weak, when it came to emotional issues involving Leonardo, the Golden Princess's pride did not allow her to retreat. Leonardo belongs to everyone. And besides, I was first. Artoria interrupted her. Although her holy sword was not drawn, that oppressive aura had already permeated the room. Master's first kiss can only belong to me. As she spoke, she ignored everyone else and leaned down, about to press her lips against Leonardo's, attempting to reclaim that lost sovereignty. First kiss. So it's the golden-haired loser dog. Renner's lips curled slightly, but she didn't rush to snatch her lover's kiss from Saber. What a pathetic night. Artoria probably couldn't dream that her so-called master had his first kiss taken by her years ago, But before the Golden Princess could be happy for long, everyone saw Dodgy pounce, knocking Leonardo and Artoria onto the bed. The three of them sank into the soft velvet mattress, and the night's kiss was forced to separate. You all calm down. His protest was blocked by Dodgy's lips. The vixen's tails had wrapped around his waist before anyone knew it, the fluffy fox tails spreading out like living things, simultaneously dragging everyone else aside. Everyone clearly wants it, why lie to yourselves? Her fingers nimbly untied Leonardo's belt, removing her own cumbersome clothes, her tails swaying freely. My dear needs to release, and you all are the same. This sentence was the final straw that broke their reason. Renner was the second to pounce. The Golden Princess's reserve shattered into pieces, she hugged Leonardo's arm, and wouldn't let go. It was clearly me first, we are the childhood sweethearts. Artoria saw the dragon shed its armor and knelt on one knee. Master, please allow me to serve you. 92 Chapter 92, The Grand Feast for the Coming-of-Age Ceremony. Chapter 92, The Grand Banquet of the Coming-of-Age Ceremony. My dear, let me tell everyone a story. Once upon a time, there was a cute little fox. She had always been disguising her hungry heart, enduring all sorts of teasing from her master, and every night, she would accumulate a certain emotion. Inside the sanctuary, in the private bedroom, on a massive dining table. Tonight was Leonardo's coming-of-age ceremony, the day his destiny-bound Guanyu awakened, so naturally, there had to be a grand feast. 5 tiger soft whip soup. Leonardo was forced to sit in the very center, with Renner hugging his left arm, Artoria pulling on his right arm, and Locus and Evil Eye hanging off his thighs like accessories. Dodgy, seeing such a heartwarming scene, decided on the spot to tell a few little stories to liven up the moon tonight. Cagiat. Little witch, every few days, the little fox's master would bring back a few stray little ones. Poor little fox. You demi-human, don't eat the mouth-watering chicken while you're talking. You're stuttering and pausing, what kind of story is that? Although Renner said that, she was actually a bit cowardly, because the portion of mouth-watering chicken Leonardo made was truly huge. She couldn't finish it by herself. Among those present, Dodgy was the personal maid who had been with Leonardo the longest, and she was also the tallest among them. Artoria had clearly come to an agreement with Dodgy. Since even she, as a king, hadn't started tasting it yet, the remaining Locus and Evil Eye had even less qualification to do so. Seriously, seniority is the most annoying thing ever. Hee, sorry, the mouth-watering chicken my dear maid is too delicious, I couldn't help but taste a few more bites. Hiss, I can't help but drool. Dodgy put down the mouth-watering chicken she was holding, swallowed her saliva, and looked at Renner somewhat bashfully. The other party was reaching out to touch her tail, which was strangely ticklish. Stop talking, keep eating. Leonardo, listening to the story, glared at Renner, signaled for Dodgy to continue the unfinished story, and began to taste the first grand meal of his coming-of-age ceremony at the dining table. The palace feast of pearl eel soup, made personally by Dodgy. When this dish was placed on the dining table, observing it closely from up close, the abalone was taken from the most tender part, the meat was pinkish-white and tender, and after the chef's multi-step process, it was full of juices. Gently waving a hand over it, one could still smell the fragrance permeating from this famous dish, making saliva flow from the corners of one's mouth involuntarily, unable to resist wanting to have a good taste. This was the 13th time Leonardo had eaten the pearl eel soup made by Dodgy's own hands. In 4 long years, he had only eaten it 13 times, which shows the complexity and scarcity of the craft. There was no help for it. Eating such a complex and delicious fresh soup every day meant the chef's pent-up emotions wouldn't subside for a while, and Leonardo also had to be mindful of Dodgy's mood. Then, I won't be polite. Leonardo said his pre-meal prayer, and after finishing, he buried his head to start tasting this delicious soup, watching Renner next to him involuntarily lower her head to look at the seafood soup she had made. What is this? Why is it that even though it's the same palace feast, the dishes everyone makes have such a huge gap? Yes, that's right. Watching Leonardo devouring it, Renner couldn't help but want to taste a few bites of the seafood soup Dodgy had made. Her own experience was too lacking. The palace feast she made, just looking at it in terms of appetite appeal, lacked that feeling of urgency that Dodgy's dish had, making one want to gulp down all the soup into their stomach. TCH, as expected of a vixen. She's so good at cooking, but I also have the advantage of age and height. Don't you see there are so many electric boys in the world who want to see me even when working with Eleking? Humph. Renner glanced at Locus, who was below her position, blushing and not daring to look her in the eye. Collaborating with such a teammate, how could they possibly win this cooking competition against the other side? A pig teammate and also a blonde loser. As for Evil Eye on the other side, she was staring daggers at Artoria because the little Evil Eye was closer to Dodgy's position, and had just secretly tasted a few eggs. Upon seeing this, the king, whose taste buds had long been awakened, immediately indicated she wanted to swap positions with Evil Eye, so she could secretly taste a few eggs, and snatch some mouth-watering chicken to eat while she was at it. Evil Eye, of course, wouldn't allow it. The trash tier captain on the other side, Locus, was so introverted and didn't dare to compete with her for food. How could she possibly voluntarily give it up to an outsider? Blay blay. Big sister, it's better not to move around. The seating order at the coming-of-age ceremony table is very rule-based and very sacred, you know. Evil Eye used her small hand to push the messy-eating Dodgy aside slightly, picked up an egg, stuck out her tongue to lick it, and looked provocatively at Saber. Blay, what a delicious egg. It's just that some people can't eat it, and have to pick up the leftovers others leave behind. This little girl's smug look really pissed Saber off. Seeing Leonardo burying his head and gorging himself, she forcefully pulled him over and planted a kiss on his lips. First drink the soup, then taste the beauty's crimson kiss. The two could be considered as sharing the blessing, enjoying the delicacies together. Humph 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 humph. You eat your eggs, I'll gnaw on my Leonardo, let's see which of us is more envious. Watching the delicious eel soup move away, Leonardo couldn't easily break free from Saber, and after all, this was to be blamed on Evil Eye's intentional provocation. And so, naturally, seeing the steaming eel soup left aside with no one tasting it, Renner, who had been hungry for a long time, licked her lips. Seeing that Leonardo was busy, she simply decided to secretly taste a few bites. Is it really this fragrant? As expected, it's not bad. No wonder Leonardo likes eating it so much. This famous dish truly has everything: taste, fragrance, and appearance. The more she ate, the more she wanted to eat. Chomp chomp. Gulping down the soup on the surface of the plate in one go, Renner still wasn't satisfied and stretched out her tongue to lick the plate, hoping to lick up the soup inside. Dodgy, who was telling the story, looked up and glanced at the golden princess who was still gorging on her dish, her eyes full of triumph. A mere blonde girl, really unable to resist temptation. It seems when it comes to culinary arts, she was still the superior one. Thinking of this, Dodgy's pink tail couldn't help but wag, and she very happily continued telling her story. As time went on, the little fox's heart discovered that she had actually developed a terrifying appetite for her master. So on the master's birthday, not paying attention, the little master was eaten by the fox. And despite struggling to the death, he couldn't escape. As she was telling it, Leonardo, who was listening intently, was suddenly startled. This Dodgy baby, how did the story turn into a horror story as she told it? It really scared the kid. Finally, this story tells me. If your surname is O, then when giving your child, you must absolutely not say Jingjing, Jean, or anything like that. Because if you do, the child will very likely be swallowed by an evil fox in one gulp, cutting off your lineage. Leonardo listened to the entire 10-plus-minute horror story, and his whole body shuddered, trembling all over. Although his surname wasn't O, why did he feel like his lineage had been cut off? Senior, don't waste it. Evil Eye, who was peeling an egg, suddenly had her face sprayed with water. After touching it, she realized it was Dodgy next to her, who, after finishing the mouth-watering chicken, wanted to drink milk to quench her thirst. As a result, she drank too much in one gulp, got it stuck in her throat, choked, and sprayed milk all over her face. What a food-wasting person. Sorry, I drank too hurriedly. Her throat choked, Dodgy took several seconds to recover, swallowed the milk in one gulp, and coughed a few times. Seeing Evil Eye, whom she had sprayed all over, and seeing the black lines on her face, the vixen stuck out her pink tongue, trying to act cute to get away with it. As it turned out, Evil Eye didn't say anything, but Artoria Zahog behind her stood up. The king, who hated people who wasted food most in her life, immediately dragged the other party off the dining table. Hey, I haven't finished eating my mouth-watering chicken yet. Behave yourself, don't forget the agreement between us. Saber, with black lines on her face, pushed aside the food-guarding Dodgy, sat in the main dining table seat, and faced Leonardo directly. Feel free to eat. Leonardo thought that since Artoria was sitting so formally and dignifiedly in front of him, she also wanted to taste the super-large portion of mouth-watering chicken he had made himself. But unexpectedly, Saber said nothing and simply sat her butt right on the dining table, performing a tabletop dining act on the spot. That thunderous squat of hers. You have to know, at this time, Artoria, because her reputation had already spread throughout the entire world, had combat power that reached the country-destroying level, more than 10 times that of Leonardo. With that but landing, she almost smashed the dining table. Leonardo himself almost flew off, his butt hurt for several seconds before he recovered. Damn it, his bladder was a bit swollen and painful. This behavior of Artoria's truly exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, making Leonardo feel very nervous. And this extremely unseemly behavior also invited a lesson in dining culture. The already awakened Guan Yu, how could a mere 154 centimeters saber destroy the rules at will? On the spot, a green dragon ascending the moon smashed fiercely onto her stomach. Her mouth bled uncontrollably, and Saber was in so much pain, she didn't want to move at all. He. Renner on the side, watching Artoria's awkward situation, laughed heartily, a rare sight, mocking her for having no common sense at all. What a ridiculous blonde loser. She didn't even do the pre-meal prayer and dared to disrupt the dining table ritual like this, wanting to sit on the table to eat with a thunderous squat. Doesn't she know the horror of the 24 centimeters rule? Renner, we seem to be at a disadvantage right now, don't we? Seeing her good friend laughing heartily on the side, the trashtier senior Locuse, who had been watching for a long time, kindly reminded the Golden Princess that the current chef score was 2 o'clock. Moreover, Dodgy, who had just been dragged off the field, had unknowingly brought out another portion of delicious abalone soup, stayed next to Leonardo, and was personally feeding him 1 spoonful at a time. No matter how you look at it now, the home field has already been taken by the other 2 chefs, right? So do I have to laugh too? Chapter 93, This is the King's Forgiveness. It seems, something is indeed not quite right. Renner watched the trio busy at the dining table, feeling that she and her 2 best friends were completely useless. Got it, let's go grind some tofu first and prepare some side dishes. After Leonardo finishes Dodgy's eel soup, we'll make a few more dishes. That works, right? Good grief, Renner felt a bit spineless herself. She looked at Locuse with a hint of embarrassment, only to see her still gazing longingly at the mouth-watering chicken on the dining table. Poor thing. In terms of seniority, Locuse would have to wait behind the other 3 to eat the mouth-watering chicken. But the problem now was that Artoria had ruined Leonardo's only creation, that massive portion of mouth-watering chicken, with a thunderous squat. Didn't you see her get punched until she vomited blood for disrupting the table ritual? Eating a few bites of that now would surely taste a bit bloody. Who knows what others are thinking? Regardless, Renner couldn't bring herself to eat that mouth-watering chicken, unless she was allowed to eat at the table like Artoria. You damn fox. You didn't say the punishment for eating at the table would be this painful. Renner was pulled aside by Locuse to grind tofu. The 2 of them watched as Artoria regained her composure, looking at Dodgy, who was sitting in front of her, gritting her teeth. Woo-ha-ha. I didn't expect that you, the Night King, would have absolutely no common sense regarding table manners. Just now, you really seemed like a barbarian. Damn it, she's still provoking her. Artoria moved her body. Having been punched in the abdomen by the awakened Guan Yu earlier, she felt as if her whole body had been pierced by a spear. Every movement now was agonizingly painful. However, it was only this level of pain. She would adapt. Now, it was time to teach the one in front of her, who was still blatantly provoking her, a lesson. Wasn't she proud of her dishes? Heh, then I'll let her see how the 3 dishes she struggled and prepared for so long are eaten up by me, one by one. Interactive question, which are the 3 dishes? Before this, Dodgy's number 1 signature dish had already been introduced to everyone. The latter 2 dishes even surpassed the number 1 signature dish in popularity at one point. Back to the topic, Dodgy immediately noticed Artoria's malicious gaze. In an instant, the vixen anticipated the Night King's move. She quickly leaned back, and taking advantage of the heat intensity adjusted by Leonardo, she unleashed a high-pressure water gun as a preemptive strike. The freshly made miso soup was splashed directly onto Artoria. The Night King, who had originally intended to perform a monkey steals the peach, froze with her hand extended. Fortunately, the heat hadn't been too high, so the temperature of the miso soup was around 30 to 40 degrees. Combined with Artoria's naturally tough constitution, it didn't cause any burns. However, just because her body wasn't injured didn't mean her heart wasn't hurt. How Artoria wanted to stand up right now, tackle Dodgy to the ground, and give this arrogant fox a sound beating. She licked the miso soup from the corner of her mouth. It tasted quite good, but Dodgy's good cooking didn't mean she wouldn't get beaten up. Anyway, she was going to smash the opponent's front armor. The fantasy was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Saber was already clinging to the dining table. She was certain that if she left, the remaining mouth-watering chicken would be snatched up by the other 3 women. She had the initiative now, and she had to cherish it. Cannot get angry, cannot get angry. Artoria rubbed her chest, slowly exhaling the suppressed emotions, and incidentally flicked the miso soup off her body. Clap, clap, clap. Leonardo applauded appropriately. Fortunately, Saber didn't lower herself to Dodgy's level, otherwise he would have suffered greatly. Dodgy, why don't you go take a break? As the host of the dining table, although Leonardo really wanted to help Dodgy adjust the heat, and make another portion of eel soup, the other 2 chefs were still grinding tofu. The dishes placed on the table were almost getting cold. Dodgy understood this point as well, muttering a complaint that Renner, and the other didn't know, couldn't judge Xiao's help. The host of this dining table was Leonardo. The head judge was busy tasting Artoria's dish, and didn't have time to manage the famous dishes of the other 3 chefs. On the contrary, Judge Xiaozhua and Judge Qilin hadn't touched a single dish. Sigh, who told her to be so understanding? Dodgy flicked her tail, dragging the chef Renner, who was still grinding tofu, to her side, while she herself helped the pitiful-looking Locus taste her signature dish for Judge Qilin. This was the authority of seniority. What, you ask what Evil Eye is doing? As the oldest vampire present, Evil Eye actually didn't have much experience in loving to do this kind of thing. However, one thing worth mentioning is that Evil Eye was the person who cherished food the most in the entire venue. Even when Dodgy spat milk onto her face, she didn't waste it and swallowed it. After Artoria monopolized the dining table, Evil Eye focused intently on observing the competition entries. She lay behind Saber, watching her endure the pain of bleeding while delicately wrapping half of the corn monster Red King figurine. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Senior Artoria is truly quite amazing. Regardless of the industry, the master is the one who excels, so Evil Eye greatly admired Saber for being the first to eat the crab. Anyway, the fresh topping, the Red King beating the night series, paired with rock and roll tea eggs, made Evil Eye feel a bit uneasy. She didn't know if she, with a much smaller portion of ingredients than Saber, could finish the whole process. It should be fine, right? As if, with this head judge's appetite, she felt that even ruining the ingredient window wouldn't satisfy him. A few minutes later, just as Artoria was getting into the zone, Leonardo suddenly stood up. Unable to tolerate her eating at the table, he ultimately decided to take action himself. Look closely, this man is called Xiao Shuai. Because he couldn't stand the saber-haired woman eating at the table, and she was dawdling for a long time without producing a thing, an annoyed Xiao Shuai grabbed the saber-haired woman by her slender waist. Damn it, I've tolerated you for a long time, you little brat, acting cool. I'll make you fly. Xiao Shuai spouted profanities and lifted the unseemly-looking saber into midair. The 2 of them started dragging and pulling at each other. Renner and Evil Eye exchanged glances, both feeling uneasy. Red King beating Gong Baiwan, are we going to have magnetic levitation too? Saber cried. She didn't expect that eating a portion of mouth-watering chicken would require suffering such an ordeal. First, the awakened Guanyu knocked her out with a punch, causing her to bleed, and then Xiao Shuai tried to drag her off the dining table, the 2 of them pulling back and forth thousands of times. Woo woo woo. Ho ho ho. It appeared the night's final stubbornness. To eat at the table, eating chicken is so hungry. Hungry, if you're hungry, eat. 13 minutes and 6 seconds, the saber-haired woman was beaten unconscious by Xiao Shuai. 33 minutes and 32 seconds, the usually obedient maid Coffee also couldn't escape Xiao Shuai's beating. Under a barrage of attacks, the corners of her mouth were swollen, blood flowed from her lips, her eyes rolled back, and her tongue stuck out. 40 minutes and 36 seconds, Renner won a $1 billion prize and wept with joy. She bought the second-generation magnetic levitation with full cash. As a result, due to the extreme joy and sorrow, she was paralyzed in bed, unable to move, her eyes dazed, and urine foaming. Dr. Leonardo diagnosed that it would take 2 days before she could get out of bed. 45 minutes and 45 seconds, Locuse was even more finished. After making a few seafood soups for this coming-of-age ceremony, her stamina was already half depleted, and now she only deserved a consolation prize. 59 minutes and 45 seconds, still a magnetic levitation after-sales accident. Evil Eye probably didn't expect that one day she would fall for this, getting stuck by the passive gear, and falling unconscious not long after. 1H Artoria applied for a rematch. When the first ray of dawn shone through the clouds and fell into the courtyard, everything finally calmed down. The air was filled with a scent and a faint smell of blood. A full Leonardo lay on the dining table, completely disregarding his image, while the stains from the surrounding plates defiled the entire tablecloth. The several young girls who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony together were also full and satisfied. Renner had accidentally drunk too much white beer, her little belly round and bulging, and she lay casually to one side. In the end, Locuse didn't even get to eat any of the mouth-watering chicken. Throughout the whole process, her little mouth only drank a few bowls of white porridge, and halfway through, she complained of a stomachache and didn't want to drink any more. She was also finished. Evil Eye sigh, never mind. She was the most arrogant throughout the whole process, small fry, but what was the result? A magnetic levitation after-sales accident. It was stuck so tightly, it felt like tightening a screw. Leonardo risked his old life to save her. As a result, Evil Eye didn't even say a word of thanks and just collapsed to the ground. Gongbai foamed at the mouth, eyes rolled upwards. It must have been when she was stuck, her breathing was limited, she was oxygen-deprived, and needed some time to recover. Normal route. Leonardo watched the rising sun, his whole person already entering the sage time. Last night's madness was like a beautiful dream. He felt all his fatigue had been swept away. Artoria slowly sat up, her golden hair messily sticking to her sweat-dampened skin. She glanced at Leonardo beside her, a look of endless tenderness in her eyes. She tidied her clothes and then leaned close to Leonardo, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Master, do you feel better now?" Leonardo turned his head and looked at her. Artoria gently held his hand, her emerald eyes looking at him earnestly, the ahogue on her head swaying. "Master, I know what you are worried about. Regarding you and Sister Irene. Actually, in my hometown, there were not without similar situations." Artoria began to tell her own past. Leonardo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Artoria. "There are no buts, Master. Love itself has no right or wrong. The so-called moral constraints are often just excuses one makes for oneself. You are Leonardo, you are my master, you are a great king. You should have enough courage to face your own heart and choose the life you want." Her words struck Leonardo's heart. Yes, having experienced even such a crazy night, what else did he have to hesitate about? Artoria's own experiences gave her an understanding and tolerance for this kind of forbidden emotion that surpassed ordinary people. But although my father didn't object, he also mentioned the difficulty of this path, and also the issue of offspring from incestuous reproduction. Leonardo said in a low voice, stroking Saber's beautiful hair. Artoria snorted, "Difficulty? As long as you want to, what difficulty can we not overcome? As for offspring, I don't believe that with your methods, plus the magic of this world, you can't solve such a small matter. Sister Irene is so excellent, her bloodline must also be extraordinary. Your children will only be heaven's favored ones. Her words directly pierced the two issues Leonardo was most worried about and gave him the most direct answer. Leonardo was silent. He looked at the sleeping Renner, Locuse, Evil Eye, and Dodgy beside him, then thought of Irene's eyes full of anticipation and pain, as well as Artoria's gentle gaze at this moment. Perhaps Artoria was right. He should follow his own heart. 2 days of time were actually no longer needed. In his heart, he already had the answer. 94 Chapter 94, Elisa Chapter 94, Elisa. 2 days passed quickly since the coming-of-age ceremony. For these past 2 days, Irene had locked herself away, and except for eating and using the restroom, she spent all her time in Leonardo's bedroom. Her father, Viscount Cadian, felt quite helpless regarding this. There was nothing to be done, both were his flesh and blood, and for an Irene who had become obsessed, no amount of persuasion would be of any use. Rather than forcing her and having her act like other scandalous noble young ladies who jumped to their deaths, causing the whole family to be miserable, it was better to indulge Irene, and send this spinster off early. Letting her rot in the pot was better than having her die outside. Martha also could not take a stand on this. Leonardo was her child, but Irene was not her biological daughter, so the emotional entanglement between the two could only be resolved by them. She could neither force Leonardo to marry Irene, nor could she oppose Irene's pursuit of her child. In short, let everything be left to fate. After the night of madness during the coming-of-age ceremony, Leonardo realized many things. He first took care of Renner, and after ensuring she could walk normally, he immediately sent her back to the palace. The Golden Princess also knew she could not be missing for too long, so after bathing together, eating the fragrant 8-inch mouth-watering chicken, and drinking 2 cups of hot milk, she left happily. Locuse and Evil Eye were much the same. The two still had the Blue Rose team to manage, so after sharing the mouth-watering chicken, offering Leonardo 2 bowls of gongbai soup, and leaving him a sweet kiss each, they left. Dodgy, on the other hand, was full of spirit, her recovery speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Originally, she had wanted to make claypot rice, and vent the gloomy emotions of the past few years. However, Leonardo still had the matter of Irene to handle, so he naturally could not play with the fox for too long. After 3 days and 3 rounds, the unconscious Dodgy was rescued by the arriving Clementine. Although Lilith also wanted to taste the mouth-watering chicken, Leonardo had been cooking for a whole day, and it was already time for his appointment with Irene, so he had no time to make another delicious mouth-watering chicken for Lilith. The priestess had no choice but to drink the Fox brand seafood milk, which her former teammate Angelina watched with a look of disgust. However, seeing Zeshi Zetsumii also lean in and taste a few mouthfuls, the little witch, fearing she would be ostracized and lectured by Zeshi Zetsumii again, had no choice but to lean in and drink a few mouthfuls of the seafood milk. It actually tasted quite good. Clementine did not scramble to participate. Watching the 3 of them acting so childish, she merely twitched the corner of her mouth. Over the past 4 years, her strength had far exceeded the demon god level, reaching LV 80+, but because she had awakened holy light abilities, her comprehensive combat power was actually on the weaker side among the women. Although Leonardo didn't say anything, in reality, the relationships between the women were mostly divided into several factions based on intimacy. For example, Artoria, whose strength far exceeded LV 100+, and who had the strongest comprehensive combat power, preferred to converse with Dodgy, who was also a retainer hero, because the latter never cared about the kingly majesty she carried and could truly talk about life like a friend. As for the 5 of them, Zeshi Zetsumii, Clementine, Lilith, Angelina, and Xerxes, because they all belonged to the same department before, the relationship between them was quite close. Renner, Locuse and Evil Eye were good friends, the Saint Queen, Collart, and Remedios were also good friends with each other. Needless to say, the 3 sisters, Tia, Tina, and Tira, were even closer. Because they all knew each other, Tina and Tia did not accept the mission to assassinate Locuse and remained with their eldest sister. The most pitiful ones had to be the Dragon Queen next door, and Kalaya, whom Renner had taken in as a maid. It was fortunate that Leonardo possessed the sheep talisman, which allowed him to weave the Tower of Fate, a powerful tool for wooing women, so that his harem didn't go up in flames. At Ooal, the festive atmosphere gradually dissipated, and the people of the territory returned to their normal routines. Viscount Cadian and Martha, after discussing the fact that their children had engaged in a forbidden romance, decided that if news of this leaked out when they later inherited the family territory, it would have a bad impact on the Rodel family's reputation, so they decided to have another child while they were still young. At noon, as usual, after eating, Irene bid farewell to her parents and returned to Leonardo's room. Irene curled up on the soft bed, wearing no extra clothing, her skin glowing with a delicate luster in the dim light. She tightly hugged the pillow that belonged to Leonardo, which still retained the increasingly potent hormonal scent of her Ooal smell that made her feel at ease. For these 2 days, she had completely sealed herself in this space filled with his scent, waiting for the answer that would determine her life. When Leonardo pushed open the door, this was the scene he saw. Hearing the movement, Irene's body trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Finally, is the final answer about to come? So, Leonardo, what will your choice be? Oh Toto! She called out softly, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Leonardo's gaze fell upon her. He closed the door behind him, shutting out all the disturbances from the outside world, leaving only the sound of their shallow breathing in the room. He walked to the bed and sat down. The bed sank slightly under his weight. Irene's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she unconsciously moved closer to him. This time, Leonardo did not dodge. So has Otuto accepted me? Sister, I've thought a lot these past 2 days. Irene held her breath, her green eyes full of anticipation. I know your feelings, I understand our parents' worries, and I am even more aware of the invisible shackle between us. A direct union would damage the family's reputation. Even if we don't care, it would bring unnecessary trouble to our parents, but I also cannot just push you away. His honesty made Irene's heart tighten, and a mist of water welled up in her eyes. Unable to push her away, yet there were obstacles. Did this mean he wanted her to give up? A huge sense of loss surged into her heart like a tide. Leonardo seemed to see through her thoughts. He reached out and gently wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eyes, the temperature of his fingertips carrying a soothing power. Sister, I haven't finished speaking yet, don't cry yet. For this problem, I have thought of a way to have the best of both worlds, but I don't know if you can accept it. The best of both worlds. Irene looked at him through teary eyes, somewhat confused. How can there be a way to have the best of both worlds in this world? Fish and bear's paw cannot be had at the same time. Between a lover and a relative, there is always a trade-off. Leonardo placed the crystal on the bed between them. As he confirmed its use, the crystal's light suddenly surged, outlining countless thread-like rune lines in the air. These lines intertwined and wrapped around each other, gradually forming a human silhouette. This is the Yin-Yang Dharma body. It can create a brand new body for you, a female body that can change according to your wishes. Irene's breathing became rapid. She saw the humanoid figure in the light gradually solidifying, long limbs, a slender waist, ABCDEFG constantly transforming, and various tail changes and illustration changes, but no matter how it transformed, overall, it was indeed a female figure. The senses and soul of this body will be exactly the same as yours. It is equivalent to one soul, two bodies. Your senses will be synchronized and shared, joys and sorrows will all be common. One soul, two bodies, senses synchronized and shared. Irene murmured these words, the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by a kind of ecstasy. Combined with her own emotional resonance ability, isn't this 1 + 1 greater than 2? She reached out with a slightly trembling hand, wanting to touch the constantly changing perfect female body in the light, but she was afraid of disturbing this dreamlike scene. In this way, this body will be a brand new existence, without any blood ties to me. Leonardo continued, feeling relieved inside. At that time, I will become a partner with her, and naturally, no one will be able to say anything more. And you, Irene, will still be the eldest daughter of the Rodel family and my sister. You will share everything, but also have your own independent identities. How can there be a way to have the best of both worlds? At this moment, Leonardo presented this seemingly impossible thing before Irene's eyes. Fish and bear's paw can actually be had at the same time. A lover and a relative, there is no need to make a painful trade-off anymore. A huge joy instantly swept through Irene's limbs and bones, making her almost want to scream out loud. Tears surged out again, but this time they were tears of joy and excitement. I accept, of course I accept. Irene threw herself into Leonardo's arms, holding him tightly as if she were afraid this happiness would slip through her fingers. Her voice was choked with emotion. No, my dear, thank you for everything you've done for me. Leonardo felt the warm, soft body in his arms and her rapid heartbeat. His heart was also stirred. Fortunately, he had fought with the fox not long ago, so his desire was not too high. He gently patted her back and said softly, "Silly Irene, between us, why the need for thanks?" Irene rubbed against him in his arms, greedily absorbing his reassuring scent. She raised her head, smiling like a flower. Then, let's call this new me Elisa. Elisa Morningstar Dawn, how about that? She hoped this new identity could bring hope and light, just like the morning star. Elisa, a very nice name. Leonardo helped Irene sit up properly, put away the auto-aim, and focused his attention again on the crystal floating in the air and Elisa in the light. As he activated it with his mind, the crystal's light became even more brilliant, and the rune lines forming Elisa's body accelerated their flow, eventually converging into a soft pillar of light that enveloped Irene. Irene only felt a warm and comfortable energy pouring into her body, as if she were soaking in a warm spring. Her consciousness seemed to be gently lifted, a part of it peeling away and merging into that light. There was no pain at all, only a wonderful sense of extension. The light dispersed and another Irene appeared on the spot. No, it should be said that it was Elisa. She had the same green eyes as Irene, the same delicate nose bridge, the same full cherry lips, and fair, delicate skin that glowed with a pearlescent luster under the light. Her figure was graceful, her curves exquisite, especially the abundance on her chest, which was even more impressive than Irene's original body. She blinked curiously, moved her fingers, and felt the wonderful experience brought by this brand new body. Is this me? Elisa spoke, her voice very pleasant and melodious, carrying a hint of the surprise of being reborn. Irene looked at the person in front of her who resembled her by 8 or 9 parts, her heart filled with a strange feeling. She could clearly feel every movement and every breath of Elisa, and even feel the joy in Elisa's heart at this moment. At the same time, Elisa could also perceive the excitement and relief of Irene's original body. This feeling of one soul and 2 bodies was novel yet natural. Yes, she is you, Elisa. Leonardo stood up, his gaze shifting between Irene and Elisa. Chapter 95, The internal competition of Kingdom Adventurers. Night fell like ink, quietly shrouding the Ooal territory. The noise and chaos of the day had settled completely, leaving only Leonardo's room, where candlelight flickered, illuminating a room filled with amorous atmosphere. Irene, no, she should be called Elisa now. This person, who had been reborn, was snuggled in Leonardo's arms. This brand new body carried the innocence and curiosity of newfound life, and even more, a burning love for the man before her. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, glowing with an alluring flush under the dancing candlelight, and her ample chest rose and fell slightly with her breathing, outlining breathtaking curves. Leonardo lowered his head, gazing at the face in his arms that was both familiar and strange. Her emerald eyes were like the lake water of early spring, clear to the bottom yet unfathomable, containing the deep affection and longing he was already familiar with. He kissed her forehead gently, trailing downward, brushing past her smooth nose tip, and finally resting on those full, soft cherry lips. Elisa let out a soft moan, responding to him passionately. This was no longer the tentative exploration across forbidden boundaries, but the union of legitimate lovers. Long-suppressed emotions surged like a breached dam, instantly drowning them both. Leonardo's hand, trembling slightly, caressed Elisa's delicate back. Elisa's body tensed, then relaxed, like a pool of melting spring water, surrendering to his exploration. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, the scent of hormones thick and inseparable. My dear. Elisa's voice was bewitchingly charming, carrying a hint of deliberate huskiness. It was subtly different from Irene's usual tone, yet it stirred Leonardo's heart just the same. Leonardo gently laid her down on the soft bed, looking at her with burning eyes. Under the candlelight, Elisa's face was unimaginably beautiful, every inch of her skin exuding a fatal attraction. He leaned down and kissed her collarbone, causing her to tremble slightly. When passion reached its peak, reason became like a candle in the wind. Ahem, well, the teaching process with Elisa has been eaten by the divine crane. We will skip this process here, and fast forward directly to the prelude of the Great Tomb's arrival. Katsa Plains, Dungeon Entrance. After 56 chapters, Nail Clipper Brian led his adventurer squad to appear once again. After 4 years of effort and a little investment from Leonardo, his strength had reached LV 66. According to Gamma's requirements, the members of Brian's squad had to be at least Orichalcum-ranked adventurers before joining. Although their strength improvement after joining was far less than his, the average level exceeded that of the Black Scripture. Everyone's strength was at the level of extraordinary or above. Although Leonardo only provided a small amount of supplies to Gamma, and the supplies Gamma gave to Brian accounted for only 1/13, this was certainly not Gamma embezzling the supplies. It was because the talents Gamma was looking for were not just Brian's squad. Other geniuses found within the kingdom also needed supplies to improve their strength. Since it was so-called investment, there were naturally risks and deviations. In the process of recruiting talent, there were always some adventurers whose strength swelled to the extraordinary realm, and because of this short-term expansion of power, their inner selves also expanded, becoming arrogant and conceited. Brian's squad was fine, as they had the Nail Clipper to personally suppress them. Even if members showed an arrogant attitude, it was only directed at outsiders. But in other squads, there were always 1 or 2 brainless idiots who, after their strength swelled, didn't even put Gamma, the intermediary contact, in their eyes. They even went so far as to beat the cook after eating or use their fists to threaten Gamma. Such things had happened several times. The kingdom with a medieval background was like this. There were always some foolish people who couldn't control themselves when their inner desires were amplified. When taking drugs, their muscles grew too fast, and the tip replaced thinking. For these people, Gamma usually drew a chain's word, and in front of the others, chopped them into minced meat. Afterward, for every extra idiot, he would treat the others to meat dumplings. The methods were extreme and efficient. The efficiency here is relative. After all, there are always some idiots in the world, just like there are always so many god-tier people on the internet. Oh my god. Captain Brian, we've been squatting in this dungeon for 2 months. If we can't find the Black Dragon, let's just pull out. At the dungeon entrance, unrivaled Iron Fist, Hans LV 54 squatted by a street stall. Watching the adventurers coming and going, and occasionally getting a mouthful of sand, he couldn't help but complain to the Nail Clipper. For 2 months, their group of 12 had been squatting in the dungeon for nearly 2 months, entering and exiting more than 10 times, just to find the rumored final boss of the dungeon, the Black Dragon, that had devoured hundreds of adventurers over the past 4 years. As it turned out, because the dungeon's terrain was not fixed except for the exit which never changed, the other floors moved randomly. They had searched for a long time, but let alone the Black Dragon, they had only farmed dungeon mobs for 2 or 3 days and dropped a pile of trash equipment. Now they were reduced to setting up a street stall at the dungeon entrance to sell these useless items. I say, Hans, how could we just give up like that? Don't forget our dreams, don't forget our goals, and don't forget how we obtained our current strength. On the side of the stall, Brian, holding his divine sword, looked at the complaining Hans, and felt that the other man was being too slack. No wonder his current strength was left far behind by his own. They had already cleared all 12 floors of the dungeon. The only thing missing was the rumored Black Dragon. How was this any different from missing one achievement to complete a full collection? Not having a match against the Black Dragon, he was really unwilling. After all, their strength now had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Within the kingdom, and even the entire continent, there were no decent opponents. In just a few short years, Brian had become one of the leading figures among adventurers at a young age. The only ones who could rival him were the rumored Blue Rose, Red Drop, Silver Hands, and Legend of the Sky Madness, the 4 Adamantite rank adventurer teams. Only they could be mentioned in the same breath as him, and these adventurer teams were basically related to his backers, so naturally, he could not challenge them privately without cause. And other Adamantite rank adventurer teams were no different from small fry in front of him. Countless nights, Brian would hold his divine sword, standing alone on the rafters, silently chanting that little tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Standing alone at the peak, the cold wind keeps blowing by. My loneliness, who can understand me? Sounds nice, but who is going to the temporary base in Erantal the day after tomorrow to report to Lord Gamma? It can't be you again, right? For the past 2 months, whenever it was time to hand over supplies to Gamma, Brian had gone alone. The other 11 people would squat at the dungeon entrance, selling the trash equipment they had farmed to exchange for activity funds. Damn it, the captain runs off to Erantal alone for the handover, and every time he drags it out for 2 or 3 days before coming back. He gets to live it up for 2 or 3 days, but the brothers are left suffering, eating sand next to the dungeon. Hey, the way you say that, it's like I'm incredibly selfish. Don't go around saying things that are bad for the team. Brian's lips curled into a smirk, carrying a bit of mockery, and a bit of helplessness. Hans, do you think Erantal is some nice place? Is Lord Gamma's place that easy to deal with? Every time I go, besides handing over supplies, I have to listen to his lectures, report our progress, analyze those so-called investment risks, and by the way, deal with, colleagues. Now, within the kingdom, there is more than one squad like ours that has been invested in. Lord Gamma has some, and other lords have some too. Everyone is an adventurer on the surface, but competing behind the scenes. Whoever gets results first, whoever can complete higher difficulty missions, gets more resource allocation. This is what Lord Gamma calls healthy competition. Times have changed. With the appearance of the dungeon a few years ago, through the path of farming monsters for gear and items, the strength of adventurers in the surrounding human nations has been constantly rising. Coupled with Gamma's secret investments, the number of adventurers within the kingdom has surged, 3 to 4 times more than a few years ago. If 5 years ago, Adamantite rank adventurers were the pinnacle of this country, with only Red Drop standing alone at the top. Then with the appearance of various items, equipment, and wild encounters, Adamantite rank adventurers, while not as common as wild dogs, have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, one after another. Because there are differences even among the Adamantite rank. The lower limit barely touches LV20+, while the upper limit includes Lockye's LV94 and Evil Eye LV95. The gap is even larger than the interval between an ordinary person and an Adamantite rank. This has caused the Adventurers Guild to frequently misjudge strength and missions, leading to many newly promoted Adamantite rank adventurer teams suffering setbacks. Based on this situation, through Leonardo's recommendation, and the vigorous promotion by Golden Princess Renner, and the kingdom's Crown Prince Zanuck, the adventurer ranking system that had been in operation for hundreds of years has undergone a major update. Adventurer's strength is now classified as follows. Iron-ranked adventurer, application requirement, team must independently complete 1 G-rank mission. Challenge level 112 bronze-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 G-rank missions, and 1 F-rank mission. Challenge level 1320 for silver-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 F-rank missions, and 1 E-rank mission. Challenge level 2536 gold-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 E-rank missions, and 1 D-rank mission. Challenge level 3748 platinum-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 D-rank missions, and 1 C-rank mission. Challenge level 4960 mithril-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission. Challenge level 6172 orichalcum-ranked adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 B-rank missions, and 1 A-rank mission. Challenge level 7380 for adamantite rank adventurer, promotion requirement, independently complete 10 A-rank missions, and 1 special A-rank mission. Challenge level, 85-96 Hero Ranked Adventurer, Promotion Requirement, independently complete 10 special A-rank missions, and 1 S-rank mission. Challenge level, 97-108 It can be said that the internal competition among the kingdom's adventurers is very serious, so much so that the Adventurers Guild had to add a hero rank above the Adamantite rank adventurer title. 96 Chapter 96, The Great Tomb Descends. Ever since Leonardo and Elisa were honest with each other, Sister Irene's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, humming little tunes every day while studying cooking and noble music at home. Relying on her talent for thousands of changes, when Elisa played the CCB round-based card game with Leonardo, she would occasionally transform into Irene's original appearance, stimulating the awakened Guan Yu. How is it? My dear, my current form is exactly the same as Irene's. You have. Oh ho ho. Just like that, the occasionally mischievous Elisa transformed into the Battlecry Fairy, gradually becoming familiar with the other girls in the Sky Courtyard. And after becoming each other's most important people, Leonardo took out many purple and blue items stored in his ring, and shared them with the women who shared his fortune. When Evil Eye learned that a single elixir of immortality and eternal youth solved the problem of lifespan, her face turned exceptionally red that evening, feeling like a clown for her 4 years of worry. And after Zeshi Zetsumei learned that the human side had such a foundation, she also became reluctant to leave, spending all day soaking in the hot springs at the sanctuary, playing with a Rubik's Cube, and eating 8-inch saliva chicken. During this time, Leonardo lived a casual life, a 3.1-line routine. Waking up to feed the fox in the morning, feeding the golden retriever randomly at noon, feeding the royal sister in the afternoon, and having a group dinner on weekends. The many mistresses of the Sky Courtyard gradually adapted to this life, and because of Elisa's special status, they even vaguely regarded her as the mistress of the harem. Even Dodgy and Artoria were very respectful when they saw Elisa, often observing her CCB round-based card game with Leonardo. It wasn't about stealing techniques, just finding it very stimulating, and a certain darkness in their hearts was greatly satisfied. Elisa knew her own strength was at the bottom among so many women, so she didn't become arrogant because of this respect, often calling them by intimate sisterly terms. And all this harmonious scene naturally couldn't do without Leonardo's hard work. Thanks to the items he signed in for over 5,000 days, including Inyang Joyous Divine Art, and 9 transformations of the dragon. It was precisely with the auxiliary functions of these rare treasures and secret arts that Leonardo could challenge the 5 tiger generals without being defeated, killing wantonly in the 10 absolute heavenly immortal array. The awakened Guan Yu, blessed by various abilities, was peerless in the world, which allowed him to suppress everyone and keep them living in harmony. Happy times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed since the coming-of-age ceremony, and the day of Nazarik's descent was drawing near. In the past week, Leonardo had been conserving his energy, not indulging in play with the various beauties. Even though he was 99% sure, he dared not slack off in this regard. No one knew when the enemy would descend, so he needed to be vigilant at all times. The Taub forest and the ground and sky for hundreds of miles around had already been marked with spatial coordinates by Shangri-La, so no matter where the enemy descended, he could perceive it immediately. An invisible aura of slaughter shrouded the entire forest. As cannon fodder, the lizard men, ogres, goblins, and other demi-humans had been transformed into suicide infantry by the scientific talents under Leonardo's command in the last month. Serving as filler babies to attack Nazarik, responsible for clearing out traps on various floors, so that Artoria, and the other 2 level 100 NPCs could proceed unobstructed. Sky Courtyard. In the main sanctuary, Leonardo sat on the Athena throne, with everyone ready on his left and right. Left side, Artoria LV. Dodgy LV 108, Curse Kill Azeshi Zetsumei LV 100+, Blood Ancestor Evil Eye LV. Locky's LV. Lilith LV. Angelina LV 85, Holy Light Clementine LV 84, Renner LV 80, Thousand Changes Elisa LV 75. Right side, Sky City level, 100 NPCs *2, Lich King LV. Demon Lord Blackburn *3 LV90+, Psionic Archon *3 LV90. It could be said that in terms of high-end combat power, Leonardo's camp had far surpassed Nazarick. Especially Saber, who had multiple times the strength of a country destroyer, carried with the holy sword and scabbard with maxed-out offense and defense. Even if he made a move himself, he would only be suppressed and beaten. He could only watch the mechanism of Eternal Spear, Gungnir, to see if it could surpass Avalon. If the mechanism was superior, he could still fight, but if he couldn't break the defense, he would really just be a punching bag. As for death, ever since obtaining protection, undying blessing of the sun and moon god, Leonardo could no longer be killed by normal means. He could only be killed by special damage mechanisms. Protection, undying blessing of the sun and moon god. Trait 1, Prince of Day. During the day, current damage immunity limit, weak country destroyer level, attacks exceeding the immunity limit take 99% reduced damage, gain additional sun's protection at noon. Trait 2, Prince of Night. During the night, offense and defense increase by 10 times, gain 1 full state resurrection opportunity every night, gain additional moon's protection during a full moon. Trait 3, Prince of Starry Sky. Exposed under the starry sky, all attributes increase by 200%. Even if the body and soul are completely destroyed, he can revive under the nearest starry sky. Overlimit damage immunity, 10-fold offense and defense, 200% attribute increase. Leonardo, who had become a wheelchair-bound tycoon, could also say, "I am the Prince of Sun and Moon, who can kill me? Who dares to kill me?" Except for Trait 1 and Trait 2, which alternate, Trait 3 is always in effect, unless he is pulled into the Kamui space or other different dimensions. But with the Eternal Divine Spear and Shangri-La, no matter where Leonardo was teleported, he could immediately return to the other world, already standing in an invincible position. However, immortality is immortality, but getting hit by Excalibur still hurts. Because he already had the god's protection, Leonardo distributed the accumulated famous blade assigning Sanctuary of the Sage, etc., king-level equipment to the women. Resurrection armor isn't enough, but there were more than 10 famous blade assigning left, so he could only find a chance later to give them to the Saint Queen, and other harem beauties. At this time, someone might say, Sanctuary of the Sage recovers every minute or two, isn't it better than his first gold legendary Sanctuary of the Sage? Regarding this, the CD of the Resurrection armor is indeed shorter than Sanctuary of the Sage, but it cannot store charges, and like the game, it can only revive twice per match. For the same person, the Resurrection armor can only revive twice, and both are low health revivals, easily finished off, wasting the resurrection opportunity. However, because of its versatility, characters whose strength does not exceed Leonardo's can use it, so the comprehensive evaluation is top tier. Famous blade assignment goes without saying, it's awesome. The world is like this. The once glorious DMMORPG Yggdrasil, 10 years later today, has declined and is about to face the day of server shutdown. Even with 10,000 reluctances, Momonga could only accept this fact. He invited his guild partners to reunite for a short while before the game ended, to send off the game that had accompanied his 10 years of youth. The Great Tomb of Nazarick, 9th floor, Round Table Hall. The huge round table originally had 41 luxury seats, but now only the empty seats were particularly conspicuous. The seats where everyone used to sit were now occupied by only 2 figures. One king of undead, one pitch-black slime. It's been a long time, Harahiro-san. Yes, it really has been a long time. Since you changed jobs. Yeah, the current job is even worse than before. My body is super exhausted every day, maybe one day I'll just collapse. The pitch-black slime stretched his arms, made an exaggerated gesture, and complained to Momonga about his current job. Wow, that's really terrible. Is that okay? If you're talking about my body, barely. But this era is like this, we bottom-feeding cows and horses don't have time to rest. Once they talked about life, their conversation turned into complaints about each other's work. But as the unhappiness in their hearts was vented, the originally lively conversation came to an end, and the conversation between the two stopped abruptly. Both of them knew each other well, and fell silent about what would happen next. It seems it's getting late. I'll say goodbye here. I'm sorry I can't stay until the end. Not at all. I'm also happy to be able to see everyone. Momonga, aren't you going to rest yet? I'll stay until the end for now. Maybe someone else will come later. Although I really want to stay with you until the end, I'm really too sleepy on my end. I'm sorry I can't stay with you, Momonga. Thanks for your hard work. As the last of the only 6 guild members who came to participate, Hiro went offline, Momonga raised his hand, ready to wave goodbye, but stopped in midair. In the end, it's still just me. I can't think like that either. After all, everyone has their own family and work. How can I selfishly ask friends to accompany me? That's what he said, but Momonga was actually very sad inside. After a few minutes, he got up and left his seat. Now no one was left. Of the 41 people, 37 had bid farewell. Not counting Hiro who had just gone offline, the remaining 2 people who came here, it was forgotten how long ago that was. The once shining era had already welcomed the wreckage of losing power. The glory of Yggdrasil seemed to be just yesterday. Carrying the guild's proof staff of Ainz Ooal, Momonga left the round table hall, taking Sebastian and the battle-made squad, walking towards the throne hall. Passing through corridors, rooms, halls, bars, theaters, passing through the 10th floor channel, arriving at the throne antechamber, pushing open the doors of the throne hall, and officially reaching the destination. Sitting on the world-class item throne of kings, Momonga raised his left hand to confirm the time. 23 hours, 55 minutes, 48 seconds. Barely made it. Sitting on the throne, the bored Momonga checked the settings of the NPCs created by his partners. The first few were fine, but after seeing Albedo's super long settings, Momonga didn't have extra time to check, so he scrolled to the end, and the final entry surprised him. A very licentious bitch. Tabula Smaragdina still likes contrast so much. Such vocabulary doesn't seem very good, right? Thinking about it, Momonga looked at Albedo's exquisite model. With such a pure appearance, if she had a licentious slut attribute, it would really be a bit inappropriate. Then let's change it to. Borrowing the guildmaster's authority, after changing Albedo's settings, Momonga blushed and quickly exited the settings panel. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 48 seconds, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 49 seconds. Let's leave it at that. I have to get up early at 4 tomorrow. After this server goes offline, I must go back to sleep immediately. Momonga counted down silently, 3, 2, 1. The end of fantasy, the game logged out. Momonga opened his eyes. It wasn't the room he was familiar with. He was still in the throne hall. What's the situation? The time should be accurate. Because of the server shutdown, he should have been forcibly logged out. Did the server get postponed? Momonga tried to click on the panel, but found that the command system couldn't be clicked. GM calls, system calls were all useless, as if he had been completely excluded from the system. What is going on? Momonga's roar echoed in the spacious throne hall. What is wrong, Momonga-sama? Hearing Sebastian's voice for the first time, Momonga looked at the person who made the sound in astonishment. It was the dragonoid butler who had raised his head. This is a disaster. The NPC spoke. Did I hallucinate? Outside, Sky Courtyard. Leonardo opened his eyes, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I've been waiting for a long time. A few minutes ago, with an invisible fluctuation, the great tomb of Nazarick descended, and the guild base was transferred to the eastern plain next to the Taub Forest, south of the Azalija Mountains. From the location, it was north of Irantal, 10 kilometers northeast of the former Carne village, now the Forward Fortress. The surface part of the Great Tomb of Nazarick was a circular area with a radius of 100 meters, protected by a 6-meter-thick heavy wall, with 2 entrances, the main gate and the back gate. The weeds in the cemetery were trimmed very short, creating a refreshing atmosphere. However, on the other hand, the large trees in the cemetery had dense branches and leaves, with shade everywhere, creating a gloomy feeling. There were also many white stone tombstones arranged in a disorderly manner. The neatly trimmed weeds and the chaotic tombstones complemented each other, creating a strong sense of contrast, dotted with exquisite carvings of angels and goddesses, forming a chaotic style. There were medium-sized mausoleums in the east, west, south, and north of the cemetery, with gilt emblem flags made of precious metals, coffins filled with treasures, and large stone armor statues inside. And the building in the center, which looked very much like the Parthenon, was the entrance to the great tomb of Nazareth. Around the central mausoleum, there were 8 armed warrior statues 6 meters high, surrounding it like guardians. These armed statues themselves were a type of pay-to-win trap that could be activated. If treated as decorative objects and not cleared, no one knew how many levels of pay-to-win golems would pop out from the back row, causing major interference to intruders. Besides that, the Great Tomb, which had already descended into the other world, began its automatic mechanism for producing cannon fodder immediately. A few LV-13 skeletons crawled out from the ground, wandering near the Great Tomb. At the same time, the central mausoleum opened, and a team of LV-18 Nazareth senior guards walked out. These were exclusive guards that only existed in the Great Tomb of Nazareth, with a maximum number of 3,000. They possessed weapons with various magical effects, equipped with magic armor and magic shields, and possessed several battle-type special skills that were well honed. They were quite excellent undead guards. Chapter 97, Mamanga. How is someone attacking the Great Tomb of Nazareth even after the servers have shut down? Just as the last Nazareth veteran guard stepped out of the entrance to the Great Tomb of Nazareth, an object was thrown from the shadows of the central mausoleum, landing at his feet. It was a skull with a shattered cranium. Intruders. In an instant, the squad of Nazareth veteran guards reacted, 12 armed skeleton soldiers looking vigilantly toward the area outside the central mausoleum. The clouds shifted, and moonlight spilled across the area surrounding the Great Tomb of Nazareth. The enemies in the shadows revealed themselves. The modified goblins had crimson eyes, stood 2 meters tall with bloated frames, and their muscles were as solid as tempered steel. They looked less like goblins and more like greenskins from the Warhammer universe, complete with Uchiha Sharingan contact lenses. He. Stomping and crushing a struggling skeleton grunt beneath its foot, the suicide infantry goblin, veins bulging all over its body, drooled from the corners of its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it rushed before the group of veteran guards, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. The LV-18 veteran guards, naturally, could not be easily killed by cannon fodder goblins like the skeleton grunts that respawned on the tomb's surface. Clack, bang. The charging goblin slammed a fist into a kite shield. Taking advantage of the pause, the veteran guard countered with a sword thrust through the goblin's abdomen, but the target acted as if nothing had happened. Bang, 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 bang. The berserk goblin turned its hands into iron hammers, raining blows down on the kite shield, even as the veteran guard beside it took the opportunity to step forward and land a strike. As long as it wasn't a vital spot like the neck, heart, or head, the goblin wouldn't intentionally dodge. Using a suicidal fighting style, it knocked the kite shield aside and struck fiercely at the skull. After taking just a few punches, the veteran guard's skull cracked. While not immediately fatal, it left the unit in a critically injured state. The veteran guards quickly grew accustomed to this reckless fighting style. 2 guards sliced off the goblin's arms, the beleaguered guard quickly retreated, and the squad leader stepped in to take its place, appearing before the goblin. With just a single strike, the berserk goblin was decapitated. After all, this real otherworld was not a game. Characters didn't die only when their HP bars hit 0. Ordinary monsters or humans were just as vulnerable to fatal strikes to the head or heart. With the enemy dispatched, the veteran guard squad leader turned to pull up the injured skeleton guard. A brief sound echoed, and the guards turned to look. The headless goblin was like a bomb with its fuse pulled, its body rapidly turned red hot, and exploded within 0.5 seconds of its death. Boom, boom, boom. The violent shockwave generated by the suicide infantry goblin instantly engulfed the 12 Nazarick veteran guards, and the multi-elemental flames instantly left the squad critically damaged. The guards who were already injured, along with several others who were close to the goblin's corpse, died on the spot. Those slightly further away, even if they didn't die, were left in a low health state. He. The explosion at the central mausoleum soon drew the attention of other intruders. More suicide infantry goblins emerged from the shadows, their eyes crimson, looking like zombified victims of a plague. Even worse, among the monsters invading the great tomb of Nazarick, the modified goblins were merely the weakest of the bunch. There were suicide cyclops ogres, 5 meters tall with magic runes carved into their skin, wielding large wooden clubs, and possessing only a single large eye. There were suicide fanatic lizard men, too. 7 meters tall with metallic scales, tails that swung freely like whips with blades at the tips, and long claws comparable to iron weapons. There were suicide truck great toads, 2 meters tall, capable of jumping over 10 meters, sporting large bellies, emitting steam from their skin, and possessing a self-destruct power dozens of times that of the goblins. Swift suicide red-eyed wolves, suicide cave bats, suicide plague rats, suicide armored pangolins. There were too many. The number of intruders was simply too great. They were also of various types, and the goblins from before were just the most inconspicuous variety. Knowing he couldn't escape, the veteran guard squad leader sounded the invasion alarm. He was then smashed into fragments by a club from an approaching ogre. Sebastian. The dragonoid butler raised his head, respectfully preparing to await the orders of the supreme being, while Momonga, sitting on the throne, nodded to himself. Although he didn't know why these NPCs were behaving so vividly, it was a good thing that they could still follow orders. Sebastian, go outside the great tomb of Nazarick and confirm the geographical situation around Nazarick. Just as he finished speaking, before the dragonoid butler could reply, a red alert popped up on the interface: someone had invaded Nazarick. Momonga, who was trying to figure out his own situation, hadn't expected that even with the server shutdown time approaching, someone would actually come to attack the great tomb of Nazarick. Was it a player he had provoked before? What kind of grudge, what kind of resentment was this? They didn't even forget to come and attack right when the servers were closing. The other floor guardians naturally understood that the red window popping up in front of the supreme being meant that intruders had appeared. Albedo, whose settings had been modified and who was filled with love for Momonga, was immediately enraged, her expression turning terrifyingly grim. This is absolutely unforgivable. To invade Nazarick while Lord Momonga is issuing orders. Her clenched fists and gritted teeth made Momonga even more confused. Were Albedo's emotions perhaps too rich? Were the current floor guardians really just NPCs? However, the immediate priority right now was indeed dealing with the intruders. Invading the great tomb of Nazarick at a time like this, it seems they are also players who love Yggdrasil just as much, ha ha ha. Originally, Momonga had felt lonely due to the departure of Hiro, but at the thought that there were still players attacking the great tomb of Nazarick, that guy must surely be someone who loved this game just as much. The laughter stopped abruptly. A green light flashed, and the undead passive forced calmness refreshed once again, suppressing Momonga's original happy mood, and pushing him into a state of absolute rationality. What the hell? It had refreshed once because he was excited while peeking at Albedo, and now that he was so happy, it poured another bucket of cold water on him. Couldn't this passive thing read the room at all? As for what Momonga was thinking, the group below naturally didn't know. Seeing the supreme being so happy, Albedo couldn't help but loosen her clenched fists. Truly, it had been a long time since she had seen Lord Momonga so happy. Perhaps she should torture those detestable intruders a little later. If it could make Lord Momonga happy, it wasn't impossible to spare their lives. Then, Lord Momonga, shall we summon all the floor guardians to go and intercept the intruders together? The overseer Albedo, holding the world-class item Hell's Abyss in her hands, bowed respectfully as she asked for Momonga's opinion. That is only natural. We cannot keep our guests waiting. Momonga's voice held an unmaskable anticipation. He sat upright on the throne, his skeletal hand tapping gently against the armrest, producing a soft tap, tap sound that echoed through the vast hall. As you command, Lord Momonga. Fanaticism and love flashed in Albedo's eyes before she turned and gave the order with the authority of the floor guardian overseer. Pass on my order, all floor guardians are to gather at the throne room and prepare to intercept the intruders. Let those ignorant fools understand the price of disturbing the supreme being. Her voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every floor guardian through Nazarik's internal communication network. Except for Rubido on the 8th floor and Gargantua on the 4th floor, the other floor guardians who received the order headed to the designated location with various mindsets. There was one more exception. That was Shaltir, who was responsible for guarding the 1st to 3rd floors. At this moment, the 1st floor was already a chaotic battlefield. Within the relatively narrow tomb tunnels, the roar of explosions, the crisp sound of shattering bones, and the frantic roars of monsters intertwined to form a symphony of death. Ainz, Ainz. He. In such a chaotic battlefield, a young girl wandered through, her lips curled into a smile due to the external invasion. The girl wore a soft black evening gown with a large skirt, draped with a short, open-front cardigan adorned with lace and ribbons. She wore fingerless gloves trimmed with lace, leaving almost no skin exposed. Her long silver hair was tied to one side at the back of her head, cascading down, and she wore purple platform shoes. It was none other than the girl known as the Bloody Valkyrie Shaltir. This true vampire ancestor who guarded the 1st to 3rd floors was currently immersed in the long-awaited slaughter, completely unaware of the summons from the throne room. He. Ah. Shaltir let out a series of coquettish yet frantic laughs. She looked mad, but it didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest, instead, it added a touch of bewitching charm. Her platform shoes stepped on the ground between corpses, every movement claimed the life of an intruder. Because of the special property of Sput Lance, the corpses she drained all turned into withered husks. With their flesh and essence absorbed, they naturally couldn't complete their self-destruction. The cannon fodder troops that rushed in were stuck here. This is just too amazing. Shaltir licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Every day is just patrolling and waiting. Those low-level undead don't even have the qualifications to make me stretch my muscles. Now, I finally have some toys delivered to my doorstep. For those tied like swarms of suicide infantry goblins, Shaltir was simply having the time of her life. She couldn't even be bothered to use those high-powered spells. Relying solely on her superhuman strength, she stirred up a bloody storm among the suicide infantry. Too slow. She wove through the intruders as if she were taking a leisurely stroll. Every time she swung her lance, several goblins were decapitated or cut in half at the waist. Even if a goblin initiated a self-destruct, those explosions which were enough to critically damage Nazarik veteran guards were like a light tickle before her defenses, at most causing the hem of her skirt to flutter slightly. Come on, get a little closer, Shaltir deliberately slowed down, luring more goblins to surround her. When dozens of goblins roared and lunged at her simultaneously, she spread her arms with a coquettish laugh. All right, game over, blood rain. With her soft exclamation, the surrounding air was instantly filled with a thick scent of blood. The blood from the corpses was drawn into the air, shooting out in all directions like thousands of steel needles. The goblins struck by the blood needles instantly stiffened, and then, as if sliced by invisible blades, they shattered into countless tiny pieces of flesh, not even given the chance to self-destruct. Over 100 suicide cannon fodder troops were slaughtered by Shaltir in just a few short seconds. She stood amidst the remains, a large blood sphere floating above her head. She panted slightly, her face flushed with satisfaction. That was slightly interesting. She flicked the blood droplets off her lance and scanned deeper into the area, where a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation was coming from. It seems the owner of these toys has arrived. Just then, a figure broke through the tomb walls, appearing before Shaltir with an aura of total destruction. It was a rune knight nearly 3 meters tall, covered in heavy, dark purple armor, which was covered in amplification runes. It was one of the level 100 NPCs controlled by Leonardo. The Rune Knight held a poleaxe crafted from obsidian, its blade gleaming with a cold, icy light. Crimson flames burned in its pupils, just like those of the goblins, but the immense power contained within was far beyond what those grunts could compare to. This was a humanoid weapon carefully crafted by the 8 Greed Kings, possessing terrifying combat power. It was a level 100 NPC that ranked second in overall combat power within the Sky City. Seeing this big guy, Sheltir was not troubled at all. Instead, she became even more excited. She extended the tip of her tongue and licked her lips again, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. "You look like you'll be fun to play with." She leaned her body slightly forward, her spit lance pointed directly at the opponent. "Ainz, come on. Let me see just how much you can make me happy." Meanwhile, on the highest level of Nazarick, Momonga was together with several high-ranking guardians, including Albedo, Demiurge, and Cocytus. They were observing the battle at the entrance through a magical mirror. "The signal from the first floor seems a bit chaotic. Sheltir hasn't responded yet." Albedo frowned slightly, speaking with some concern. Although her settings conflicted with those of the flat-chested girl, and after the data materialized, she would likely quarrel with Sheltir upon seeing her. However, their creators had actually been on very good terms, and they both knew this, so their usual bickering was just normal communication between them. Momonga's gaze swept over the bizarre-looking monsters in the mirror. The attack methods of these cannon-fodder troops, especially their self-destruct ability after death, did not fit their race characteristics at all. Were they humanoid weapons modified by a class? Interesting. It looks like the enemy knows Nazarick very well. Are they trying to use these grunts to trigger all the traps along the path? I want to know who you are even more now. Is the signal being jammed? Or could it be that Sheltir has already begun her move? Momonga mused, leaning more toward the latter. Given Sheltir's settings, if she had become as intelligent as Albedo, then with her bloodthirsty nature, she would likely have already rushed up impatiently upon encountering intruders. Demiurge, analyze the strength of these intruders. Momonga ordered. He wanted to see what these changed NPCs were capable of and whether they were truly acting according to their settings. As you command, Lord Momonga. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, a glint of wisdom in his eyes, his steel tail swinging leisurely behind him. Based on preliminary observations, the level of these low-tier monsters is roughly between 20 and 35. They possess a special self-destruct ability, and their threat level is moderate. However, he changed his tone, pointing to Leonardo and his group, who had appeared within the detection range in the mirror. These guys are the main enemies of this attack. Although we haven't seen them make a move, at least half of them are LV-100 entities. They are quite troublesome enemies. Why did he make such a guess? Because after the magic mirror projected the figures of Leonardo and his group, many of them looked up and waved at the magic mirror. Coupled with the fact that the enemy seemed well prepared for this attack, they must clearly know the basic intelligence of our side. As the attacking party, the number of their level 100 combatants would only be greater than that of the Nazarick Floor Guardians. 98 Chapter 98. I really have to control you. As a famous dungeon known for its ferocity, the Great Tomb of Nazarick once suffered an attack by a coalition of 6 guilds, along with mercenary players, NPCs, and summoned creatures totaling 1,500 people, and successfully wiped them all out. Actually, among the 1,500 attackers, only a few hundred were players, and even fewer were max level. Most were summoned mercenaries and creatures, so the achievement wasn't as awesome as the die-hard fans hype it up to be. Wiping out 1,500 level 100s was mainly due to the information gap. In this battle, the Great Tomb of Nazarick even captured a world-class item. While the enemies only pushed to the 8th floor, the traps and guardians of the last 2 floors weren't even used. And this was the source of the floor guardians' confidence. No enemy could breach the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and no intruder could leave the Great Tomb of Nazarick alive. The enemies attacking the Great Tomb this time are well prepared, and their numbers are second only to the Great Invasion period. If they also carry a world-class item, the defensive forces of the first few floors will be hard-pressed to stop them. If they just focus on attrition, they might be pushed all the way to the 6th floor. Lord Mamanga, should we intercept them there? Demiurge's voice was calm and objective as he weighed the strength comparison between both sides. Humph, a bunch of ants who don't know the meaning of death. Albedo snorted coldly, a flash of ferocity crossing her golden eyes. Daring to attack the Great Tomb, and lay hands on the creations of the Supreme Beings, they will pay the price for their stupidity. Cocytus gripped the god-slaying emperor at his waist, exhaling mist from his nostrils, filled with excitement. Lord Mamanga, please give the order. I am willing to lead the army to support Lady Shaltir and crush these intruders. Mamanga waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. His gaze swept over the unfamiliar faces in the mirror. Mamanga had never seen these people before, whether it was the top 10 guilds of Yggdrasil, famous solo powerhouses, or the enemies the Great Tomb had offended, none had such a bizarre combination. Yes, the opponent's lineup was very bizarre. 1 man and 10 women, mostly humanoids presumably. 1 paladin, 1 undead, 3 clearly golem-like summoned creatures, and 3 races with a peculiar art style. Hey, this style is clearly leaning towards interstellar sci-fi. No matter how I look at it, I feel like the opponent is terrifyingly strong. Mamanga's low voice echoed in the throne room, carrying a hint of imperceptible solemnity. Like many games, those with cool equipment aren't necessarily strong, but the strong definitely have flashy equipment. Yggdrasil could not escape this rule. Among the 9 world champions, the vast majority were heavy spenders. Even Touchme himself had spent quite a bit in this game, and Mamanga had used almost all his savings to meticulously build the Great Tomb of Nazarick. And the players attacking the Great Tomb before him had equipment that was simply terrifyingly flashy. Especially that flashy knight leading them. Just looking at his arrogant stride, one could tell how conceited this person was, not taking the Great Tomb of Nazarick seriously at all. These people are not members of any guild I know, nor are they solo powerhouses, but their strength is certainly no weaker than, and likely stronger than, ordinary level 100 players. Their goals are clear, their actions decisive, and they have some degree of knowledge about the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but they shouldn't be all-knowing. Mamanga paused, his crimson soul fire flickering slightly. Demiurge, what do you think? Demiurge bowed slightly, his steel tail sliding gently across the floor, making a faint friction sound. Lord Mamanga is wise, the intruders are indeed not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, which puts us at a great disadvantage in terms of intelligence. However, if they want to attack the Great Tomb, they must pay a painful price, perhaps even being wiped out here. Was this an analysis? It seemed like one, but also like it wasn't. After all, they were just NPCs. Even with high intelligence stats, they lacked life experience. Coupled with the scarcity of information on the opponents, being able to maintain high morale was already quite good. Mamanga raised his hand to interrupt Demiurge's analysis, and began his own micromanagement to test the intruder's true strength. Albedo, relay my orders. Yes, please give your instructions, Lord Mamanga. Being named by the Supreme Being again, Albedo leaned forward slightly, waiting for Mamanga's instructions, her eyes filled with love. First, immediately strengthen all defensive measures from the 4th to the 8th floors and initiate the highest level of alert. All available NPC guardians, except those necessary for staying behind, are to be deployed to the 6th floor and stand by. Prepare to awaken Gargantua, and have all pay-to-win traps ready. I do not wish to see any accidents. Second, Aura and Mare abandon remote support for the first few floors and focus entirely on consolidating the defense line on the 6th floor. Use nature magic and terrain advantages to create a forest paradise for me from which the intruders cannot escape even with wings. Third, notify Shaltir to retreat. Mamanga turned his gaze to the insect king behind him. Lead your most elite subordinates to the 4th floor to rendezvous with Shaltir. Your mission is not to eliminate the enemy, but to assist Shaltir, evaluate the opponent's true combat power, delay their advance, and collect as much information as possible. Cocytus knelt on one knee, his 4 insect arms clasped together. Understood. Lord Momonga, your subordinate will not fail the mission. No, do not call me Momonga from now on. Momonga raised his hand to stop Cocytus. While coming here, he had actually been thinking about what name he should tell the intruders. His own ID, Momonga, or his real name offline. After this short period of thought, he decided to change his name to Ainz Ooal. That's right. Suzuki Satoru did not want the guild he built together with his friends, the home they managed together, to gradually decline and eventually become obscure. At the very least, he had to let the opponents know this name. Although it wasn't the name change from the original timeline made for the friends who might have traveled here, the overall sentiment was similar. Inheriting the dreams of all my friends, from now on, everyone will call me Ainz Ooal. The name Momonga is a thing of the past. Inheriting dreams. This sentence from Ainz immediately made Demiurge think a lot. Momonga, no, Lord Ainz, you said you are inheriting the dreams of the other supreme beings. Could it be that they have already? No, they are just delayed by some things. Seeing the floor guardian's moods drop because of Demiurge's words, Ainz hurriedly explained. After everyone calmed down, he continued to lay out the plan. Albedo, you stay in the throne room to coordinate the overall situation and keep magical communication with all floors open. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Yes, Lord Ainz. Albedo responded respectfully. Her golden eyes held the regret of not being able to go into battle herself, but more importantly, absolute obedience to the Supreme Being's orders. With everything arranged, Ainz's gaze refocused on the mirror of the first floor. In the image, the battle between Shaltir and the Rune Knight was approaching a white-hot state. The Rune Knight's obsidian halberd, carrying a whistle that tore through the air, smashed heavily toward Shaltir. Because it was too cumbersome, 6 or 7 out of 10 attacks missed. Every time it landed on the ground or walls, the earth trembled, and dust fell from the stone walls of the tomb passage. Shaltir giggled, her figure dodging lightly. The spit lance moved like a viper striking, piercing toward the gaps in the Rune Knight's armor with a blood-colored stream of light. A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The tip of the spit lance pierced the Rune Knight's heavy, dark purple armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. The amplification runes flickered with a faint light, negating most of the impact. After fighting for 5 minutes, both were just tickling each other. Not bad defense. The excitement in Shaltir's eyes grew stronger. The Rune Knight before her reminded her of Albedo, though while the level was the same, the class composition and equipment were far inferior. However, this level of strength is not enough. Her figure spun in the air, dodging the halberd sweep, and at the same time, her lance thrust out like raindrops, each strike precisely hitting the same spot. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang, ding dong dang. The sound of the lance striking the armor was incessant. After hundreds of strikes, a crack appeared on the Rune Knight's heavy armor. However, the Rune Knight's stats were truly terrifying. Every swing carried the power to split mountains and crack stones, forcing Shaltir to dodge with all her might, unable to launch effective continuous attacks. This was a pure tank-type warrior. Its strength and defense had reached astonishing levels, and it was suspected to be a golem, as it did not fear pain, nor did it possess the emotion of fear. This is such a waste of time. Shaltir licked her somewhat dry lips, looking at her opponent who had remained silent all this time, a flash of impatience crossing her eyes. She could feel more powerful presences approaching. Dragging this out would do her no good, and how could she allow these filthy invaders to defile the residence of the Supreme Beings? Since you are so durable, I shall use my true abilities to play with you. A dazzling blood-red light suddenly erupted from Shaltir's body. Her form changed within the light, her gothic dress replaced by bright red armor flowing with a divine aura. Valkyrie form. This was the strongest combat form Shaltir, as a true vampire ancestor, possessed, created by Peroroncino to counter Momonga's class. Although she did not receive bonuses against the undead, her own attack and defense were unleashed to their maximum potential in this form. Furthermore, she would not fall into a blood frenzy upon touching even a drop of blood, as she would in her true ancestor form. The Rune Knight sensed the threat. In silence it charged up power, the runes on its halberd glowing brilliantly as it prepared to launch a stronger attack. Not enough. Shaltir's voice carried a hint of divinity. The coquettish and frantic demeanor she had displayed before seemed like an illusion. I will use my full strength here to bury you. As her voice fell, ripples appeared in the space behind her, and a white figure slowly emerged. Summon heroic spirit. Unlike simple familiar summoning, summon heroic spirit required a large amount of MP to summon a perfect heroic spirit warrior possessing its own HP and stats. Except for the inability to use certain skills, the combat power of the perfect heroic spirit was comparable to Shaltir herself, reaching over 80%. It could essentially be said to be the equivalent of deploying another level 100 character. 2-on-1 is indeed a bit unfair. I hope you, as a toy, can last a little longer. Shaltir shouted and initiated the charge first. The spute lance transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, thrusting directly at the Rune Knight's face. At the same time, the heroic spirit struck from the side, bringing with it a whistling wind that sealed off the Rune Knight's space for evasion. Facing the pincer attack, the Rune Knight showed no fear. It swung its halberd with impenetrable defense, while the runes on its body lit up, covering itself in a dark purple energy shield. Shaltir's lance was parried by the halberd, and the heroic spirit's attack struck the shield, sending ripples across its surface. Perfect heroic spirit, use holy flame slash. The white heroic spirit received the order. A divine aura dispelled the surrounding darkness, as it leaped high into the air, bringing down the holy flame slash with an unstoppable momentum. Blood pierce. The lance transformed into a streak of blood-red light invisible to the naked eye, precisely piercing the energy shield at the brief crack caused by the heroic spirit's continuous slashes. The Rune Knight also sensed the threat, and moved its halberd back, attempting to block. But Shaltir's speed was far superior, and with the heroic spirit's suppression, its movements were a few beats too slow. Shaltir seized the opportunity, accelerating once more as the spute lance bypassed the halberd, and thrust into the crack on the Rune Knight's chest. This time, the lance pierced through the armor and into the Rune Knight's body. Shaltir revealed a smile as the spute lance's ability activated, frantically absorbing the Rune Knight's HP. Destructive blow. The Rune Knight let out a pained roar, suddenly slamming its glowing red halberd toward Shaltir. Shaltir had been prepared. Leveraging the boost from absorbing blood, she withdrew her lance and retreated rapidly. The halberd handle smashed into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Although Shaltir had avoided the vital strike, the edge of the halberd still grazed her shoulder, causing her to grunt and a trace of blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. However, this injury was recovered almost instantly thanks to the life essence the spute lance had just plundered. He, what a wonderful sensation of pain. Come again, let me see how much longer you can hold out. She and the perfect heroic spirit charged forward again, engaging the Rune Knight in a melee clash of pure strength and skill. Shaltir traded injury for injury, using her blood-sucking ability to compensate for her wounds, while the heroic spirit perfectly coordinated with her attacks, constantly searching for openings in the Rune Knight's defense. Although the Rune Knight had astonishing defense and terrifying strength, under Shaltir's frantic offensive and the heroic spirit's coordinated combat, more and more cracks began to appear on its armor, and its movements gradually became sluggish. In the throne room, Momonga and the others watched the battle in silence. This Rune Knight is indeed a troublesome opponent. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, analyzing the combat power of both sides. Its level should be around 100, leaning towards pure physical defense and strength, but its equipment is somewhat lacking. Lady Shaltir is employing this trading injury for injury strategy. Coupled with the spute lance's blood-sucking characteristic, which is the bane of tank classes, victory is only a matter of time. Momonga nodded, casting his gaze toward Leonardo's group. Shaltir's judgment is correct. Finish the fight quickly, but this is merely one of the enemy's vanguard units. The real test is still to come. Meanwhile, the battle continued. After gaining the advantage, Shaltir did not rush to press the attack. Instead, she had the heroic spirit entangle the Rune Knight, while she began stacking buffs, preparing to finish the opponent with a single blow. Magic Essence, Life Essence, Self-Time Acceleration, Maximize Magic, Item Destruction. Cling-clang, cling-clang. The heroic spirit and the Rune Knight were chipping away at each other. Shaltir found an opportunity, and used greater teleportation to appear behind the knight. A muffled sound unlike the harsh clashing of metal from before, it sounded like a sharp blade piercing into tough leather. The tip of the spit lance pierced into the crack in the armor once again. Success, now break. The blood-red lance erupted violently. A power far exceeding before surged out from the tip, tearing through the Rune Knight's defense along the cracks in the armor. The heavy dark purple armor shattered like glass. The Rune Knight's massive body suddenly stiffened, its halberd dropped powerlessly, and the light of the runes on its body rapidly extinguished. Its core component had been destroyed by Shaltir's strike. The massive body collapsed to the ground with a boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shaltir panted, her armor in the Valkyrie form coated with a bit of dust. Summoning the perfect heroic spirit was already taxing, and that last strike had drained quite a bit of her mana. Finally, done with it. She put away the spit lance and was preparing to inspect the Rune Knight's remains to see if there was any intelligence or materials worth recovering. Just then, a voice entered her ears directly. Ainz himself was communicating, giving an order to the vampire girl. Shaltir, the enemy's main force is about to arrive. Retreat immediately to the 4th floor and rendezvous with Cocytus. Yes, Lord Mamanga. Shaltir's heart tightened, she dared not delay. Although she did not know that Ainz had changed his name, the fact that the Supreme Being had personally ordered a retreat was something that had to be obeyed. She immediately turned around, preparing to cast flight magic to leave. But the moment she began to channel her mana, a ripple came from afar. The enemy's main force had arrived. Shaltir jerked her head up, looking toward the end of the tomb corridor. She saw a golden streak of light shooting out from the darkness at extreme speed. It was so fast that it gave her no time to react at all. Damn it. Can't dodge. This was the only thought that flashed through Shaltir's mind. Subconsciously, she concentrated her mana in front of her, forming a blood-red defensive barrier, but the golden light ignored the defense and drilled directly into her body. It pierced into my body, this is. The golden dragon did not cause any damage to Shaltir, it merely altered her underlying logical thinking, changing the object of her loyalty to the user of downfall of castle and country. Lord Mamanga. Shaltir murmured. The name rolled on the tip of her tongue, as if shrouded in a thin mist, becoming strange and distant. In its place was a brand new name, Leonardo. Her body trembled slightly, the golden light slowly receding. Her slight panting from the battle gradually steadied, and the fingers hanging at her side curled slightly before slowly uncurling. Chapter 99, Do not contact me, I fear misunderstandings. Shaltir, what happened to you? What was that attack just now? Did you take any damage? Please answer if you can hear me. Shaltir. Why did your name turn red? Ainz's voice rang out anxiously through the communication channel. Having been observing through the magic mirror, a sense of intense unease welled up within him regarding the golden light that had struck Shaltir. Albedo, who had been constantly monitoring the list of floor guardians, immediately reported that Shaltir's name had turned red. A red name generally meant an enemy. Generally speaking, the vampire race was immune to mind control, yet the attack just now had directly dragged Shaltir to the opposite side of Nazarick, causing her to defect from the ranks of the Guardians. Was it a world-class item? In a mere 2.5 seconds, Ainz thought through many possibilities. However, no matter how he tried to communicate, there was only dead silence on the other end of the channel. Shaltir slowly raised her head. Her crimson eyes were now veiled in a soft light. Ignoring Ainz's calls, she tilted her head slightly. In the distance, within the shadows of the corridor, Leonardo and his party walked slowly toward her. Not bad combat power. Offer me your loyalty. Sheltir bowed slightly. She knelt on one knee, placed her right hand over her chest, and lowered the head that had once bowed only to the supreme beings. As you command, my master. At this very moment, a floor guardian of Nazareth, one of the great tomb's strongest individuals, had become a weapon in Leonardo's hand, pointed at her former comrades. Clear the obstacles ahead for me, defeat the enemies that stand in my way, and present the treasures of the underground before me. Sheltir looked up, a golden light flashing across her eyes. She stood up and pointed her sput lance toward the depths of the corridor. As you command, master. As she finished speaking, Sheltir's figure transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, speeding toward the fourth floor of Nazareth. Within the communication channel, Ainz was losing his composure. Sheltir. Calm down, think about your identity, and what you are doing right now. Please, regain your senses. I am Ainz Ooal, your supreme being. Although he knew it was unlikely to awaken Sheltir's reason, even causing the slightest waver in her thinking would suffice. As the guardian of the first to third floors, if Sheltir defected, it would be equivalent to abandoning the first 3 floors entirely, rendering all overt traps useless. Furthermore, Ainz did not have much time to understand the pay-to-win traps his friends had set up privately, so he could not slow down the enemy's advance at all. He had originally intended for Sheltir and Cocytus to delay the enemy on the 4th floor, but he hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, the enemy would control Sheltir, who had the highest overall combat strength. World-class items, no matter which one it was, they were all headaches. He wondered how many the invaders possessed this time. Among the 200 world-class items, there were quite a few that could directly control people, but each had its own unique characteristics. That attack just now seemed to be downfall of castle and country. For someone who also possessed a world-class item, and given the exemption from special effects, equipment specialized in hard crowd control like downfall of castle and country was simply not worth mentioning. However, as it happened, floor guardians generally did not carry world-class items. Among all the guardians, only Albedo carried Hell's Abyss. Damn it, he had been outplayed by an information gap again. Just as Ainz spoke again, preparing to disrupt Sheltir's judgment, the young girl's voice came from the other end of the communication channel. But that voice was cold, unfamiliar, and carried an undisguised. Mamanga-sama, this is the last time I will call you that. Sheltir spoke with a sense of nonchalance. If you still respect me, could you please not contact me in the future? I fear my master might misunderstand. Ainz was struck as if by lightning, his body stiffened abruptly. Mamanga, she was still calling him Mamanga. No, that wasn't the point at all. As long as Sheltir could communicate, it was fine. The fear was that she would lose her own consciousness entirely after being controlled, and become the enemy's weapon. Which master? Sheltir, look clearly. The ones behind you are invaders. They are the enemies, I am your supreme being. Supreme being. Sheltir chuckled, her laughter sharp and grating, filled with mockery. Mamanga, you really are. This time, the vampire girl didn't even use an honorific. Her words were like poisoned daggers, piercing deeply into Ainz's heart. In the past. While continuing on her way, Sheltir unleashed a verbal assault on Ainz, her tone filled with disdain, dissatisfaction, and contempt. Being a colleague of you guys and working as your subordinate in the past was truly the greatest humiliation of my life, Sheltir blood-fallen. A bunch of stagnant, short-sighted fools, guarding that dark tomb, and dreaming ridiculous dreams of being overlords. And those so-called supreme beings, Sheltir's voice became icy, her tone carrying a bone-deep resentment. This was, in fact, a sentiment hidden within the hearts of many guardians after their souls had been manifested. In fact, Sheltir was among those with relatively lighter resentment. Supreme beings, what kind of supreme beings are they? Each and every one of them, they are all trash. Cowardly deserters. Not only did they abandon us, but they also abandoned Nazareth. They are not worthy of my loyalty at all. Only my current master is a powerhouse truly worthy of my service. He can give me the battles I crave and make love with me. Ainz, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The vampire girl's words sent Ainz's internal temperature skyrocketing. Humiliation. Deserters? These words were the most vicious slander and insult to him, and to all the comrades who had created Nazarick. Under extreme anger, the passive skill forced calm refreshed repeatedly, to the point where Ainz's face was entirely green, watching Victim, the little angel beside him, not daring to breathe. To the extent that the thunderous part of the topic was completely ignored. Downfall of castle and country. Ainz gritted his teeth, realizing clearly that this was definitely the power of a world-class item, one capable of forcibly rewriting a guardian's object of loyalty, and even distorting their cognition. The vampire's trait of immunity to mind control was, before it, like an incompetent husband, not to say it was completely useless, but it just couldn't stand up to the challenge. It was instantly defeated. Once controlled by downfall of castle and country, without a world-class item for passive protection, a guardian would completely become an enemy. Past friendship and loyalty would vanish into thin air. Calm down. Ainz Ooal, you must calm down. After several consecutive refreshes of forced calm, no matter how great his fury, it was suppressed. After regaining a normal state of mind, he quickly switched to command mode. Shaltir's betrayal was already a fait accompli. Now, the most important thing was how to deal with the impending crisis. A Shaltir controlled by a world-class item posed an immeasurable threat. If he wasn't careful, the great tomb of Nazarick would be breached by the invaders. Victim stood to the side, the little angel whispering. Ainz Sama, then what should we do now? Shaltir Sama, she. Victim, fear and avoidance cannot solve any problems. Shaltir is currently our enemy. Ainz interrupted him, his tone having returned to calmness. Now, immediately contact all floor guardians through magic communication, including Albedo, Cositus, Aura, Demiurge. Order them to accompany me immediately to the treasury to select a world-class item most suitable for themselves to equip. Yes, Ainz Sama. Victim did not dare to delay and immediately issued the notice. Ainz's gaze returned to the magic mirror. In the mirror, Shaltir's figure had already disappeared at the exit of the third floor, leaving behind only a faint crimson trail. Leonardo and his party did not evade his prying eyes, following right behind Shaltir, and destroying every building they came across, which made Ainz feel dizzy with rage. What on earth was going on? How could they even destroy building units? Was this also a world-class item? What had Nazarick done before? Why did these people hold such deep hatred and resentment toward him, destroying everything along the way? How much would it cost to repair all this? Come to think of it, since I couldn't log out when the game service ended, many things have changed drastically. NPCs, teleportation magic, guild weapons. These guys chose such a terrible time. Many things are still just hypotheses. There's absolutely no time to verify them. And Shaltir's words just now, were they from the heart? Ainz recalled those vicious words of Shaltir, the slander against the supreme beings, and the mockery of his former comrades. Every word was like a red-hot branding iron, making his blood boil. However, all the NPCs had inexplicably developed emotions. Although Shaltir was controlled by the invaders hadn't forced this child to mock him. Were these the true thoughts of the Guardians? These children also felt that they had been betrayed by the supreme beings, abandoned by their creators. Swish, swish. An emerald green light flashed. Ainz didn't want to say anything anymore. He faintly felt a stomachache and even some regret. Damn it, what kind of racial trait is this? I can't be happy, I can't be sad, I can't have any excited emotions. Do they really take me for an undead? Sigh, forget it, forget it. The top priority is to solve the problem of Shaltir and the invaders. If this were in the game, as long as one killed the controlled target, the teammate would be free of control after being resurrected. Should he kill Shaltir? She was the child created by Peroncino, the first line of defense protecting Nazarick. Although she had been defeated by invaders many times in the game, the situation was unknown now. If he couldn't resurrect Shaltir after killing her, Ainz didn't know how he would face his old friend, nor the other floor guardians. However, he couldn't just leave it alone. That's it for now, we'll add a chapter tonight. 100 Chapter 100. I don't want to remember a title. Chapter 100, can't think of a title, in diesem Augenblick schwet Nazarek in Hochster Gefahr. At this very moment, the great tomb of Nazarek is in grave danger. O mein Erhabener Skopfer, der Allmächtig Herrschers de Grabmals unter der Erde, Geno in diesem Moment entschließt sich, den Königschatz, zu offenen Uendi die Verboten macht der Weltenklassengegenstand zu entfesseln. Ah, my sublime Creator, the almighty ruler of the great tomb of Nazarek, has decided at this very moment to open the royal treasury and unleash the forbidden power of the world-class items. Stop, stop, stop. It was just too shameful. Emerald green light flickered continuously, and Ainz immediately used greater teleportation to reach behind Pandora, but he still couldn't stop him from speaking. Damn it, I should have slapped his mouth shut right away. Pandora, the situation is critical now, stop speaking German. Ainz's voice trembled. He blocked the view between Pandora and the Guardians, attempting to erase that incredibly Chinibu declaration from everyone's memories. Inside the treasury, the light flowed brilliantly. But at this moment, the gazes of all the Guardians were focused on Ainz and the crudely drawn fellow behind him. Pandora's exaggerated performance just now really made them struggle to keep a straight face. Ainz-sama, who is this? Albedo spoke first, she already had a guess. As the overseer, she knew all the floor guardians. Only Pandora, who was responsible for guarding the treasury area, had been heard of but never seen. Ainz took a deep breath, suppressed the embarrassment in his heart, turned around, faced the guardians, and said in a deep voice. Everyone, this is Pandora, the child I created. He possesses a special skill to mimic the appearance and abilities of others, and he is the manager of the great tomb of Nazarek's treasury. Pandora bowed slightly, his voice mimicking Ainz, carrying a hint of seriousness, but combined with that hollow bowling ball face, there was an indescribable sense of comedy. Nice to meet you, colleagues. I am Pandora, and I exist to protect the glory of the great tomb of Nazarek, and the will of Ainz-sama. Albedo bowed slightly, returning the greeting elegantly. I see, I have heard much about you, Pandora-sama. I didn't expect it to be a being created by Ainz-sama's own hands, it really is. Her gaze lingered on Pandora's bowling ball face for a moment, she managed to keep a straight face, and then turned to Ainz as if nothing happened. Ainz-sama, you summoned us here, presumably, it is to deal with Shaltir-sama, and the matter of those intruders. Exactly. Shaltir has been controlled by the enemy's world-class item, and has completely become an enemy combatant. I believe everyone is aware of the level of threat she poses to the great tomb of Nazarek. As soon as these words were spoken, the ease on the Guardians' faces vanished, replaced by bone-chilling coldness and anger. Even Demiurge hadn't expected that after going out to set traps for only 10 minutes, a companion had already fallen into the enemy's hands in such a short time. Cocytus tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. To dare to profane the glory of the great tomb of Nazarek and control our companion. Ainz-sama, please give the order. I am willing to tear those intruders to pieces and retrieve Shaltir-sama. Calm down, Cocytus. Ainz raised his hand to stop him. Since the enemy possesses downfall of castle and country, they must have other trump cards. Everyone knows Shaltir's strength, a head-on collision will do us no good. Furthermore, our goal is not just to retrieve Shaltir, but more importantly, to protect the great tomb of Nazarek and eliminate the intruders. Ainz's gaze swept over every guardian present. The enemy possesses world-class items, and their strength is unknown. To cope with this crisis, I have decided to open the treasury, and let each of you select the world-class item best suited for yourself to equip. World-class items. Aura and Mare exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement. Even someone as composed as Demiurge couldn't help but reveal a smile, looking even more like a treacherous official. Because Albedo already possessed Janungagap, she didn't go in when it was time to choose world-class items. Instead, she approached Pandora to ask about Ainz's hobbies. As a guardian created by the Supreme Being, Pandora must know Ainz very well. While Albedo was exchanging thoughts with Pandora, the other guardians in the treasury had already begun selecting their world-class items. Mere greed and avarice, aura, depiction of nature and society, demiurge, Hygeus chalice, Cocytus, god-slaying emperor blade. It was fortunate that the great tomb of Nazarick was wealthy, possessing a full 11 world-class items, including 2 of the 20. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been certain they could equip all the guardians. Before long, everyone finished their selection. Ainz's gaze turned back to Pandora, and he handed a world-class item to him. Pandora, your mission has arrived. Please instruct me, my Supreme Being. Pandora took the item and bowed his head respectfully. Your mission is to completely mimic my appearance and equipment, then go to the 6th floor with the other guardians to engage the intruders. Remember, your primary mission is to test the enemy's true strength, especially that fellow holding downfall of castle and country. Do not get bogged down in fighting, preserve your strength, and report the situation at any time. Understood. A gleam of excitement flashed in Pandora's eyes. His body twisted and shaped itself, his clothing, accessories, and weapons all changed. If not for the fact that Ainz himself was right in front of them, and the Mamanga orb was missing from his chest, the other guardians would not have been able to tell the difference at all. It was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Then, we are departing, Ainz-sama. Please look forward to my brilliant performance, we will surely bring back victory. Having said that, Pandora's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the teleportation magic circle with the other guardians. Ainz watched the direction in which Pandora had left, feeling slightly relieved. Pandora's mimicry ability was nearly perfect. Having him conduct the scouting and intelligence gathering was the safest plan at the moment. Meanwhile, in the 2nd floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Ugh, so disgusting. Is this the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Renner's petite body leaned against Leonardo. The environment and monsters of the 1st to 3rd floors were indeed not friendly to women. Ugly, disgusting undead minions respawned from time to time, making attacking the Great Tomb feel like going through a haunted house. It really is disgusting. It feels like the creator designed the environment and monsters based on people's psychological bottom lines. Locus had always been afraid of ghosts, but her ability to accept these physical undead was higher than the Golden Princess's. It was just that teleportation arrays would occasionally spawn a bunch of level 40+ summons, attempting to separate them and teleport the women to other dangerous areas. Annoying flies. Although Leonardo didn't feel anything about the disgusting minions spawning in the Great Tomb, he had to consider the feelings of his female companions. Plus, the efficiency of destroying buildings along the way was a bit slow, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Since they like playing spatial tricks so much, I'll play with them to my heart's content. Hide and seek time is over. Leonardo covered everyone with a spatial domain, forming an invisible protective film, and raised his hands above his head. In an instant, a terrifying, all-consuming invisible force erupted from his palms, forming a huge vortex. Shinra Tensei, Spatial Devour. Following Leonardo's low shout, the invisible devouring vortex expanded violently in all directions, consuming the walls along the way, the undead, and even the operating teleportation magic circles. Everything in the surroundings was swallowed by the invisible giant maw, instantly disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only a blank space. 2nd floor, Black Capsule Domain. This was Kyuhuku's territory. As a direct subordinate of Shaltir, Kyuhuku's appearance was a bipedal cockroach, 30 centimeters tall, with a level of 30. It was lurking in the shadows, its scarlet compound eyes staring fixedly at the teleportation entrance, waiting for the prey to appear. According to the plan, it would ambush the female intruders who might appear here, using its cockroach summoning ability to devour them, and give the intruders trauma for a lifetime. Chirp, chirp. Countless black cockroaches flowed at its feet. Kyuhuku had prepared an army of cockroaches, a mental attack sufficient to make any woman collapse. It had even rehearsed in its mind the scene of the prey screaming in terror, eventually being torn apart, and devoured by its summoned cockroaches. However, the expected footsteps did not come. The Shinra Tensei smashed directly into its face. A sudden sense of spatial distortion appeared in the black capsule domain. Before Kyuhuka could react to what was happening, the entire room it was in, and even a large area around it were instantly enveloped by the invisible force, and the intense pulling force made it unable to move at all. Kyuhuka didn't even have time to say a line before it, along with its proud cockroach army, and the entire second and third floors, were wiped away as if by an eraser. Under Leonardo's Shinra Tensei attack, they instantly evaporated from the world. Throughout the whole process, no one even took a second look at the devoured area. The figures of Leonardo and his group appeared directly in a relatively intact area of the fourth floor, continuing to advance deeper. To everyone, what had just been devoured was nothing more than an annoying bug on the side of the road. Great Tomb of Nazareth, Treasury. Ainz clearly saw the disappearance of the second and third floors through the magic mirror, as well as the scene of parts of the fourth floor being completely devoured. His body stiffened violently again. If not for forced calm taking effect, his expression management would likely have completely spiraled out of control. Spatial devour. Hey, even if you're cheating, you can't be this obvious. Is there anyone left in the GM department? If Yggdrasil keeps going like this, it deserves to go bankrupt. Ainz had originally thought that even if the enemy was powerful, the defenses of the various floors of the Great Tomb of Nazareth would be able to buy them quite a bit of time. But now it seemed he had underestimated the destructive power of the intruders. This was no longer a tactical strike, but a pure crushing of game stats. Chapter 101, 2-in-1, 6K. Not long after Shaltir entered the fourth floor, Leonardo and his group stepped onto the edge of the underground lake area. The fourth floor was a domain of craggy rocks, featuring a massive, bottomless lake in the center, damp and gloomy. This was a natural barrier composed of water magic, pay-to-win traps, and aquatic magical beasts. The water pressure, undercurrents, and the sleeping gargantua were enough to give any intruder a massive headache. Leonardo did not want to get entangled with a golem for too long. The power displayed just now already exceeded the Yggdrasil system, and Ainz might teleport away at any moment. He waved his hand casually, and the power of space permeated the area once more. This time, it did not form a whirlpool to consume everything. Instead, it manifested as an invisible, massive wall, pushing forward with brute force. Wherever it passed, the lake water vanished instantly as if struck by a two-dimensional foil, leaving only a dry lakebed behind. Even the hard rock layers were as fragile as tofu before this power, easily sliced through and leveled. A wide, flat, and direct thoroughfare leading to the entrance of the fifth floor was thus forcibly carved out. Shaltir was no longer in a hurry to proceed. Having caught a glimpse of her master's true strength, the pink hearts in the vampire girl's eyes became almost tangible, and her face flushed as she flew. Needless to say, her preset personality took over, leaving her completely enthralled. Ainz fell silent. Encountering so many events in a single day, he felt his forced calm was reaching its limit. This was no longer just a matter of numerical superiority. The opponent was like a child wielding an eraser, and the defense system carefully constructed by Nazareth was nothing more than a fragile piece of parchment in his eyes. These people could not possibly be nobodies. Ainz struggled to search his memory for any information regarding players or NPCs who might possess such monstrous abilities during the final days of Yggdrasil, but his mind remained a chaotic blur. The player base of Yggdrasil was immense, and the variety of class combinations was endless. Perhaps there truly was some corner he had overlooked that had birthed such a balance-breaking existence. No, that is not right. Ainz shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No matter how lenient the GW system of Yggdrasil was, it would never allow the existence of an ability capable of such large-scale erasure. This destroys the very framework of the game. Unless... A bold, even absurd, thought surfaced in his mind, causing Ainz an undead being to feel an inexplicable chill down his spine. Unless these intruders did not come from Yggdrasil. This thought made Ainz shudder. If that were the case, then his understanding of the enemy had been wrong from the very start, and the experience, knowledge, and game mechanics he relied upon might all be rendered meaningless. If the enemies came from outside Yggdrasil, how could they know so much about the great tomb of Nazarick? Even the equipment held by the person who controlled Shaltir was indeed downfall of castle and country. Ainz felt his non-existent scalp begin to itch. The intruders possessed destructive power far exceeding level 100, the world-class item downfall of castle and country, and a clear combat plan. He could not figure it out, he truly could not figure it out. Even the legendary world-class item World Savior, rumored to be capable of striking Nazarick, was in the hands of a top pay-to-win player known to many others. Just as Ainz's thoughts were mired in confusion, Leonardo and his party had already penetrated deep into the central area of the lake, the resting place of the golem Gargantua, one of the defensive cores Nazarick took such pride in. A low, resonant hum echoed out. The entire underground lake area trembled slightly. In the center of the dry lake bed, from within that dark pit, complex magic runes suddenly lit up. A giant beast climbed out of the deep pit, unleashing a silent roar. As the guardian of the fourth floor, Gargantua resembled a massive stone statue over 30 meters tall, with 2 arms and 2 legs. If one ignored its size, it looked almost cute, with scarlet patterns glowing on its chest core and eyes. With its thick arms and legs and squat body, it was actually quite cute. Unlike the guardians of other floors, Gargantua was created by the Yggdrasil game operators, and was classified as a strategic siege golem. Because they could not find a place to store it, the guild members submerged it in the fourth floor's underground lake and designated it as the guardian of the fourth floor of the great tomb of Nazarick. In terms of pure strength, Gargantua was the strongest among all the guardians, even surpassing Shaltir. Because it lacked self-awareness and required commands to act, it remained in a dormant, standby state, requiring manual activation when needed. One could gauge the extent of Gargantua's strength just from the original story, where it hurled a 20 cubic meter boulder hundreds of meters away. If not for the fact that the golem lacked self-awareness, and was immune to the hard crowd control of downfall of castle and country, Leonardo would have actually liked to seize this fourth floor guardian for himself. After all, among the giant beast units he possessed, the Death Titan came with a nanoghost virus that could trigger a biohazard if he wasn't careful, and none of his other giant beast units had reached level 100. But for now, he would just have to beat the golem blocking his path to death. Just as Gargantua fully climbed out of the pit, the 3 war machines beside Leonardo moved. To deal with a giant beast unit like a golem, without exposing Artoria, the 2 to 3 Zhongtal Demon Lord Blackburn were more suitable than anyone else present. The 3 level 90 enhanced Demon Lords were not far behind level 100 NPCs in terms of stats, and in terms of defense, endurance, and health pools, they far surpassed normal guardians. They held giant battle axes and advanced in a triangular formation. The Demon Lord Blackburn charged toward Gargantua like an arrow released from a bow. Despite their massive size, it did not affect their speed in the slightest. Their heavy frames left afterimages, and the rocks on the lake bed were shattered beneath their feet, leaving deep, sunken footprints. Whoosh! Sensing the threat, Gargantua raised its massive, hill-like right arm and, with the force of 10,000 tons, swept it toward the first demon lord charging forward. The air was compressed, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. If this blow connected, it would likely slice a small mountain in half. However, the demon lord Blackburn charging at the front did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he held his giant axe horizontally across his chest, forcibly taking the impact of 10,000 tons. A deafening sound of metal clashing rang throughout the underground lake area. A violent shockwave spread outward, sending the gravel from the lake bed flying into the air. Gargantua's massive arm remained unmoved, while the demon lord Blackburn was sent reeling back, his feet plowing deep trenches into the ground with every step, until he stabilized his stance over 10 meters away. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 demon lords had circled to Gargantua's sides. The demon lord on the left leaped high into the air, his giant axe whistling as it tore through the air, aiming a fierce strike at Gargantua's knee joint. The demon lord on the right slid underneath, avoiding the other arm Gargantua swung, and slashed upward with his battle axe toward its thick ankle. 2 dull thuds rang out almost simultaneously. The giant axe of the demon lord on the left slammed into Gargantua's knee joint, sending countless sparks flying, and a distinct crack appeared on its hard stone shell. The battle axe of the demon lord on the right was blocked by Gargantua's thick ankle. Although it failed to inflict substantial damage, it caused Gargantua to falter. The angry golem's scarlet patterns flickered, and the magic power at its core boiled and churned. Its massive body suddenly sank, and both arms smashed into the ground like a collapsing mountain. The area around the center of the lake bed cracked and shattered, and the shockwave transformed into a tangible ring of air, forcibly blasting the three demon lords away. One of the demon lords flipped his body in midair, plunging his battle axe into the rock layer and plowing through it for dozens of meters, sending sparks flying before finally coming to a halt. Another was struck in the chest by flying debris, but backhanded his axe to shatter the incoming boulder. The demon lord who landed first bent his knees to gather strength, the rock beneath his feet exploding as he launched himself toward Gargantua like a cannonball once more. Another violent collision occurred. The demon lord Blackburn in the front, in a near-suicidal manner, embedded his giant axe into the core area on Gargantua's chest, while he himself was frantically pummeled by the golem, his armor cracking under the assault. After all, it was 3 against 1, with no significant level gap. Gargantua had almost no ability to counter. The other 2 demon lords seized the opportunity, leaping into the air to unleash a Noxian guillotine, their slash trajectories intertwining in the air. Gargantua flung the demon lord before it aside and crossed its arms to block. As the axe blades collided with its stone shell, blinding sparks erupted, and one of the demon lord's axe blades became deeply embedded in Gargantua's elbow joint. Small fragments of rock fell like hail. Gargantua's core emitted a harsh, piercing hum, and its other free hand clenched into a fist, slamming into the demon lord Blackburn hanging from its body. Under the force of 10,000 tons, the 3-Jean-Tal demon lord was smashed directly into the rock layer, half his body buried underground, yet his purple flame battle axe remained firmly lodged in Gargantua. The other 2 demon lords seized the chance to leap onto its shoulders, raising their giant axes high and slashing down fiercely at the core patterns on both sides of its head. Both battle axes slashed into Gargantua's eye patterns simultaneously. Like a butcher chopping meat, the demon lords clung to the golem, their axes hacking into Gargantua's face again and again, dark red magic spraying out like blood. Having sustained heavy damage, Gargantua's body trembled violently. Its core began to overload, and terrifying magical turbulence raged within its body. "Do not get caught in the blast, retreat." Leonardo, who was observing the battle, ordered them to pull back. The 3 demon lords retreated without hesitation, while Gargantua staggered forward a few steps. The light from its core dimmed, only to suddenly flash with a bright red glow. A dark red mushroom cloud rose from the center of the lake bed, and a violent magical storm vaporized the surrounding rocks within a radius of 1,000 meters into dust. After the dust settled, only half of Gargantua's broken body remained kneeling on the ground, its core completely extinguished. Leonardo collected it into his storage ring. The material quality of a level 100 golem was quite high. Perhaps he could forge a decent puppet out of it later. The 3 demon lord Blackbends stood at the edge of the explosion, silently gripping their battle axes. If they had still been surrounding Gargantua, one of them might have been taken out. The wind at the bottom of the lake swept by in silence. Witnessing everything, Ainz' body stiffened slightly. Watching the 4th floor guardian being hacked to death by the 3 demon lords, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness, though there was nothing he could do about it. Gargantua was designed to be better suited for sieges rather than defending Nazarick. It was only appointed as the 4th floor guardian because its stats were high enough. Given the opponent's massive frame, there aren't many areas in the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick suitable for them to move around. While the 6th floor is vast, there is no place to hide Gargantua. This level 100 golem can only maximize its utility in guarding the Great Tomb of Nazarick by remaining in the underground lake and launching a sudden, fatal blow when the enemy attempts to cross the water. Albedo, notify all guardians to prepare for battle. Ainz' voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The intruders have already defeated Gargantua and broken through the 4th floor. The 5th floor is unguarded, they will arrive at the 6th floor soon. Yes, Ainz-sama. On the other end of the communication device, Albedo's voice remained steady, yet it also betrayed a sense of gravity. Ainz closed the communication and looked back at the magic mirror. The dust over the underground lake slowly dissipated, revealing the broad path that had been forcibly carved out, and at the end of that path, those few small yet incredibly glaring figures. If the Guardians were unable to stop the enemies, where would be an appropriate place to retreat to? Could the fatal traps of the 8th floor truly inflict damage on such foes? Victim. I might need you later. My apologies. Speaking of the game bug that wiped out 1,500 people, Ainz looked with some shame at the pink angel embryo beside him, which served as the trigger for the 8th floor's fatal traps. If the enemies truly reached the 8th floor, Victim's life would have to be sacrificed. It is fine, Ainz-sama. This is my mission. If it can help you, please do not hesitate. Victim's voice was very soft, just like a true little angel. Ainz's already poor mood became even more depressed, though this was also a type of excessive emotion. The emerald flash refreshed once more. Then, come with me now to see if the resurrection mechanism of Nazarick can still function normally. Understood, Ainz-sama. Closing the magic mirror, he took one last look at the intruders who had already entered the 5th floor. Ainz secretly made up his mind, if the resurrection mechanism could still be used normally, he would not abandon Nazarick under any circumstances. If it couldn't, then he would take the guild staff and run. If the other surviving floor guardians could also leave the boundaries of Nazarick, he would take everyone with him. If he couldn't fight, surely he could run. Relying on greater teleportation, he could run anywhere. If the intruders left, he would sneak back. If the intruders kept hanging around and refused to leave, then... Well, Ainz didn't know what to do after that. If that moment truly arrived, he would just take all his assets and run. In any case, as long as the guild staff existed, Nazarick could be restored no matter how many times it was destroyed. 6th floor, the amphitheater. Pandora, transformed into Ainz, was leading Aura, Mare Bellofiori, Cocytus, and other guardians, waiting in full battle readiness. Pandora mimicked Ainz's tone, his voice deep. Everyone, the intruders are about to arrive. Remember, our primary objective is to test them, especially the abilities of their leader, so do not expose any world-class item easily. Everything must prioritize gathering intelligence. 5th floor, the vast ice field. As the territory guarded by the insect king Cocytus, the 5th floor was ravaged by extremely cold air and ice and snow, which could inflict significant negative buffs on the intruders. It had an area-wide frostbite effect, slowed movement, and due to being a place of extreme cold, it also reduced damage from certain attributes. Even fire-type super-tier magic would have its power suppressed by about half on this floor. Furthermore, this floor was the one where Nazarick stored the most corpses. Countless bodies were frozen beneath the glaciers. After years of management, there were hundreds of thousands of them. And these corpses, naturally, became a windfall for the Lich King. The blade of Frostmourne pierced into the ice, and dark blue runes spread across the surface of the glacier. The Lich King's pale fingers brushed over the twisted runes on the blade. Having used Frostmourne continuously for 4 or 5 years, the body of this dark knight had already become half undead. Awaken, warriors sleeping beneath the glacier. Undead, execute my will. The Lich King slammed Frostmourne deep into the ice. Dark blue ghost fire flared up violently. In an instant, the power of the undead spread out with him at the center. Under the summons of this power, many corpses frozen beneath the glacial plain began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. The ice cracked over a large area, and countless pale skeletal arms reached out from the fissures, scratching and struggling. Immediately after, one rotting, incomplete, or even skeletal body after another broke free from the shackles of the ice and crawled out from the glacier, swaying unsteadily. In their eye sockets, the same dark blue flames as the Lich King's ignited. They had lost their consciousness from when they were alive, leaving only the instinct to obey orders. Low-level skeletons and zombies shuffled forward, while mid-level ghouls and ghosts weaved through the wind and snow. Even some beings that had possessed great power in life turned into even more terrifying liches and spectral knights, wielding undeadified weapons and galloping across the ice field. In just over 10 minutes, this vast ice field was submerged by an army composed of hundreds of thousands of undead. They were densely packed, like a black tide, covering every corner within sight, converging toward the Lich King, and letting out silent roars. Master, wouldn't this be too much of a desecration of the dead? In the group, the usually silent Artoria, watching the undead crawling out one after another, felt that this practice was somewhat disrespectful to the corpses of the dead. According to the intelligence Master had provided earlier, she could cut through the great tomb of Nazarick all by herself. And now, they even had to let that unpleasant Lich King summon hundreds of thousands of undead. These low-level combat forces would be of no use in the battles ahead. Oh, this. Artoria, you don't need to worry too much. These dead are all hidden resources of Nazarick. If we don't convert them, the enemies will find a chance to do so. If we don't clear them out, we will be blocked later. If we want to clear them one by one, we'd have to wipe out the entire glacial plain along the way. Leonardo, however, didn't feel much about this. Before today, these corpses were just a pile of data. Plus, since he wasn't the one who killed them, he felt no sense of desecration in converting them. On the contrary, he felt that the number of corpses accumulated by the great tomb of Nazarick was perhaps too small. Were hundreds of thousands supposed to be impressive? In the future, when the first human empire begins full-scale industrialization and enters the atomic age, these undead will be responsible for handling nuclear contamination. There are too few of them, it feels like it won't be enough. My dear, if you feel guilty, then let me shoulder all this sin. Whether it's summoning the undead or desecrating corpses, as long as we can resolve this threat that is Nazarick. Mistress, Master is absolutely right. Nazarick is a guild where all members are evil. Even I, as I am now, feel that humans other than Master, and all the mistresses are nothing more than toys that can be disposed of at will. Although I know this would make Master unhappy, I am already one of the floor guardians who treats humans the best in Nazarick. At the very least, I will give my opponents a quick death. To the side, Shaltir, knowing the relationships between them, looked at Leonardo with an expression of adoration and spoke her inner thoughts directly. This actually made Artoria realize something. That was true, why talk about chivalry with this bunch of insects? Just push straight through, and eliminate anyone who dares to block the way. Glacial Plain, Cocytus's residence. The White Sphere. Outside the honeycomb-like ice structure, several LV-82 snow maidens easily dealt with the low-level undead attempting to break into Cocytus's residence, feeling puzzled by these undead. Undead existed in the vast majority of areas in Nazarick. Although the hundreds of undead trespassing on the White Sphere before them were not the frost undead naturally born on this floor, they were still a type of undead, and logically, they should have been allies. How could they be so ignorant and ill-mannered? Seeing the several snow maidens guarding the White Sphere, they all rushed over howling, and after ignoring warnings, they were dealt with by them. Who was the person behind the scenes controlling these low-level undead? But within the field of vision, there was no sign of an enemy at all. At a glance, there were only densely packed low-level undead. Densely packed low-level undead. On the distant horizon, thousands upon thousands of low-level undead were pressing over like dark clouds. That was no longer a scattering of 100 or so undead, but a true ocean of undead. Countless skeletons, zombies, ghouls, ghosts. Densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see, they took shuffling or swift steps, emitting a clicking friction sound. Like a black tide, they surged toward where the White Sphere was located. The snow maidens were filled with horror. They had never seen such a large-scale ocean of undead before. Was this the enemy's troop? What is that? How can there be so many undead? The snow maidens could clearly feel that in this undead army, besides the massive number of low-level undead, there were also many high-level existences exuding powerful auras mixed in. The LV-70 greater liches waved their staves, dark blue magical light gathering in their hands, slamming into the open space in front of the white sphere-like comets, conducting long-range suppression. The spectral knights charging at the very front rode undead warhorses, their long spears gleaming with cold light. When they were visible to the naked eye, the ocean of undead had already swept in. In just a few minutes, it had reached a few hundred meters from the white sphere. The snow maidens resisted with all their might. Ice cones, ice walls, blizzards, various ice-type spells were cast as if mana cost didn't matter, instantly clearing a large area in front of them, but for the endless ocean of undead, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The fallen undead were quickly trampled underfoot by their following companions, and more undead crossed the obstacles, pouncing toward them. Regarding this chapter, because Gargantua is alone, as a golem, the maintenance and operation of Gargantua are very economically consuming, so it is usually only used at critical moments. Activating the golem requires a certain amount of time. The previous floors fell too quickly, and this amount of time was not enough to allow Gargantua to transfer to other floors. And most importantly, taking a day off to conceive a new book. 102 Chapter 102, The Battle to Protect the Forest. Chapter 102, Battle for the Forest. The sixth floor, the Twin Forests. As the largest guarded floor in terms of surface area in Nazarick, the sixth floor was mostly covered by lush, green trees, with an area equivalent to a 4 km by 4 km Haneda Airport. In the vast dense forest, there were things like the poisonous insect pit where one of the 5 worst, the grotesque king of eater foxes, resided, twisted tree ant traps, the deadly glass lake and bottomless swamp zones. For those unfamiliar with the area, intruding here meant almost certain death. Although it was located underground, one could still see a sky created by magic. At a height of 200 meters, one could even see artificial scenery, with the sun rising and the moon setting, clearly distinguishing day and night. Even though we both crossed over as guilds, the dungeon remodeled Nazarick is significantly larger than the Sky City. Leonardo stood at the edge of the entrance, looking at the vast forest and blue sky before him. If not for his keen perception of space, he would have thought this was an outside forest, with its pleasant scenery. Let's go, let's not keep our opponents waiting for too long. Sensing several powerful auras released from the amphitheater 2 or 3 kilometers away, Leonardo walked in the lead, with a group of women following behind, while the 3 demon kings remained in place. Crack, crack. At the entrance to the 6th floor, thousands of undead poured out from the glacier plains. Under the supervision of several banshee snow women converted by the Lich King, they began felling trees to level the forest. The monsters hidden in the dense forest were forced to retreat backward. Even if 1 or 2 traps were triggered occasionally, causing the loss of dozens of low-level undead, the gaps were quickly filled. Just like the floor guardians, everything designed for the Twin Forests had become reality. The high-level production materials from the original settings were also very abundant in this forest. With the intention of stripping everything bare, Leonardo had the Lich King send out a portion of low-level undead to log and gather materials, leaving not a blade of grass behind wherever they passed. The dense ancient trees crashed down under the brute force of the undead army. The emerald green branches and leaves were trampled, revealing the tangled black soil underneath, as well as the magic traps hidden within. The amphitheater. Demiurge calmly observed everything through a crystal ball. He was still wearing his red suit, and even under such tense circumstances, he maintained an air of elegance and composure. The situation is not optimistic, everyone. Demiurge's analysis reached the ears of the guardians present. The invaders' vanguard, those undead, are destroying the ecosystem of the Twin Forests with astonishing efficiency. The image in the crystal ball switched, showing the undead pouring in like a tide. Wherever they passed, trees were felled, vines were torn, and pay-to-win traps were eradicated one by one. The low-level forest monsters trembled under the shrieks of the undead snow women, unable to organize any effective resistance. Ora, mer bello fiori. Demiurge turned his gaze toward the 2 elf twins. You know best what this forest means to you. The forest is your territory, the stage for you to unleash your power. Once a large area of the forest is destroyed, your status buffs will be significantly reduced, and those pay-to-win traps and mechanisms that cost a massive amount of resources to set up will also become useless and wasted. Aura gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. The forest companions she had carefully raised were currently being forced to retreat, and the intricate traps she had set up were being triggered or destroyed one by these foolish undead. Damn it, these bags of bones. She cursed under her breath, her fingers rubbing the whip at her waist. Mare Bellofiore appeared somewhat timid but was even more anxious. Lord Demiurge is right. If the forest is gone, we will find it hard to unleash our full strength. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Albedo stood on the high platform of the amphitheater, her soft, long hair fluttering in the breeze, her cold and beautiful face expressionless. Cocytus also felt immense pressure. Those hundreds of thousands of undead were originally important assets of his territory, but now they had become the enemy's minions. Speaking of responsibility, his own failure was second only to the controlled Shaltir. Who could have imagined that hundreds of thousands of corpses would be converted into the enemy's minions in less than 2 hours? Even Lord Ainz did not have the ability to convert corpses on such a large scale. The weapon in the hands of the undead on the other side was most likely also a world-class item. It was quite a troublesome existence. Demiurge's analysis is sound. Letting them destroy things like this is extremely disadvantageous for us, not to mention that every inch of Nazarick is the property of the Supreme Beings. This is such a desecration. Cocytus exhaled a mist of ice, holding a weapon in each of his 4 arms, his fighting spirit soaring. Humph, these guys, my frozen plain was defiled by them, and now they come to destroy Aura and Mare Bellofiore Forest. It is time to let them taste the power of Nazarick's guardians. Indeed, rather than being passive, it is better to take the initiative. Sebastian nodded slightly, offering his own opinion. The Ainz transformed by Pandora was currently standing under the shadow of the amphitheater's magnificent arch, imitating Ainz's usual posture, his voice feigned deep. Demiurge, I have received your suggestion. Guardians, is this the opinion of all of you as well? I agree to take the initiative. Aura responded first, her tone impassioned. I also agree. Mare Bellofiore followed closely behind. With the matter discussed this far, the subsequent plan was confirmed. Instead of waiting at the amphitheater, they would take the initiative. Very well, then the plan is as follows. Aura, Mare Bellofiore, you are familiar with the terrain of the dense forest. You are responsible for flanking from both sides, using the remaining forest environment to harass and contain the invaders' undead army. Cocytus, Sebastian, as the floor guardians with the strongest weaponry and strongest melee combat respectively, you will charge from the front. You must tear a hole through them. But be careful to conserve your strength, do not easily reveal your trump cards. Demiurge, as the mobile force, be prepared to support any location at any time, and keep an eye on the movements of the invaders' main force. Albedo, I leave Shaltir to you. With the plan set, the Guardians acted quickly. Aura and Mare Bellofiore flashed away, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. They were going to gather the war pets that had not yet been disturbed by the undead army, preparing to launch a surprise attack from both sides. Cocytus and Sebastian strode out of the amphitheater. Demiurge summoned 3 demon generals to assist the 2 guardians, while he remained in place, closely monitoring the enemy's movements. The Ainz transformed by Pandora used flight magic to appear at an altitude of 200 meters. After casting auxiliary magic such as false information, anti-detection magic, and environmental concealment on the surroundings to hide his figure, dense magic circles appeared around him, as he began casting a super-tier magic in advance, fallen down a range expansion. Although it currently appeared that Nazarick was at a disadvantage in terms of both numbers and high-level combat power, this was, after all, their home field, with various status buffs. It would also afflict the enemy with negative status effects, lure them into traps, etc. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Aura had gathered hundreds of her beasts. Except for some auxiliary beasts around LV40, most of the beasts were LV60+, and there were even a few powerful beasts that reached LV80. Under the buffs of the Beast Tamer class skills and support effects, the ability attributes of these beasts would be greatly enhanced, with the strongest reaching LV90. This was also the reason why Aura was ranked highly in the Great Tomb. If she were allowed to buff her own beasts, even Shaltir, who was the strongest overall, would be dragged into a prolonged, bitter battle. And the combat characteristic of mass summoning and status buffs destined Aura to have weak solo combat abilities. She could only defeat the first form of Demiurge, so she often needed protection from Mare Bellofiori, who had super strong single-target burst capabilities. The siblings moved like lightning, weaving through the dense forest. Aura waved the steel whip in her hand, emitting a crisp sound, that was her giving orders to the beasts. Everyone listen up, follow the plan from before, flank them from both sides, and show those undead a thing or two. Aura shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the dense forest. Low roars of beasts and sharp hisses rose and fell in the dense forest. Hundreds of beasts of various forms lunged out from the depths of the forest on both sides. Fenrir the god-hunting wolf, Yggdrasil's Azamna, dragon bloodline, rainbow tyrant, thousand spearthorn rabbit, stone king winged lizard, greed toad, hydra, Chelan. Under the support buffs of Aura's Beast Tamer class, and in coordination with the power of nature controlled by Mare Bellofiori, these beasts formed a torrent of destruction, charging at the flank of the undead army. Although the undead were numerous and fearless of death. Faced with the surprise attack of these buffed beasts, which were generally over LV50 and some even close to LV90, they fell into chaos for a moment. A large number of low-level undead were torn apart and crushed like paper, and even the more powerful undead were forced to retreat step by step under the siege of several beasts. Although the shrieks of the Banshee Snow Women could stun the mind, for these beasts, which had been carefully raised by Aura, and had firm wills, the effect was greatly reduced. Now is the time. A flash of light appeared in Aura's eyes, and she signaled to Mare Bellofiori. Mare Bellofiori understood, put his hands together, and a huge magic circle unfolded behind the beast horde. Nature's collapse, abyssal vines. On the path where the undead army was advancing, the ground suddenly collapsed, and hundreds of tough, barbed vines shot out from underground, wrapping around a large number of undead like a giant net. This sudden change caused the momentum of the undead army's advance to stall. On the frontal battlefield, Albedo, Sebastian, Cocytus, and numerous subordinates and summoned mercenaries were already prepared to engage. Sebastian, you must perform well this time. Do not let those invaders look down on us, the guardians of Nazareth. Cocytus said loudly, his voice filled with fighting spirit. Rest assured, Cocytus, the Pleiades will never let any enemy pass through here. Sebastian replied, his tone firm. It was also at this moment that the undead army had approached the frontal battlefield. These undead converted by the Lich King were uneven in quality, numerous and dense. Faced with enemies 100 times their number, the two guardians charged toward the undead army. As their weapons swung, the undead fell one after another, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Cocytus swung his four arms, and the god-slaying Emperor Blade, along with 3 other legendary-grade pieces of equipment, exerted their maximum power in his hands. Each attack could take away several enemies. Every one of his movements was precise and efficient, like an elegant dance of death. Wherever he passed, the undead fell in large swathes, creating a vacuum zone. The majesty of Nazareth shall not be violated. Cocytus's voice carried a hint of anger, and a thick layer of ice condensed on the ground beneath his feet, slowing down the pace of the undead. Sebastian's fighting style was completely different from the Insect King's multi-style attacks. He maintained the elegance of a butler, his steps steady. Every punch and every kick seemed plain and ordinary, but they contained terrifying power and technique. His fists had no flashy moves, but they could always accurately strike the most vulnerable core of the undead. Whether it was bones or energy nodes, they all turned into powder under his attack power. Faced with the swarming undead, Sebastian walked as if he were strolling in a garden. His figure was elusive, he could always avoid attacks at the last split second and deliver a fatal counterattack. His movements were smooth and flowing, yet even more clean than violent attacks. Pitiful things that have been manipulated, let me release you. Sebastian's voice was calm. He grabbed the skull of an undead giant wolf that tried to pounce on him with his bare hands, and squeezed it gently, and the indestructible skull shattered like tofu. The attacks of Cocytus and Sebastian were like two sharp knives, forcibly tearing a hole in the front of the massive undead legion, and they advanced steadily. Those low-level undead were vulnerable before them, and even some higher-level undead could hardly withstand them for a moment. In mid-air, Albedo watched all this. Her gaze finally landed not far away, on the one who was once the strongest guardian of Nazarick, and was now an enemy. Shaltir. Albedo called out softly, her tone carrying a hint of complex emotions: regret, anger, but more than anything, determination. Although it is regrettable, for the sake of Nazarick, for the sake of the supreme beings, I must make you wake up. The black wings behind her spread open suddenly. Holding that halberd, her figure turned into black lightning, diving straight at Shaltir. Come on, long-mouthed gorilla. Shaltir let out a roar, her crimson eyes locked onto Albedo, and the spit lance in her hand met her. The collision of artifacts produced a deafening loud noise, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Albedo felt Shaltir's unreserved, violent power, as well as the will mixed within it. Is she controlled to this extent? Albedo's heart sank, but her movements were not slow in the slightest. She and Shaltir fought together, their black and red figures crossing rapidly in the high sky, each collision bursting out with intense air waves. Albedo knew Shaltir's strength well, and dared not be the slightest bit careless. She raised her defense to the limit while searching for the weakness in Shaltir's control. Chapter 103, The battle between Albedo and Shaltir entered a white-hot state right from the start. Every collision between the poleaxe and the spit lance was a contest of strength and rivalry. Several gruesome scratches had already appeared on Albedo's heavy armor. Meanwhile, several marks from the poleaxe's hacking were left on Shaltir's Valkyrie armor. While not serious injuries, they made her appear somewhat disheveled. Lamprey, stop getting cocky with me. Albedo used the recoil force to put some distance between them, shouting loudly, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. Responding to her, however, was an even fiercer attack from Shaltir. Shut up, you big-mouthed ape. Scarlet magic surged around her, and the spit lance transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning, thrusting straight at Albedo's heart. Albedo's eyes narrowed, knowing that words were useless. She decided to use Hell Abyss to first destroy Shaltir's Valkyrie armor and the spit lance. For Nazarick, for the Supreme One. Shaltir, I will make you pay the price. The poleaxe switched to the staff-style Hell Abyss, and Shaltir, knowing that this world-class item had a special attack effect against equipment, did not wait for Albedo to attack. Shaltir abandoned melee combat, using her summoned familiars to block Albedo's attacks while she attacked from a distance. Meanwhile, although the beast assault on the flanks had significant initial results, the number of the undead army was simply too vast. The beasts under Aura's command began to feel immense pressure, after experiencing their initial glory. After all, among the many undead, not all were low-level. Occasionally, there were high-level undead with levels above 50, and individual commander-class undead higher than LV 70. The nimble figure of the Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf, wove through the undead crowd. Every pounce could crush the skull of a mid-level undead, but its body had also accumulated several wounds, caused by being struck by negative energy rays released simultaneously by the liches. Although its Amnikai could kill a large number of undead, it also became overwhelmed under the high-intensity battle. The Rainbow Tyrant let out a deafening roar, its eyes scarlet. It had completely entered a berserk state, unable to distinguish friend from foe except for its tamer, Aura. This giant beast, appearing like a red-skinned Tyrannosaurus rex, was quickly restrained by several high-level undead without its tamer's guidance, causing quite a few casualties to its allies. A shrill, mournful cry rang out. To protect Aura, the Stone King Wyvern forcibly took an attack from the Lich King, and its massive body fell. Landing on the ground, its life force quickly dissipated. Before Aura could fall into grief, the fallen Stone King Wyvern stood up again, its eyes covered by blue soul flames. It had already turned into an undead. Bastard, how dare you desecrate my friend? Watching the Lich King retreat immediately after failing the strike, Aura felt extreme anger and sadness, but she had no time to vent these negative emotions. Everyone, you must hold on. Mare, use little catastrophe to clear an area. She brandished her steel whip, constantly lashing at the air, and the orders she issued caused the beast's potential to be sparked once again, with their attributes briefly boosted beyond their original base. 100 meters away, Mare looked at his sister's anxious eyes, and watched the beasts fall one by one, gritting his teeth. Sister. I understand. He raised both hands high, chanting a complex and lengthy incantation. Just as he was focused on casting the spell, a dainty figure appeared like a ghost not far behind him. Dodgy extended a slender finger and tapped lightly towards Mare. Idle charm. Mare stiffened, feeling his magical energy circulation suddenly become sluggish, and the scene before him began to show illusions. He saw countless vines turn into coiling venomous snakes, and the uprooted ancient trees turn into demons with bared fangs and brandished claws. He lost his composure, and the casting of little catastrophe was interrupted halfway. Distraction is not good, you know. Like a cat playing with its prey, Dodgy's figure flickered around Mare, occasionally releasing illusions to disturb his mind, leaving Mare exhausted and unable to concentrate enough to cast spells again. Having lost the support of Mare's nature magic, the pressure on Aura's beasts increased sharply, and the rate of casualties accelerated suddenly. In just a quarter of an hour, the beast army, which had originally been full of momentum, had already lost more than half, and mournful cries rose one after another. Aura watched as those companions who had followed her for many years fell one by one. She gripped her steel whip tightly, her eyes bloodshot. Ordinary beasts were fine, but for pay-to-win beasts like Fenrir and its Samnakayadrisil, losing even one made her heart ache like it was being stabbed. If they died, they were truly dead. She could only hope that Lord Ainz's resurrection magic would be effective later, and whether it was worth using precious resurrection items. On the main battlefield, Cocytus and Sebastian were like two red-hot blades, continuing to push forward through the iron torrent of the undead. Cocytus's layer of ice kept spreading, freezing swaths of undead. Every swing of the god-slaying blade carried a biting cold wind, and the aura of death, slicing those in his way, along with their frozen bodies, into dust. His movements became increasingly sharp, his forearms working in seamless coordination, while the light of various pieces of equipment shimmered on his body. The majesty of Nazarick cannot be violated. He roared again, his voice echoing across the battlefield, inspiring the remaining Nazarick servants. Sebastian still maintained his elegant pace. He could always strike the undead's most vulnerable core command nodes at the most appropriate moment and in the most effortless way. Whether it was high-level liches or high-level death knights, none could escape the fate of being sent to the afterlife by the dragonoid butler's iron fists. Sebastian even had the leisure to observe the surrounding battle situation, his brow furrowing slightly. He had clearly noticed the predicament of the beast legions on the flanks. However, before he could finish off the enemies in front of him and support the two, Aura and Mare, a golden light tore through the undead formation ahead. The enemy's top-tier combat power had appeared. In front of the two level 100 NPCs, Artoria, holding the sword in the stone, and wearing blue armor, blocked the path of Cocytus and Sebastian all by herself. Who goes there? Cocytus stopped his attack, pointing his four weapons towards the golden figure ahead, his voice cold and filled with a warrior's vigilance. Artoria's gaze swept over Cocytus and Sebastian. There was no contempt in her eyes, on the contrary, she was still very serious regarding the two opponents who were far weaker than her. I am Artoria Pendragon, Guardian of Britain, the one who will end Nazarick. Her voice was clear, but to the two level 100 NPCs, it was a complete provocation, no less than using an ultimate skill right in their faces. Sebastian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel the sense of justice in this woman before him, a temperament completely different from most members of Nazarick. However, although his justice value was also positive, his stance was always with Nazarick. The one who will end Nazarick, is it quite a bold statement? Sebastian bowed slightly, his tone trying to maintain the elegance of a butler, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's and his fists clenched tight. "My name is Sebastian, the butler of the great tomb of Nazareth, and this is Lord Cocytus, one of the floor guardians of Nazareth. Although your strength is admirable, if you wish to pass through here, please ask the weapons in our hands first." Cocytus crossed his forearms, the god-slaying blade and the other 3 weapons humming. His insect face showed no expression, but his voice was filled with fighting spirit. "Powerful warrior, your declaration is your challenge." "I, Cocytus, accept your challenge." Artoria nodded slightly, gripping the sword in the stone in her hand. She could feel that although these 2 opponents before her were not as strong as her, their combat techniques far exceeded those of ordinary people. At the very least, since arriving in this world, she had never seen anyone with better combat techniques than these 2. Usually, when practicing with Leonardo, it was always gentle, and after a few battles, she never felt satisfied. The 2 enemies before her were different. After lowering her strength, she could fight freely, fighting until her heart's content. "I respect your courage, and I respect the spirit of you both. Today, I, Artoria Pendragon, will fight you with the sword in the stone in my hand. This battle is a battle of generals, soldiers may not intervene." Once these words were spoken, the high-level undead that had originally been eyeing Sebastian and Cocytus covetously left the main battlefield to the 3, and tangled with Nazareth's pay-to-win mercenaries on the side. A flash of surprise crossed Sebastian's eyes. He could feel the sincerity in Artoria's words, as well as the sense of honor belonging to a noble knight. Taking on 2 level 100 NPCs alone, this was not Artoria's arrogance, but confidence in her own strength, and at the same time, respect for them. Sebastian also understood the opponent's strength. Although their positions were hostile, he appreciated this respect. Cocytus let out a low roar, which was excitement and a response of respect to his opponent. "Good. Since that is the case, I, Cocytus, will also give it my all." Before the words had faded, the insect king moved. All 4 arms struck out, the 4 weapons like 4 streams of light, attacking from different angles with different attributes, instantly sealing off the space around Artoria. Icy cold, armor-piercing, heavy, and swift, 4 completely different attack characteristics intertwined, forming a web of death. Artoria's eyes narrowed, and her footwork changed. Moving nimbly and swiftly, the sword in the stone seemed to come alive in her hands. Every parry struck the force nodes of Cocytus's weapons, diverting that violent power to the side. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, sparks flew everywhere, and every collision caused the air to tremble. Sebastian did not rush to join the fray. As an experienced warrior, he was waiting for the best opportunity. The dragonoid butler's eyes captured Artoria's movements, analyzing her fighting style and flaws. He noticed that Artoria's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, her defense was watertight, and she carried a kingly aura. Her strength and speed far exceeded those of ordinary level 100 NPCs. Seeing that he couldn't break through after a long attack, Cocytus roared, his icy aura surging. The ground rapidly froze with him at the center, and countless ice spikes rose from the ground, attempting to restrict Artoria's movement. At the same time, the god-slaying blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling blue light, delivering a devastating horizontal slash, carrying a bone-chilling cold, sweeping towards Artoria. Artoria did not dodge. She held the sword in the stone vertically in front of her, and a golden aura surged from her body. She gave a light shout, using 0.001% of her own strength, and struck precisely on the spine of the god-slaying blade. With a crisp sound, a tiny crack actually appeared on the body of the indestructible god-slaying blade. Cocytus felt a massive, overwhelming force come through, his arm went numb, and he couldn't help but step back half a step. What strong power! Cocytus was shocked. Just at this moment, Sebastian, who had been maneuvering, moved. He appeared at Artoria's side and back, his right fist clenched tight, covered in a faint golden halo. This punch condensed all his strength. With the force of a thunderbolt, it went straight for Artoria's face. The instant Sebastian's fist wind approached, Artoria's body spun violently, the sword in the stone like a serpent emerging from its hole, the spine of the blade striking precisely against Sebastian's fist. With a dull thud, Sebastian felt a soft yet incredibly tough force come through. His fist felt as if it had hit cotton, and the force was instantly dissipated by more than half. He used the momentum to retreat, reforming a pincer attack with Cocytus. The two of you are indeed powerful. Continue, continue. Artoria was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. These two guardians, one as tough as an iceberg with violent attacks, the other as fluid as water and opportunistic, actually complemented each other quite well when working together. This is fun, so much fun. I don't know if there will be any more fights in the future, so I must have a good time with these two today. Your strength also exceeded our expectations, Lady Artoria. It seems it is indeed difficult to defeat you without joining forces. The three looked at each other, remaining silent. The battle erupted once again. This time, the coordination between Sebastian and Cocytus was even more tacit, one hard and one soft, one tense and one relaxed. They firmly restrained Artoria within a certain range. Artoria held the sword in the stone, relying on her own exquisite martial arts to fight with ease under the pincer attack of the two. Her golden figure wove through the icy blue cold and black fist shadows, and every collision erupted with astonishing energy. She never used the sword of promised victory, strictly adhering to her promise, and parried with her opponents using pure swordsmanship. On the other side of the battlefield, the sky seemed to have been torn open by a huge gap. Ainz, played by Pandora's actor, held both hands high, and a complex and arcane magic circle slowly rotated around him, emitting a heart-stopping light. I am Ainz Ooal. Pandora's actor imitated Ainz's tone, his voice spreading across the entire battlefield. Witness it. This is the power of Nazarick, the super-tier magic fallen down a maximize area. As his words fell, the magic circle above his head suddenly erupted with blinding white light, and then a pillar of light shooting into the sky, centered on Ainz, quickly spread outwards. The pure white pillar of light, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, washed over the dense undead army below. The deafening explosions continued one after another, the earth trembled, and countless low-level undead instantly turned into fly ash. Those fragile skeletons, zombies, and wraiths had no room to resist at all in the face of such terrifying power. In just an instant, a huge desert area appeared on the battlefield. A rough estimate suggests that at least 15,000 plus low-level undead were wiped out under this enhanced super-tier magic. The vanguard of the undead army was almost cut off forcibly. Seeing this, the servants of Nazarick let out earth-shaking cheers, and their morale was greatly boosted. This joy did not last long. When casting the spell, Pandora's actor sought only the maximum range of damage, but ignored a crucial problem: reality does not have friendly fire immunity. The real Momonga, when releasing such large-scale destructive magic, would always remind his teammates to evacuate or teleport them away. After all, Pandora's actor was an imitator. Although he was impeccable in his abilities, there was a slight deviation from the original in certain subtle combat experiences and habitual operations. Those Nazarick pay-to-win mercenaries who were following behind the undead army, near the undead killed by Ainz, and attempting to flank from the side, were also within the coverage range of fallen down a maximize area. They did not possess the powerful resistance and health points like Nazarick's NPCs, and in the face of the aftermath of the super-tier magic, they also appeared extremely fragile. Desperate screams came from the mercenaries below. Hundreds of well-equipped, level 30-ish pay-to-win mercenaries were blown away by the high-energy white-hot shockwave and turned into ashes in the high temperature. Pandora's actor floated in midair, looking at the casualties of his allies below. A trace of stiffness flashed across his skeleton face. He had imitated the majesty and power of Lord Ainz when releasing magic, but he had also created a tragic case of friendly fire. For the victory of Nazarick, some sacrifices are necessary. Yes, that's right, that is it. After saying this, Pandora's actor no longer paid attention to the tragic situation below, casting his gaze towards the direction where Artoria, Sebastian, and Cocytus were fiercely fighting, evaluating his next move. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.